You are listening to 48 Hours a Day by Little Bleary Zhao. Novels from Novel Fire. Thanks for listening. Hope you enjoy the story. Chapter 751. Suggestion. Vero spent about half an hour telling Zhang Heng his heartbreaking life story, including how his wife and best friend tricked him into investing all his money in the Egyptian textile business, and how they convinced him into signing the terrible contract. After that, he talked about how he became a slave and sold to the gladiator school. It was not until the others came back to the house that Vero shut his mouth. However, he still could not help but feel really disappointed. So, he started to cry loudly on the bed to make himself feel better. At this time, Bach and the Germanic walked into the house. The men seemed to have adapted to their current life. Bach had once felt that Gabby was torturing him. However, he was no fool. Although his training was twice as tough as the others, Gabby had also found him more than one trainer, instructing them to tailor an improvement plan for him. Two of the trainers were willing to pass on their trump cards to him for free. When he thought about Gabby and Mark Roos's conversation, Bach realized that Gabby was not torturing him. Gabby had made up his mind to build him into the next Sefnets, the reason why he did not hesitate to use up the favor that others owed him so far. Nonetheless, Bach was still not pleased. He did not know what glorious feats Sefnets had achieved so far, and he wasn't about to allow himself to be the next Sefnets. He wanted to continue to be Bach, the one and only. And now that he had accepted the fact that he had become a gladiator, the next thing that he wanted to do was to kill all opponents who stood in his path of becoming the new legend in this arena. The group of Germanic people reminisced over some pleasantries. Maybe it was about what that they did in their hometowns or the heads they chopped off in the battle. Everyone seemed happy. However, upon walking into the house, they heard an annoying crying sound. What happened? One of the Germanic asked compassionately. Bach and others burst into laughter upon hearing this. Give the poor man some space. He has just experienced the worst day of his life, said Zhang Heng. The worst day of his life? Bach sneered, walked out of the crowd, and walked in front of Zhang Heng. Let me tell you what a bad day is. My father was killed by a Roman when I was 9 years old. Just because it so happened that he was fishing by the river, an arrow that came nowhere and penetrated his eyes. On the same day, my brother was stabbed in the heart by a spear on the battlefield, and my mother was dragged away in front of me. I still don't know where they sold her. I'm the only one still alive in my family because I hid under a bed. I didn't cry that day because tears only make people weaker. Crying is for women. So please tell your friend that we don't mind treating him the same way we treat a woman if he continues to cry. Bach exuded a daunting aura. Several other people in the same house could not help but stray a little further from him. Bach was expected to graduate first in his class and became the successor of Sefnets. Gabby had poured in everything he had to train him. His violent temper was as famous as his brute force. But what made Bach a little surprised was that the Oriental man in front of him showed no fear on his face after seeing him getting angry. He leaned on the wooden pole and tilted his head to look at him. This is not a competition. Even if you experience something worse than him, you have no reason to deprive him of the right to be sad, Zhang Heng said lightly. As soon as he said this, the room suddenly became quiet. All eyes were focused on Zhang Heng and Bach. This was the first time in the same class had the guts to talk back to Bach, the Germanic bull. Are you sure that you want to stand up for this, wuss? Bach's face darkened. Before my fist falls on your face, I strongly recommend that you reconsider your stand. It was not the first day that Bach saw Vero getting upset. To Bach, Vero was not a man that had the guts to face reality. During the first day of school, he called out to the leaving Mark Roos and expressed his desire to leave the training ground. In Bach's eyes, he was a wuss that only knew how to take advantage of everything around him. Besides, he did not treat his training seriously as well. He felt irritated seeing his wimpy looks, let alone his wailing and crying now. It was hard to imagine having such a weak, cowardly, and incompetent person sleeping under the same roof. However, since the recent training had drained most of his energy, he could not bother to deal with Vero. Tonight was his last straw. When he saw Vero crying on his bed, the dissatisfaction that had accumulated in Bach's heart exploded. As for Zhang Heng, Bok was not bothered. After all, Zhang Heng had been lying low all the time. He was neither lazy nor prominent. However, Zhang Heng's toughness surprised him a little today. I'm simply stating a fact. Zhang Heng shrugged. Since everyone is now a slave, and perhaps we will have to compete with each other in an arena in the future. If we have no intention to get along, there is no need to hurt each other too. Who would compete with that piece of garbage? I don't think he can pass the final assessment. Maybe Gabby will sell him to the countryside in a few days. Bok sneered. Never underestimate a person's potential. The question is when he will realize his strength. Zhang Heng touched his chin, and he glanced at Vero as he spoke. However, the latter's eyes were hollow, like a walking corpse. So you want to stick your nose into this matter? Oh, it depends on whether you are willing to accept my suggestion, Zhang Heng said. Bok stopped talking, and he started to clench his fists. Before he could swing his fist, Zhang Heng said, "Wait a moment. Why? Did you change your mind?" "No. If we want to fight, I suggest that we go to the training ground to do it since there is more space over there." Zhang Heng then paused for a while. "You can ask your men to guard the entrance of the training ground and prevent others from coming in." "Why? You don't want others to watch you being beaten up by me? Trust me. This is for your own good," Zhang Heng said. "If you still wish to become Sethnetz's successor." Bok did not reply to Zhang Heng immediately when what he said. He stared into Zhang Heng's eyes and replied after a long while. "Okay. Since you have the guts to challenge me, I will agree to your request. No matter who wins or loses, I won't bother this sissy again. Anyway, he is not going to last long here." Chapter 752, You won. Zhang Heng and the group of Germanic returned to the training ground. At that time, the sun had already set entirely. Bok lit the oil lamp, and the remaining Germanics started guarding the training ground entrance to ensure that the two would not be disturbed. "What weapon do you want?" Bok raised his chin and asked Zhang Heng. "Just give me a training sword," replied Zhang Heng. "How about the armor?" "No need for that." Bok then threw the training sword to Zhang Heng and warned. "I'll give you a fine piece of warning first. I won't show mercy just because I'm impressed by you. You'd better be prepared to be beaten by me. Well, most things in this world are unpredictable." Zhang Heng took the training sword and weighed it casually in his hand. The training swords in the gladiator school were all made of wood. It was much shorter than a tachi and was similar to the bronze swords from the spring and autumn period. According to a saying, 1 inch long, 1 inch strong, and 1 inch short, 1 inch more dangerous, it was probably to make the gladiatorial performance look more intensive. Bok saw that Zhang Heng had only taken a training sword, and he did not want to have an advantage in any way. Hence, he grabbed a wooden sword as well. "Where's your shield?" Zhang Heng asked. "Since you are not using one, I will not use one too," replied Bok proudly. "It's up to you then. Anyway, you can get it if you need it later." Bok was finally irritated by Zhang Heng's words. "Don't start getting arrogant just because you knew I was impressed. I've changed my mind now. I'm going to make sure you stay in bed for a week." "Really? Then you'll have to make sure that you give it your best," Zhang Heng calmly replied Bok, while raising his eyebrows. The next instant, Bok charged at Zhang Heng furiously, brandishing his training sword at him. The results: Bok experienced the same thing that happened to him 7 days ago. Zhang Heng managed to dodge his attack easily. While Bok surged forward under his own inertia, Zhang Heng used his sword to block him. With a loud tap, Bok flew backward, falling down and rolling on the ground. Immediately, he stood up from the ground. The way he looked at Zhang Heng had finally changed. In the eyes of others, they thought that Bok had made the same mistake again, where he underestimated the enemy, one that subsequently took advantage of the flaws in his movements. Zhang Heng had used Bok's own strength to topple him. Bok knew very well that the training plan tailored exclusively for him by Gabby and the other trainers was to eliminate weaknesses in his previous battles. He was different now as compared to how he was a week ago. Although he still could not defeat Habitus, if his opponent used the same move again, he was confident that he would not fall in embarrassment. Zhang Heng darted around like Habitus. Though both were agile fighters, a rather large difference separated the two. especially with the hit that Zhang Heng landed on Bach just now. He managed to cause Bach to completely lose his balance. The real reason behind the burly man falling to his feet. Was the Oriental man in front of him the master he claimed he was? But why didn't he see it in him during the previous training sessions? Bach was bewildered. With doubt in his heart, he attacked again. However, only 2 moves later, Zhang Heng slashed his sword at Bach's chest. Zhang Heng did not exert too much strength in his attack, merely tapping his sword lightly on Bach's left chest. When he taught the kids swordsmanship in Koyama Dojo, Zhang Heng had fought similar training battles several times, and he knew the right time for him to exert his strength. In the meantime, Bach was drenched in his cold sweat. If Zhang Heng were holding a real sword, he knew he would have been dead by now. On the opposite side, Zhang Heng did not continue to attack while Bach was distracted. Instead, he put away the training sword and took 2 steps back. He then asked gracefully, "Do you need a shield now?" Bach became deeply embarrassed when he heard what his opponent had just said. However, he doubted that he could block Zhang Heng's attack even if he decided to use a shield. That said, he also knew that he would surely lose the battle if he chose not to grab a shield immediately. Bach was impulsive, but he was not stupid. So, he went and grabbed a small buckler and held it in his left hand. Instead of charging at Zhang Heng, he put up an unprecedented defensive position as though facing an extremely formidable nemesis. Upon catching sight of Bach and Zhang Heng's brief battle, the smiles on the Germanics' faces were quickly wiped away, replaced by gaping jaws and bated breaths. Bach was a famous warrior in their tribe. In order to avenge his dead family, he had killed many Roman soldiers and even a centurion. Hence, they were surprised when they witnessed Habitus defeating Bach. A week had passed, and they had managed to dig up some information about Habitus's background. They now knew that Gabi had them fooled. In the gladiator circle, Habitus was a very famous man. Although he was not trump card material like Sethnets, he was considered the second most powerful gladiator in the victor arena, causing swathes of girls to have a crush on him. After traveling a long way to the arena and not knowing the opponent's background, Bach's loss was actually justified. As for Zhang Heng, this was a completely different situation. Among everyone who entered the school together was Victor Arena's new hope, the successor to the famed Sethnets. As for Zhang Heng, he had been laying low and hadn't spoken much. Falling out of favor, he was assigned to the Dimachorus group, the gladiator type that had infamously low chances of surviving the arena. By logic, Bach should have been able to crush Zhang Heng easily. Judging from the previous fight, this battle's outcome was self-evident. Bach was on the losing side from the beginning to the end, unable to retaliate even with the strength he had. Although he now had a shield with him, he remained standing still, daring not to charge at Zhang Heng. Bach knew that his confidence was gone, and defeating Zhang Heng had now become a remote possibility. Since Bach was unmoved, Zhang Heng made his instead. He swung the training sword in his hand to match the pace of his feet. Every single strike was precise, made so Bach would find it extremely hard to defend himself. The large Germanic had to parry the attacks with the shield and training sword in his hand. After blocking several of Zhang Heng's advances, his forehead was already drenched in sweat. The noises of the clashing wooden swords and shields resonated in his ears. Bach knew that he could not retreat anymore, or Zhang Heng's momentum would become more and more vigorous. And he was almost forced to retreat to the corner of the training ground. At this time, he tossed whatever distracting thoughts he had in his head and swung his wooden sword at Zhang Heng, embracing the odds that Zhang Heng would stab him. This was the first time Bach fought back. It was all or nothing, and he wasn't expecting anything from it. As long as he could push Zhang Heng away and catch a breath, it would be considered a success. The thing that would happen next, however, was something he did not expect. He heard a snapping sound, and when he raised his head again, he saw that Zhang Heng had taken a half step back, and the wooden sword in his hand had been knocked away, landing on the ground. "You won." Zhang Heng looked at Bach, emotionless. "Congratulations." Chapter 753, Fantastic Strike. After Zhang Heng congratulated him, everyone fell into silence, and a burst of cheers broke out at the training ground entrance. Bach's companion, the 5 Germanic, were cheering loudly. If someone told them before the competition that they would be excited over Bach's victory, they probably wouldn't have believed it. To them, Bach was supposed to win this battle. But after witnessing this arduous battle with their own eyes, they would never have such a thought in their minds anymore, especially after seeing Bach enduring a hard fight and never gave up. He tenaciously chose to face his opponent's intensive attacks again and again. In the end, they assumed that he had found Zhang Heng's weakness and defeated him with a single blow. There was nothing more exciting than how he claimed his victory. Bach was like a hero who could never be killed in a comic. Not only such a spirit had inspired him, but it also influenced the people around him. However, Bach was not as excited as his companions. He was still in a daze when the cheers burst out. Seeing Bach's expression, Zhang Heng had to say, "That was a good strike. You found my only weakness. Given the circumstances at the time, your attack was very bold. Coupled with impeccable timing, I didn't expect I'd lose this battle. If you struck me too early or too late, you'd be the one to lose. I found your flaw." Bach was skeptical, mainly because he was suppressed by Zhang Heng earlier. He knew that there was no way he could have won the battle. The last strike that he performed was something that he did out of desperation. However, he still won the fight in the end. When he thought about Zhang Heng's unremarkable performance in the training camp before, it was hard not to suspect that Zhang Heng might have lost the battle on purpose. Isn't it? Zhang Heng's sincere rhetorics had Bach wondering if he hit the jackpot. After all, the situation was very critical, and his last strike might have had the blessings of Mars, granting him victory in this intense battle. Seeing the ecstatic look of his companions, Bach could not say a single word. "You should join them to celebrate your victory." Zhang Heng stretched out his hand. Bach hesitated and finally handed over the training sword and the small round shield in his hand. It also meant that he accepted the final result. After that, Zhang Heng picked up the wooden sword that fell to the ground and put them back where they belonged. Bach promised that he would leave Vero alone whether he won or lost, so winning or losing did not matter to Zhang Heng. According to his original plan, he wanted to become a free man in this gladiator school without raising any attention. Hence, losing was a better outcome for him. Although he lost the battle, Zhang Heng could also see from those Germanic eyes that there was no need to worry that the armistice between them would be voided. After all, those who possessed excellent skill and strength in this school would earn everyone's respect. Since Zhang Heng had shown a part of these skills, he knew that he had earned their respect. In Zhang Heng's opinion, Bach's troubles were the easiest to solve. As for Vero, he had to get out of the darkness on his own. Zhang Heng had a good impression of Vero, being the first person he encountered in this quest after all. Before getting sold as a slave, he was a Roman citizen, and since Zhang Heng knew nothing about Rome's history, he had to ask Vero many questions and learn from him. Although most of the knowledge he had learned so far couldn't be put to use yet, it would eventually come in handy, considering the 24 extra hours he had. In other words, Zhang Heng would have to stay here for the entire duration of a year and a half. It would be impossible for him to stay here for that long, and taking comfort in the fact that he would be leaving this place soon, everything he learned from Vero would come in handy. As for Vero, he was pretty interesting. Perhaps it was because the family's business had been handed down from his father that he became quite the expert in buying and selling antiques. That said, he wasn't nearly as treacherous as most businessmen were. According to him, his daily work was quite simple. All he needed to do was to go to the streets to collect antiques and sell them in his store. Most of his customers were regulars. His innocent character also caused him to be deceived by others easily. All the wealth he accumulated so far was gone, and he was sold here to become a slave. After learning the truth, Vero looked even more devastated than before. He did not even notice the battle between Zhang Heng and Bach. When Zhang Heng returned, he had stopped crying, but he closed himself up completely this time. Whatever little hope he had was now completely lost, and only numbness remained in his eyes. For the next 2 weeks, although he was still training, eating, and sleeping, as usual, every day, Everyone could see that he had completely given up on the upcoming assessment. If this went on, he would be sold to the countryside sooner rather than later. Gabby was thinking about letting Vero work in a mine. It made no sense for him to continue staying here. Bach, however, had talked to Gabby and asked him to give Vero 3 days to recover from the tragedy he went through. Gabby was a little surprised. As far as he knew, Bach and Vero were not that close, and he completely didn't expect Bach to actually intercede for Vero. And Gabby did not reject Bach's request because Bach's act of goodwill would eventually draw others closer to him. After all, he was expected to become the rightful leader of this class. Although the gladiators were expected to fight with each other, it didn't mean camaraderie and friendship didn't exist between them. Sometimes they would partner up to fight other gladiators. Although a lone wolf was strong, it would be even stronger if other wolves helped it. Gabby was a little curious about how a man like Bach could think of something like this, but he gave it no extra thought since he had something else to do now. After all, leaving Vero here another 3 days was a small matter. More than 20 days passed. The deadline given by Mark Roos was getting closer, and Bach's training continued on smoothly as planned. Now, however, Gabby realized that he had a bigger problem to deal with. Gabby knew very well that Bach's current training would never get him to Sethnetz's level. Even if he tried to bribe gladiators more famous than him to fight with him, the lie would be exposed one day. The higher he went, the more pain he would be in when he fell. If he was unlucky, Bach might even lose his life. By that time, the gladiator school would have suffered a significant loss. Gabby even thought about replacing him with a well-known gladiator, Habitus, for instance. He had always been popular and had a consistent winning rate as well. Other than that, his fighting style seemed very pleasing to the audience. Though he didn't have as much potential as Bach, he was of greater strength. Perhaps Habitus could be selected as Sethnetz's successor, so Bach would have more time to grow. Gabby was so deep in his thought that he forgot Bach was still standing in front of him. When Gabby saw that Bach was getting impatient, he nodded. Yes, he can have 3 more days. Chapter 754. Double the training. Bach didn't care if Vero lived or died. He was only willing to plead for Vero because of Zhang Hong. Since that hard-fought victory, Bach had begun paying attention to this Easterner that he previously never bothered to even look at. He even secretly observed Zhang Hong from time to time during the training. However, the outcome only confused him even more. Looking serious, Zhang Hong did not slack off during the duration of the training. When it came to his performance, however, it was lower than average. Hence, it was not an accident that Gabby classified him as a gladiator candidate with a good attitude but limited talent. Zhang Hong's Asian appearance was rare and strange to them, not to mention how it could be used as a selling point. Consequently, Gabby was prepared to loosen up some of his requirements during his final assessment. 3 days was a short time, especially for someone who had just experienced something devastating. It was far from enough time for Vero to cheer up. But as Bach had said before, everyone on the training ground had a story, and they had a reason for their enrollment at the gladiator school. Although it was wrong to be miserable, life was, at most times, cruel. With no way to change what had happened, all the person could do was grab hold of the present. Judging from his current condition, it seemed Vero had even given up on the present. And he intended to give up on himself as well. In the 3 days granted to Vero, Zhang Hong did not do anything for him. Zhang Hong had decided to help because he was a friend, not to mention how this was supposed to be Vero's last chance of proving that he was worthy of staying here. If Vero himself had lost the desire to live, however, it would be pointless trying to help him no matter how hard someone tried. It was a shame that Vero would have to spend the rest of his life in a cold and dark mine. But Zhang Hong did not expect that a small accident would happen in the afternoon of the 3rd day. There were gladiator performances in the arena. Since the arena was low on manpower, Gabby ordered Vero, who had no hope of passing the assessment, to help him, informing him at the same time that there was no need to attend the training anymore. Gabby had given up on Vero completely, and it was almost the deadline. A group of new slaves would be sent off to work in the mines the day after tomorrow, and he planned to send Vero away at that time. When Vero heard the news, His face still bore no expressions. Neither struggling nor resisting. It appeared his heart was dead. He put down his training sword and followed the overseer to the arena obediently. His partner showed a touch of joy when he left. He felt unlucky after he was asked to train with Vero, seeing how the experience was similar to chopping a tree. Now that his sparring partner was his trainer, Vero's partner could feel the pressure mounting on his shoulders. Zhang Heng watched Gabby disappearing into the entrance of the training ground. He did not know if this would be the last time he would see Vero. On the other side, Bach stole glances at Zhang Heng, as usual. And Gabby found out about it this time. The latter harumphed in dissatisfaction, then clapped his hands and asked for everyone's attention. He then made an announcement. Starting today, everyone's training volume will be doubled. The announcement caused a mighty uproar. The training regime designed for the gladiator candidates was extremely tough, no doubt harder than the basic training regime during the first week of school. If their current training were to be doubled, they would not have time to sleep or eat. Let's not even talk about the assessment. If this were to go on, they might not even last until the day that would happen. Hearing the announcement had Zhang Heng feeling displeased. He could see that Gabby was getting desperate. Although there was no scientific training in this era, the gladiators were the cash cows of gladiator schools. Under normal circumstances, the school was obliged to take good care of them. There was a limit on both the amount of training and the frequency of performances that every gladiator could endure. The gladiator school would also use massages, baths, and strict diet control to keep their gladiators in good shape. The warriors ate a staple diet made of whole wheat, and at the request of the school, grounded animal bones to enhance their bone strength and toughness. Doubling the amount of training could seriously damage the trainees' physiology. It might work well for a short time, but it certainly wasn't a cost-effective option in the long run. Because he had just chatted with Habitus, and the outcome was not optimistic. The Gaul was very cunning. It seemed like they were told that Gabby was having a problem finding someone to be Sethnet's successor. So, they had asked the gladiator school to invest more money in them, refusing to become the backup gladiators. Habitus was a veteran gladiator, and he knew exactly how this business worked. There are always twists and turns in a matter like this. Gabby asked him to hold on until Bach's skills had fully matured. After that, in order to squeeze every penny out of him, Gabby would arrange a duel between him and Bach, allowing Bach to defeat him. There was nothing more eye-catching than this kind of battle, something that would certainly trigger the audience's interest in Bach. It was a good plan so far, with the only problem being Habitus not wanting to become Bach's stepping stone. If Habitus was a slave, Gabby could disregard his opinions and make him obey his orders without question. In general, the school would not force their star gladiators to do things they were unwilling to do. However, the school was not in a special phase, and Habitus, unfortunately, differed from Bach, Zhang Heng, and others. He was a free man. And he was not just a free man who regained his freedom from slavery. He was a regular Roman citizen, just like Vero. He wanted to become a gladiator simply because of the money and women. Although he had signed a contract with the gladiator school, one that required him to perform in the arena for a few years, at least after training was complete, he was only bound by the school on the surface. Gabby wanted to discuss things with him that he could not tell anyone else. Every gladiator school had unspoken rules when it came to arranging duels for their gladiators. They had to consider their popularity and promote their newcomers. The crowd wouldn't want to see some carefully choreographed stunt, so such things were naturally not in the contract. Habitus's contract was not entirely fulfilled so far, and he did not want to go against the gladiator school. However, he did not want to sacrifice his own interests and let the school take advantage of him. Habitus was also unsure if he could hang on until Bach's skills were fully grown. Hence the two parties did not agree to the terms of the initial negotiation. Gabby could only continue to force Bach to develop his potential as soon as possible. Bach was still young anyway. Although he came off looking rough and rugged, his actual age was only 18. Even if he had hidden illness, it wouldn't be surfacing for the time being. Others were collateral damage. To make Bach feel like he wasn't the only one asked to double the training, Gabby decided to ask everyone to do it with him. Chapter 755. Thank you. As expected, no one could complete the extra training on the first day. As the sun went down, it was way past their mealtime. Everyone was famished. The fastest among them had only completed a third of the extra training. Zhang Heng made sure he did not overperform during the training, crucial that he maintained moderate progress. Among all of the gladiator candidates, Bach suffered the worst. Even before their training volume was doubled, he already had to train harder than the rest of them. In other words, he had to work even harder after their training was doubled. Looking like a fish out of the water, he stared at Gabby not far away from him. And Gabby seemed to have not felt Bach's anger and resentment. He watched the trainers walking among the crowd without saying a word while urging those who wanted to take a break to carry on with their training. Finally, there was a candidate who could stand it no more. He threw away the training sword in his hand, shouting, "I want to eat. I want to eat. If you want us to train more, at least let us eat first." Many actually agreed with him, but only 3 to 5 people responded. Although the rest did not speak up, the looks on their faces were enough to show that they agreed with his suggestion from the bottom of their hearts. Gabby heard the words and walked to the man who threw away the training sword. He then said coldly, "Pick up your weapon." Usually, the man who tossed the sword would not dare disobey Gabby's order. But now, perhaps he felt that his request was reasonable, or perhaps he felt that there were a lot of people supporting him from behind that gave him more courage than usual. Hence, he didn't bend down to pick up his training sword. "Very well. You don't need to train if you don't want to train. You will be sent to the mines with the man named Vero the day after tomorrow," said Gabby. The man who threw the sword was shocked, realizing suddenly that he had just done something stupid. Gabby decided on the life and death of the slaves. With only one sentence, he could turn their fate upside down. Since Mark Roos was not here, Gabby was the king. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to beg for mercy now. Gabby seemed determined to make an example of him as a negative role model. After he dropped the order, 2 trainers came forward. They went up on both sides of the man and dragged him out of the training ground. The latter screamed while struggling, "You can't do this to me. Let me be a gladiator. I can make more money for the arena. Do I look like I lack gladiators?" asked Gabby indifferently. He had made such a decision because he wanted to motivate the others to train harder. Besides that, he was in a nasty mood right now. Habitus was not willing to obey his orders. After all, he was a veteran in this gladiator school, and he was also a celebrity in the arena. By comparison, the sword thrower was a nobody. Gabby was mad that he used his self-worth to threaten him. People like him could be replaced easily. After all, no one in this group was irreplaceable except for Bach. Just when the sword thrower was about to be dragged out of the training ground, the 2 trainers stopped moving forward suddenly. Gabby frowned, and the sword thrower was overjoyed. He thought Gabby must have changed his mind. What he did not realize was that Gabby was looking at the man behind him. "Why are you back?" Gabby asked. "The performance is over." "I'm back here for the training," replied Vero. His appearance had changed a lot. His beard that had not been shaved for several weeks was now gone, and his hair had been cut short. He looked way more energetic now. The most important thing was that his eyes were once again filled with vitality. It looked like he started to care about his life again. Obviously, he was in a rush when he cleaned himself up, considering the few razor cuts present on his cheeks. "Didn't I tell you that you don't need to come back here anymore?" Gabby was indifferent as if he had not seen the changes on Vero. "You said that I have 3 days to change your mind. The 3rd day is not over yet," said Vero calmly without feeling any fear. Interesting. Gabby was not angry when he heard how Vero talked. After a short pause, he continued, "I'm a man of my word. In this case, I will keep you until sunrise tomorrow. I have just doubled the amount of training. If you fail to complete it, you will be sent to the mines tomorrow." "I will make sure I won't be sent to the mines," Vero proclaimed confidently. "I think we will know the answer to this question soon." Gabby raised his chin. "Go back to training." The sword thrower saw hope when he heard their conversation. He then quickly said, "I know I've done something wrong. Please let me continue to complete the training. I promise I will work harder than anyone else." "No, I have found someone to fill your position now." You are no longer valuable to me. I hope you like the air in the mines. Gabby waved his hand and asked the trainer to drag the person away. On the other side, Zhang Heng whispered to Vero, who was carrying the wooden pole. Welcome back. Thank you, replied Vero sincerely. Earlier, he looked as though he had given up on life, but it did not mean that he had no idea about what was happening around him. Vero knew that Zhang Heng fought with Bach because of him. And the reason why Gabby was willing to let him stay in this school for another 3 days obviously had something to do with Zhang Heng. You are a true friend. If I can continue to stay here tomorrow morning, I will definitely repay you in the future, Vero added afterward. Zhang Heng was curious about what happened to Vero. He thought that he had given up on himself, but it seemed like the trip to the area rekindled his fighting spirit. Could he have been moved by the gladiators' heroism when they performed in the arena? However, this was not the time for them to chit-chat. Their short conversation had managed to capture Gabby's attention. So Zhang Heng quickly shut his mouth and carried on with the training. At 3 a.m., someone finally completed the training. And Zhang Heng was one of them. Gabby was not inhumane. He did ask the cook to leave some food for them. Although the food was already cold, no one had the strength to complain at the moment. Everyone hurriedly went to bed after eating. In the end, only Vero and his trainer were left on the training ground. Vero's body was almost at its limit, but he clenched his teeth and did not give up on the training. Amid the training, he fainted once from exhaustion. However, he did not say a word when he regained his consciousness. All he did was continue to push himself to complete the regime. Early the next morning, after Zhang Heng had finished breakfast, he went to the training ground. He saw that Gabby was already there, and he was talking to his trainer. I don't know why you insist on staying here. So what, you complete all the regimes before sunrise? A new set will begin soon after that. How are you going to push yourself to carry on with the new set of training? Hatred. Vero wiped the sweat from his forehead. Something was burning in his eyes. There is no power stronger than hatred, right? Chapter 756. Who will be first to draw the lot? Continuous high-intensity training would gradually cause people to lose their ability to think. Most of the trainees had even forgotten how long they had been here. In addition to the training, the only other things Zhang Heng did were eat, sleep, and excrete waste from his body. And it had been a long time since he had enough sleep or food. No matter how much they ate, they would feel hungry again in no time. No matter how many hours they slept, their bodies would still be sore for 2 days. Other than the unfortunate man who was dragged out of the training ground earlier, 7 more people failed to withstand the training's immense pressure. Hence, they were forced to quit school. Among these were 4 Roman citizens. They had chosen to terminate the contract with the gladiator school and return to where they came from. And the other 3 quitters were slaves. These ended up being taken to the mines the next day. What surprised Gabby the most was Vero. He did not expect that the man could complete the training and survive. The latter had completed the first day of training before sunrise and devoted himself to a new regime the very next day without eating or resting. Having not much hope in him, Gabby had thought that he would not be able to continue with the intensive training. To his surprise, however, Vero miraculously completed the next round. Although Zhang Heng smuggled some water and bread for him during the training, the only decisive factor that made him press on was sheer willpower. And Gabby was impressed by him. Fighting skills were important for a gladiator, but willpower was indispensable for them as well. When it came to resolve, however, Bach had the strongest when compared to other gladiator candidates. He had endured the highest volume of training, and apart from occasional expressions of anger, he never complained. Gabby did not grant Vero an easy way out just because he was impressed by him. After all, Vero was no highly talented newcomer like Bach, worthy of major investment. His willpower was the sole reason he could survive until now, and even if he failed to complete the training, the gladiator school would suffer no losses. After all, there would always be a shortage of manpower in the mines. For now, Vero seemed to be doing quite well. Having fully completed the first and second day of intensive training, he managed to earn 3 hours for himself, primarily for sleeping and eating, allowing his body to replenish. On the third day, he completed his training slider faster than before. In return, he got to rest even longer. But his good luck ran out on the 5th day. He hurt his feet during the training. Gabby did not say a word about it, simply asking him to go carry on. So Vero dragged himself to the training ground with his injured foot and, as a result, almost failed to complete the day's training. To make matters worse, his ankle swelled up the next day thanks to the previous day's strenuous exercise, causing him to move sluggishly. Vero managed to complete the task before the next sunrise. However, despair hit him hard on that day because he knew how bad his current situation was. It was not something that could be made up with sheer willpower. Considering the state his physical strength and injuries were in, it was impossible for him to complete a new training round. But fortunately, Zhang Heng gave him something to help. The latter made a simple ankle brace out of bark and cloth. "Put it on," he said, tossing it to Vero. Back in the real world, Zhang Heng and Wei Jianyang liked to play basketball, but Wei Jianyang kept spraining his ankle. Thus, he would buy an ankle brace to speed up his ankle's recovery. Obviously, the company that made it would not be delivering any ankle braces to its Roman customers in the 2nd century, so Zhang Heng fashioned one out of whatever materials that were available around him. Luckily, he roughly remembered its structure. Under Zhang Heng's guidance, Vero put on an ankle brace, had some bread and water, and finally managed to survive the most precarious day. Eventually, his bad luck seemed to be coming to an end. Although his injuries looked terrible, at least he did not hurt his bones. Thanks to the brace, he started to get better and finally recovered from his injury. Gradually, Vero caught up with the others, thus gaining more time to eat and rest. On the 49th day, Gabby canceled all the training sessions and gathered everyone together. He looked at every single gladiator candidate in front of him. The number of gladiator candidates had been reduced from 43 to 30. Due to various reasons, 13 of them had been withdrawn voluntarily or involuntarily. Among them, the number of free men had dropped drastically. After all, Gabby suddenly doubled the amount of training without warning, reaching a stage where it was unbearable for most ordinary people. Since there was more than one gladiator school in Rome, it was unnecessary for them to cling to this particular school if they were still determined to become a gladiator. So by the 49th day, there were only 2 free men left, with the other 28 all slaves. This result was in line with Gabby's expectations. The next thing that they needed to do was the final highlight. It was a gladiator assessment. Nearly 1/3 of the gladiator candidates had been eliminated so far, and not all 30 of the remaining candidates would pass the assessment and become gladiators. Certain schools in the city would take into account the cost of training and purchasing slaves. Hence, they would loosen the assessment standards. Gabby knew that he was responsible for the spectators' satisfaction, so he never had the intention to relax the requirements of the assessment in the 2 decades he was head of the school. Only a good gladiator could give the audience the most exciting of performances. It was precisely because of his strict adherence to this principle that the number of spectators who chose to enter Victor Arena had remained high. Due to Mark Roos's request, this assessment had another purpose. "Congratulations, you have completed the first part of the training," said Gabby. "But don't be too happy just yet. Only by passing the final assessment can you become a true gladiator. And for those who fail the assessment, you should know the fate that awaits you without me elaborating." Gabby paused and looked at everyone's expressions before continuing. "Relax. The assessment is fairly simple. It is not as tedious as your previous training. Gladiators are born to fight. So there is only one criterion for evaluating how good a gladiator is, and that is whether you can win battles." Not only was everyone unafraid, but they were even eager to try it out. They had been training so hard for so long. Finally, it was time for the results of that training to show. "Very well. Keep this excitement with you. I believe you have also inquired about the assessment before. After you draw your lot, you will fight with your assigned opponent, and the winner will pass the assessment. I will judge the loser based on performance. However, this time, we decided to change the way we carry out the assessment. It was a twist for all the gladiator candidates." Suddenly, The training grounds fell eerily silent, and the joy of freeing themselves from the hellish training wiped off from everyone's faces. On the contrary, everyone could feel that something terrible was about to happen to them. Gabby continued calmly. In order for you to understand better what a gladiatorial performance is, and the gap between you and an official gladiator, your opponent will be selected from the school's official gladiator list. The battle arrangement will be decided by lots drawing. Now, who will be the first one to draw the lots? Chapter 757. Battle Arrangement. They were supposed to fight with their peers. Many of them were left in fear when Gabby told them that they had to fight with the school's official gladiators. Undeniably, it was terrible news. Some, however, were not bothered by this change of rule. Among these was Bach. He walked towards the spot where they were supposed to draw the lots, grabbed a wooden sign casually, and handed it to the trainer on the side. The latter looked at the name on the wooden sign. Bach, play against Posthumus, he said. After that, he wrote Bach's name on the other side of the wooden sign to mark the game arrangement for this round of the fight. Bach grinned. Tell that guy, wash up and wait for me. After speaking, he walked away from the lot drawing table. When he stepped down from the stage, he did not forget to glance at Zhang Heng again. Gabby noticed that Bach kept on looking at Zhang Heng the whole time. He knew that Bach had fought Zhang Heng earlier and won the battle. What he did not know, however, were the specific details of the battle. He could not figure out why Zhang Heng irked Bach so much. For a while, Gabby was even a little suspicious of Bach's sexual orientation. Bach then drew the lot, marking the beginning of the assessment for everyone. The hellish training had allowed Gabby the pleasure of everyone's respect. Since he set the assessment, everyone could only bite the bullet and abide by the new rules. Not all were as talented as Bach. It seemed like he was not worried about the fight with the official gladiators. Without a doubt, the winner would pass the assessment. On the other hand, the losers might pass in the evaluation if they performed well during the battle. As long as they tried their best to fight their opponents, there was still hope for them. Of course, this had a lot to do with their opponents as well. The best scenario would be fighting with someone who had just become an official gladiator. That would mean the gap of skill between both sides would not be that wide. Their win rate would also increase if they fought with the gladiators that always lost. Of course, the worst scenario was to run into venerable veteran gladiators who had rich combat experience. Usually, those battles would be over in a short time. The moment they found their opponent's flaws, there was no chance for the opponent to fight back. In other words, the gladiator candidate would be unable to showcase the result of their intensive training, and the probability of them passing the assessment would be very low. Zhang Heng waited until half of the gladiator candidates drew their lots before going up the stage. To the others, Zhang Heng was simply unlucky that he had to go against a veteran gladiator named Gubra. 37 years old this year, he was considered to be the oldest among the other gladiators. If he was still allowed to fight in the arena, that meant he had to be very good at what he did. At his age, his physical fitness had drastically decreased. Basically, he was relying on his combat experience to fight his opponents. Looking at Gubra's record, he was a consistent fighter. Even though he could not defeat those grandmasters, he could rely on his combat experience to drag the battle and make it more exciting for the spectators. This kind of gladiator was usually known as the legendary newcomer killer. The biggest shortcoming of the newcomers was experience, or rather, the lack of. Whether it was control of the battle rhythm or the ability to react to critical moments, their trainers taught none of these. These were things they had to accumulate through battles. Gubra happened to be a gladiator with a lot of experience. Unfortunately, he was about to meet a monster newcomer that would cause him to lose a battle. Let alone other aspects, even Gubra with a lot of combat experience would be unable to defeat Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng did not care much about the result of his draw. It made no difference to him who his opponent was. After looking at the name on it, he handed the wooden sign to the trainer and stepped down from the stage. Vera was more nervous than Zhang Heng. His combat level was considered below average, meaning his chances of defeating his peers were extremely low. He was now asked to fight a real gladiator from the arena, causing him to be extremely anxious. After all, he had worked so hard and survive the hellish training. All his effort would be wasted if he failed in his assessment. Vero took a deep breath and waited until most of the people knew who their opponents would be. He then walked to the lot drawing table and drew a wooden card with his trembling right hand. When he saw the name on the wooden card, and his face started to turn pale, and he was in complete shock. His right hand trembled even more severely now. And that was not it. What he did next was throw away the wooden card, ran to the side, and vomited his undigested breakfast from his stomach. The trainer picked up the wooden card on the ground and looked at Vero with a hint of sympathy. According to the rules, he had to announce his draw's result. Vero's opponent is Habitus. Everyone was left bewildered when they heard the name, and their eyes involuntarily landed on Gabby. This had gone overboard. Let alone arranging for them to fight formal gladiators, making the gladiator school's trump card fight with a candidate was an act of a bully. It was no wonder Vero started vomiting. Earlier, Habitus managed to defeat Bach and humiliated him by making him fall to the ground. If he had fought with other gladiator candidates, they would have ended up a lot worse. "Don't look at me," Gabby said causally. Habitus volunteered to join the battle. That was only the half-truth. Habitus did mention to Gabby that he wanted to join the assessment and became the judge. And he pointed out that he only wanted to fight with Bach. Habitus realized that the school had placed too much emphasis on Bach as their current trump card. Hence, Habitus felt that his status was challenged. So, he wanted to teach Bach a lesson, showing Gabby who was more worthy of the school's investment. Gabby, however, told Habitus that the final assessment would be based on a lot drawing system. It had been done to ensure fairness and that there would be no predetermined opponents for the candidates. Gabby did not believe that Bach was ready to re-challenge Habitus after completing 49 days of training. Habitus thought this matter was over. He did not expect that Gabby would mess with him by including his name in the lot drawing box. Just when he was about to find a place to have a good drink, Gabby had sent someone to break the news to him about him having to fight someone during the assessment tomorrow. Also, his opponent was a rookie named Vero. Habitus was furious when he heard the news. Meanwhile, the last gladiator candidate had drawn the final lot, marking the end of the lot drawing session. Everyone's mood was different when they saw the opponents they had to face during their assessment. Gabby then clapped his hands again to attract everyone's attention. "The assessment will begin tomorrow morning, and the master will come over to witness your training result. I hope you can perform well. And you can ask your trainers about your opponent's information. Everyone needs to be ready to face the battle tomorrow. Do not let the master down." Chapter 758. Do you want to listen to the truth? Gabby had much to deal with, hurriedly leaving the training ground after arranging for tomorrow's match. The rest of the gladiator candidates were gathered in front of their trainers, inquiring about their opponents. After they knew about their opponents' fighting styles, they quickly turned around, looking for people with similar combat styles to spar with them, thus simulating their upcoming battle. Vero was the only one sitting on the ground alone, motionless. From the back, he looked really lonely. This time most people could understand his frustration. He was truly unlucky to get Habitus as his opponent. There was a massive gap in strength and skills between the two of them, which also meant that Vero was destined to be defeated by Habitus tomorrow. That could only mean that he would fail his assessment. Zhang Heng also asked his trainer about Gubra, including his chances of winning and losing and his fighting style. The trainer had a good impression of Zhang Heng, even reminding him that he had to pay extra attention when fighting a cunning veteran like Gubra. Upon expressing his gratitude, Zhang Heng walked to Vero's side. Without even looking, Vero knew who was approaching him. "Don't worry," he said. "I haven't given up on myself yet. You asked me what made me make up my mind to become a gladiator, right? Are you willing to tell me now?" Zhang Heng sat down beside Vero. "I saw him that afternoon, the same afternoon I went to help in the arena." Vero clenched his fists. "Who? My best friend? Or, rather, ex-best friend?" Vero laughed sarcastically. "I trusted him fully. Gave him all my money so he could help me invest in the textile business in Egypt. Not too long after that, he told me that he had been robbed. The authorities told me that he was dead and all the money was gone. They did send the body back to Rome, though. There were no problems with his height and body shape, but his face was disfigured. He's back? Yes, and he is with my wife now. They sat in the stands, enjoying the gladiatorial show. I don't think they saw me. After all, even I didn't pay attention to the slaves in the arena when I watched the shows back then. Vero's ex-best friend's arrogant behavior surprised Zhang Heng. Initially, Zhang Heng thought the man would leave Rome, moving to a new place forever with the wealth he had robbed from Vero. By doing that, there was no way to prove that this whole thing was a hoax. Nobody expected him to have the audacity to settle down in Rome with Vero's wife. Can you sue him and get your wealth back? Asked Zhang Heng. Vero shook his head. Julia Basilica only accepts lawsuits from Roman citizens, and slaves are not allowed to sue anyone. Besides, I don't have any money to hire a lawyer. And I know he would find all kinds of reasons to defend himself. For example, he could claim that he did encounter a robber but managed to run away. And others had mistakenly identified the dead body as him. After all, I was the one that signed the contract voluntarily at the beginning. No matter what the reason was, I did breach the contract. Vero was now a lot calmer than when Zhang Heng first met him, which was why people said hardship was the best way to mold a person. However, the problem Vero had experienced so far was too outrageous. After experiencing his wife and his best friend's betrayal, then losing his freedom, he finally snapped out from his miserable phase. He then went through a hellish training period that was almost impossible for him to survive, only to find out that he would fight with Habitus in his final assessment. Vero hesitated and asked, "What are the odds that I will win against Habitus? Do you want to hear the truth?" "Of course. Not even 10%. Zhang Heng told him the truth. He a gladiator at his golden age. His physical fitness, combat skills, and combat experience are a lot more advanced than you. This gap cannot be made up by sheer willpower. Even after the hellish training, Bach has a very slim chance of winning against him." "What about you?" Vero asked. Zhang Heng smiled, and he did not answer his question. Instead, he turned around and said, "Your goal is not to beat him. You need to focus on passing tomorrow's assessment. As you said, his physical fitness, fighting skills, and combat experience are all above me. It will be a one-sided battle tomorrow. How can I pass the test?" Vero smiled bitterly. "I don't even know how long I can last in that battle. 10 rounds perhaps?" "I think you overestimated yourself, my friend," replied Zhang Heng euphemistically. "Defending or running away allows you to drag the battle, but that's pointless." Spectators were known to not treat gladiator deserters very well. Once the weaker gladiator was defeated before the audience got to watch the exciting performance, they would urge the organizer to execute the loser. To please the audience, the organizer would not hesitate to do it in front of them. Thus, even a cunning gladiator veteran like Gubra would have to fight hard when he encountered an opponent who was way stronger than him. The key to passing the assessment is not the number of rounds, but whether or not you can cause Habitus a little trouble. Causing Habitus trouble? What kind of trouble? Will my blood be spilled on his sword? It has to be something bigger than that, said Zhang Heng. If you are fighting someone else, I don't think I can help you. Since we have seen Habitus fight with Bach, I think I can give you some suggestions. Really? Vero asked in surprise. He looked at Zhang Heng again, as if looking at the incarnation of Jupiter. Zhang Heng had rescued him more than once. He bought him 3 days to prove himself to Gabi, made his protective gear, and now, he was even telling him how there might be a way to take advantage of Habitus. Don't be too happy. I'm not too sure about it as well. After all, it has to depend on your on-the-spot performance and Habitus attitude towards you. Zhang Heng continued after a pause. Logically speaking, he should not participate in this sort of entry-level gladiator assessment. We don't know why he is on the list now, but my guess is that he has some conflict with Gabi. After all, Bach's growth will threaten his current position. Gabi is probably taking this opportunity to bring him down. Therefore, Habitus is not in a good mood. Other than that, he is a very proud individual as well. Here is your chance. I can play his role and do some sparring with you. We have the whole day to ourselves. If you can do what I say, you can probably cause him some trouble. Even if everything goes well, you only have about 40% chance to execute the plan. Enough. 40% is better than 10%. Vero gritted his teeth. From the moment I was sold here, I have only one way to get out of this place. I have to do whatever it takes to regain my freedom. Very well. Let me tell you what to do. Chapter 759. Your turn after 49 days. Mark Roos appeared at the balcony on the second floor again. This time, the two female slaves that came with him had been replaced by a Persian and a Parthian. They were doing their best to serve him as he sat in a chair. Mark Roos, however, didn't seem too happy because the arena's attendance rate had dropped again in the past 2 months. He had to increase the number of battles Habitus had to execute every month, and even that only managed to bring back some audience to the arena. Simultaneously, the greedy Habitus had also taken the opportunity to ask for a larger share and his commitment to growing him as the school's trump card. On the other hand, Mark Roos had also got some political news from the front line. It seemed like the new emperor, Commodus, was unwilling to take over the mess left by his father, Aurelius, and he was preparing to negotiate with the Germanic. This was not good news to Mark Roos because prisoners of war played an essential part in his gladiators' pool. Most of the highly talented gladiators were prisoners of war, not to mention that he had been busy looking for Sethnetz's successor. Mark Roos could only pin all his hopes on Bach. According to the tradition, a great gladiator show would be held each time a new emperor was crowned. In order to win the hearts of the people, this show was admission-free and would be held in the Flavian Amphitheater, the largest arena in the entire Roman Empire. The arena funded by the royal family took 80,000 slaves and 8 years to build and could accommodate up to 90,000 spectators. Considering its age, it had to be said that this was one of history's greatest architectural wonders. An arena without gladiators would be pointless, seeing how they were the highlight of the show. Although the royal family also owned a gladiator school, it was not large enough to support a grand performance like this. It required the cooperation of several gladiator schools from the private sector to supply them with their gladiators. Of course, that didn't come free of charge. After all, growing and training gladiators were known to be costly. However, since this performance's nature was to win the hearts of the people, there would be no income, and the organizers had to bear the cost. And asking money from the nobles and emperor was no easier than asking for money from the commoners. Mark Roos would lose a lot of money if he asked for too little money from the organizer, but he was afraid it would offend the powerful or the emperor if he asked too much. If that were to happen, he would not be able to stay in Rome anymore. Usually, Mark Roos would choose to overlook the slight loss. By doing that, not only did he get to show his goodwill to the emperor, but he would not lose too much money too. Still, this was something genuinely annoying to him. Marco Cruz came to inspect his goods with all those troubles and dissatisfaction for the new emperor. He had spent a lot of money on this batch of slaves and had to know if the money he spent on them was worth it. The order of the battle was decided by the lots drawn yesterday. After Gabby paid a respectful salute to Mark Roos, he began to organize the assessment. The rules of the battles were the same as the gladiator performances, except that they would be using wooden weapons this time. In a one-on-one battle, each gladiator could only use one weapon. A sneak attack from the back was an act that the audience would despise. The other side could not attack his opponents if he admitted defeat. Besides, a trainer would be there to act as a referee during the battle. After confirming that everyone understood the rules, Gabby started the roll call. The first gladiator candidate that stepped on the stage was Griff. A Roman citizen, it seemed he was in luck. His opponent was a young man who had just become a gladiator for half a year. He was a little younger than the gladiator candidate, and his combat experience was not as rich. Nonetheless, the young gladiator won after a rather lengthy battle. The gladiator candidate didn't fight back, but he managed to catch Griff's weakness, eventually defeating him. Gabby then commented, "You should concentrate more on the battle. You did fine during the first half, but later, you seemed distracted. And your attacks were not decisive enough. It is good to be cautious of your opponent, but sometimes, the situation requires you to make quick decisions. Even a wrong decision is better than hesitation." Griff looked a little frustrated when he heard the comment. He knew that Gabby was telling the truth. The fact that he was a newcomer, And this was the final assessment that determined his fate. It was inevitable that he would overthink everything. Sometimes he would hesitate to attack when he saw his opponent's flaws, worried that it could be a trap. Hence, he missed a lot of good opportunities. After Gabby watched Griff for a long while, trying his best to fight his opponent, he announced, "You passed the assessment." Griff's expression instantly turned from worry to joy, and Gabby did not say anything after that. He let him stay in the room on the west side. After Griff was a slave named Galata's turn. His opponent was a well-known gladiator with 3 years of combat experience. If Griff was cautious of his enemy, Galata acted like he was going to face an invincible nemesis. As soon as his opponent made a move, Galata quickly took a few steps back. And Gabby was displeased by his response. Fortunately, Galata soon realized that his action was going to cause him to lose some points. In order to make up for his big mistake, he ditched his defensive posture and started to attack his opponent. However, his opponent keenly noticed the flaws in his attack and evaded Galata's attack easily, managing to place his training sword on the latter's neck in the next second. The battle did not last very long, and he won easily. Immediately, Galata's face turned pale. He looked at Gabby with an imploring gaze, but the latter remained unmoved. Gabby then announced in a merciless voice, "You've made bad decisions during the battle. You attacked your opponent without any plan, and your ability to respond to attacks is worse than a pig. You fail the assessment. Go to the house in the east. For the sake of the hard work that I put in my training, please give me another chance. I wasn't well prepared this time. The next time, I will not make this kind of mistake again," pleaded Galata. He knew all too well what going to the house in the east meant. Since he failed the assessment and wasn't a Roman citizen like Griff, the only fate that awaited him would be getting sent to the mines. "But death will never give you a second chance, my child," Gabby continued coldly. After that, he blinked, and 2 trainers pulled Galata away, who had almost collapsed on the ground. On the second floor, Mark Roos had not said a word, eating a fig peeled by a female slave next to him. Having not much interest in the previous battles, the only thing that he really cared about was Bach. Today was the deadline he gave Gabby. He wanted to see how much improvement Bach had made after the hellish training given by Gabby. After all, he was the appointed successor of Sethnetz. However, Bach's battle was arranged almost at the end of the assessment. Hence, Mark Roos could only wait patiently. Once Galata was dragged away, Gabby spoke again. "Zhang Heng, Gubra, it's your turn." Chapter 760. Victor Arena's evergreen Zhang Heng walked out of the crowd and took the wooden weapon handed to him by the trainer. Immediately, everyone focused their sights on him. Although they had gone through 49 days of hellish, high-intensity training, everyone had improved a lot compared to when they first came to the gladiator school. However, judging from the results of the first 2 rounds of battle, the newcomers were still not as promising as the official gladiators. If Griff suffered from a terrible defeat, then Galata's defeat could only be categorized as purely miserable. At present, the rookie score was 0-2, with the official gladiator on the winning side. After witnessing Galata's fight, the atmosphere on the rookie side had become a whole lot more tense. As for the upcoming battle, Zhang Heng was still on the unpopular end. Apart from the fight with Bach, he had left hardly any special impression on the others, his performance during the training merely satisfactory. Among the newcomers, he was considered average and not very eye-catching. On the other hand, his opponent Gubra was a veteran gladiator. With his age came heaps of combat experience. He became a gladiator when he was 28 years old. After that, he worked as a gladiator for 9 years. Considering that a gladiator's average age was only 25 years old, Gubra's career could be regarded as a miracle. His situation was similar to Vero's, where he became a gladiator to pay off his debts. In his 3rd year of being a gladiator, he managed to pay off his debts. After that, he went on retirement for half a year. Due to personal reasons, he returned to the arena half a year after his retirement, and he had been a gladiator since then. In the past 9 years, he had witnessed the rise and fall of countless heroes, even getting to witness the legend of Sethnetz. He did not have too many glorious battle records, But with his conscientious working attitude and the time he spent working as a gladiator, he managed to attract a group of regulars that would come and watch him fight no matter what. And he was also known as the evergreen tree of the victor arena. There was also speculation among the audience if Gubra would die fighting or retire. Always one of the hot topics in the victor arena, some people had even started to bet on it. Gubra and Zhang Heng then came to the stage together, where Gubra gave Zhang Heng a smile. In turn, Zhang Heng smiled back politely. Gubra was a little surprised by how Zhang Heng reacted. He was there to watch the performance of the two newcomers earlier. Once a rookie himself, he knew the importance of the final assessment to them, and it was inevitable that they would feel nervous. However, when he looked into Zhang Heng's eyes, he saw no nervousness in them. In fact, he could not see through him at all. The latter's eyes were as calm as the starry sky at night. Gubra did not have time to overthink it because the trainer had signaled them to start the battle. Zhang Heng did not make the same mistake that Galata made. He did not take the initiative to retreat before the battle began, and he did not put on a defensive position like Griff did either. Instead, he took the initiative to approach Gubra at the beginning of the fight. He did not attack him immediately, though, changing into a defensive posture right when he was about to enter Gubra's attack range. Gabby nodded unconsciously when he saw this. This was the best move a clear-headed gladiator candidate would make during a battle. Although the gladiatorial performance required both gladiators to fight against each other, it was still a form of entertainment. A good gladiator would not merely focus on pursuing victory, but he also needed to consider the spectator's preference. Sometimes, they could even use this to open a way to their victory. On the surface, Zhang Heng and Griff had the same combat strategy. They both defended first and fought steadily after that. However, the two steps that he took earlier were enough to build the audience's excitement. The former looked like he was going to drag the fight, but the latter passed on this trouble to his opponent. As the oldest gladiator in the victor arena, Gubra certainly realized that he had to attack now no matter what. So, he decided not to wait any longer. Initially, he had planned to stay and figure out Zhang Heng's strength before attacking. Compared with the newcomers, this group of official gladiators who were tasked to evaluate their opponents had a downside as well. They knew almost nothing about their opponents. There was nothing strange about this. After all, they were newcomers with no combat record, save for Bach, regarded as the school's future trump card. Since none of them were famous, the official gladiators had no way to check out their backgrounds. Zhang Heng's fighting style, his strengths, his weaknesses, these were all unknowns to Gubra until the moment he attacked Zhang Heng. Hence, he became very cautious when two of them were asked to fight. Most of his attacks were mainly aimed at probing Zhang Heng. As the opponent, Zhang Heng also responded with the standard moves taught by his trainer. Although there was nothing too impressive about them, at least he did not make any mistakes. After that, Gubra began to increase his aggressiveness as his plan gradually failed, attempting to pressure Zhang Heng into revealing his weaknesses. This was also the method used by veteran gladiators to deal with the newcomers. Many newcomers could deal with their opponent better if their opponent took their time to attack them. However, if their opponents started to attack them aggressively, they would have a shorter time to think, and it would cause them to panic. At such a time, the veteran gladiator could rely on his survival instinct to take over the body. This was something the newcomers could not do. Besides, Zhang Heng was a gladiator that used two swords, and he was not good at defense. As for Gubra, he was a murmillo, and the only weapon that he had was a short sword. Other than that, he was given a shield the height of half a man to defend himself. And with Gubra's rich combat experience, a short sword was enough for him to defeat the young man before him. Sure enough, when he started to put pressure on him, Zhang Heng also gave up on his defensive position and started to attack him. Their battle was not that exciting so far. Mark Roos was so bored that he did not even bother to eat the figs on the second floor. Gabby, on the other hand, was paying full attention to the battle. An amateur would see this as an ordinary fight, but only an expert would know this battle's quintessence. Gabby saw that Zhang Heng had not made any mistakes so far. In fact, he seemed to have managed a calm and clear mind when faced with different scenarios. This was an extremely rare advantage. Such an ability was not something newcomers usually achieved. Griff and Galata were the best examples. Compared with the two, Zhang Heng's opponent was Gubra, the arena's living fossil with ages' worth of combat experience. However, Zhang Heng did not allow himself to be affected by Gubra's fighting rhythm. Suddenly, Gabby started to have a slight interest in this Eastern man that he had not paid much attention to. And he also remembered the scene when the two met for the first time. He wanted to scare Zhang Heng with a whip, but Zhang Heng seemed to know that the whip wasn't long enough to reach him. So, he did not even blink. A gladiator with outstanding psychological quality? Gabby felt it was expected that he did not pay too much attention to him earlier. Maybe Gabby finally had something to look forward to? Chapter 761. Can't you do something new? Unconsciously, Gabby's impression of Zhang Heng had turned up a notch. So far, Zhang Heng's current performance was enough to pass the final assessment. However, Gabby did not stop his battle with Gubra. Except for the battle that would become a stalemate, the final assessment generally allowed the participants to finish the battle. Besides, Gabby also wanted to see what Zhang Heng could do to elevate the battle further. So, he just stood at the side, said nothing, and continued to observe Zhang Heng. This was not the first time Gubra surprised Zhang Heng. Under pressure, Zhang Heng gave up defending, but it did not surprise him. However, his boldness and decisive attacks were not something Gubra expected. Zhang Heng's attack moves were not that special, and his strength and speed were ordinary, but Gubra was still at a disadvantage in this battle. And the reason was simple. That was because Zhang Heng had two swords, but Gubra only had one. Although the Daimacaris had a relatively high mortality rate among gladiators, it was not without its advantages. Zhang Heng abandoning his defensive abilities allowed him to double up his offensive ability. Once Zhang Heng started to attack, Gubra would have to focus on his defense. In other words, it would slow down his offensive moves. Gubra was not worried about it because the Murmillo's strength was not offensive but defensive. As long as the tower shield was in front of him, all the attacks would miss him. Other than that, he still had a giant helm on him. The defensive abilities of a Murmillo were comparable to a well-constructed wall. However, that did not mean that the Murmillo was invincible in the arena. There were only a few types of gladiators in the arena, and each of them had been studied thoroughly. Zhang Heng was now adopting a standard method to deal with Murmillo. The tower shield that the latter carried could provide him with many defensive capabilities, but it would also reduce the Murmillo's agility. During the battle, Zhang Heng kept circling Gubra. The two swapped roles, and the person who was testing the opponent's offensive abilities were Zhang Heng. On the other hand, Gubra was staring at his opponent through the gap in the helmet. When Zhang Heng moved, he would turn to ensure that the shield could protect him. So far, although Gubra had not been able to gain any advantage, he was still very confident that he could win this battle. After all, he had experienced many fierce battles and was good at handling this kind of situation. But then again, Zhang Heng's calmness went way beyond his expectations. Still, Gubra firmly believed that he would be the final winner in this battle. Many people despised Gubra because of his age, thinking that Gubra's physical fitness had deteriorated. And they were not wrong. Technically speaking, only his strength, speed, and agility had gotten worse. However, his endurance had gotten stronger over the years. Besides, he also figured out a way to fully utilize his stamina. If Zhang Heng thought that he could exhaust him just because he was young, it would mean that he had fallen into his trap. However, Zhang Heng, on the other end, did not seem to realize this problem. He was still trying to circle Gubra, trying to attack him from all angles and directions. All the attacks, however, were blocked by Gubra's tower shield. In order to avoid being too passive, Gubra would strike at Zhang Heng a couple of times with his short sword. And Gubra was very cunning. Zhang Heng was deliberately exposing his weakness to trick him into putting down his guard. However, Gubra did not fall for it. He would take a step back every time after he delivered a blow to Zhang Heng. And he managed to slice Zhang Heng's arm when he tried to attack. The trainer who served as the referee judged that even if they were using real swords, the wounds shouldn't be too deep. Hence, the battle raged on. This successful strike had also managed to convince Gubra that there was nothing wrong with his strategy. He looked at Zhang Heng and thought, "Boy, you're still too young to fight me." Sure enough, everyone thought that the battle would be over soon. However, Zhang Heng's face still showed no expression. He figured it was almost time for him to put an end to the act. Next, employing every skill he had, he would need to create a memorable ending to this battle. Zhang Heng's plan, after all, was to pass the assessment in a low-key manner. After putting a stop to his previous pretentiousness, it was time to show off his real skills in the final showdown. Gabby's current impression of Zhang Heng had changed from a non-talented, mediocre candidate to a cool-headed young gladiator with a promising future. He thought that it might be worth it for the school to invest in him. That was more than enough for Zhang Heng. It was an impression he hoped to leave on others. He did not want to be a star gladiator like Bach was, but wanted to find a reasonable explanation on how he defeated his opponent in the arena in the future. This was not a balance that one could easily achieve. However, it seemed like Zhang Heng had no problem in executing it. When all the gladiator candidates were thinking hard about how to pass the assessment, Zhang Heng was thinking about how to defeat his opponent as inconspicuously and reasonably as possible. So far, he had done pretty well. Even Gabby, the well-informed man in charge of the gladiator school, could be deceived by him. He did not suspect that Zhang Heng deliberately concealed his strength, and he probably would not think that someone would be bold enough to hide their powers in the final assessment. However, Zhang Heng did not manage to deceive some of them. Bach, as an example, who had fought against Zhang Heng, had kept his eyes wide open during the battle, afraid that he would miss some of the essential details. Seeing Zhang Heng pretending to attack slowly, Bach could not help but criticize in his heart. "Where are the furious attacks you used on me that night?" And when he saw Zhang Heng getting hurt on the arm accidentally by Gubra, Bach almost screamed out loud. "How the hell did he manage to hurt you?" he thought. "I didn't even get to lay my finger on you that night." Among many gladiators, Gubra was considered a skillful gladiator, just not as capable as Zhang Heng. When Bach put himself in Zhang Heng's shoes, he knew Gubra would admit defeat soon, or he would be split in two by Zhang Heng. During that night, when Bach fought with Zhang Heng, he knew that he would never be able to defeat Zhang Heng. The pressure was on him from the beginning till the end of the battle. Now, he had to pretend that he was not much stronger than Gubra. No matter how one looked at it, something was not right. That was why Bach paid full attention to the battle, already replaying the battle between him and Zhang Heng in his mind countless times. Still, he could not figure out whether Zhang Heng had deliberately lost to him or that he lost the battle for real. And today's contest might be able to answer this question that puzzled him for many days. Other than Bach, another person in the corner was paying close attention to the battle. It was the old Persian trainer Zhang Heng met when he came to the school on the first day. He was not responsible for training the new people, and strictly speaking, this was only the second time he met Zhang Heng. The old trainer seemed to be very interested in Zhang Heng. Since he was standing far away from the stage, Zhang Heng did not notice him. Besides, the drama was about to come to an end. Zhang Heng had begun wrapping things up. After his left arm was injured, he changed his fighting style and became way more aggressive. Gubra was overjoyed when he saw Zhang Heng charging at him. Did the fish finally take the bait? Gabby made the same judgment as well. He thought Zhang Heng had begun to lose his patience. Bach was the only one roaring in his heart. It's time. He is going to attack him now. Then he saw that Zhang Heng gave up on attacking Gubra's other vital areas. Instead, he focused on Gubra's eyes. Gubra was taken aback at first. After all, he was a Murmillo with a giant protective helmet on him, never thinking the wooden sword in Zhang Heng's hand could hurt him. But he soon realized that something was not right. Zhang Heng would not use his sword to penetrate the helmet's tiny gap to hurt his eyes. Instead, he was actually trying to block his vision. Although the almost fully enclosed helmet could effectively protect his head, it would also cause him to have blind spots. This was one of the reasons why Gubra had to follow Zhang Heng's movements. Once his vision was blocked, Gubra could only judge Zhang Heng's position based on his voice and position himself 1 second earlier. But until now, Gubra could still maintain his calmness because someone had used a similar tactic on him before. As long as he could defend himself well, Zhang Heng would not be able to hurt him. In fact, Gubra also managed to figure out Zhang Heng's intention. He knew that Zhang Heng was aiming at his left waist. Caught you. A glint flashed in Gubra's eyes, and this time he did not put on his defense anymore. Instead, he took the initiative to make himself vulnerable to attack. The training sword in his right hand was ready to strike at Zhang Heng. Before Zhang Heng could attack his left waist, he went and stabbed Zhang Heng's neck first. This battle was not going to end up a tie. Based on Gubra's calculations, he knew that his sword would reach Zhang Heng's neck first. And he was right about that. However, what he did not expect was that the goddess of luck favored Zhang Heng at this moment. When Zhang Heng saw that his plan was about to fail, his other hand made the final struggle and gave up blocking his vision, but instead, he used his wooden sword to stab his helmet. And it went right into the observation hole in front of his helmet. From far, Bach was about to curse Zhang Heng. Another coincidence? Sure. Why not? It's just another coincidence. Can't you do something new? Chapter 762. An excited Bach. The helmet of the Murmillo was designed to protect the head of the gladiator. Weighing about 4 kilograms, it was airtight, just like an iron can. There was a hole in front of the helmet that allowed the gladiator to look at his surroundings. Usually, it was hard for the opponent to stick his sword into the observation hole because it was tiny, not to mention that the gladiator would be moving around too. This required keen observation and precise power control to carry out such a feat. Looking at Zhang Heng's previous fight with Gubra, Zhang Heng had not possessed abilities like that just yet. In other words, it was simply a coincidence that Zhang Heng managed to strike his sword into the observation hole. The referee checked again and confirmed that Zhang Heng's training sword did pierce at Gubra's eye first, so he announced that the final winner of the battle was Zhang Heng. After a moment of silence, the rookies started to cheer for him. Although Griff, first to step onto the stage, had passed the assessment, he still lost to his opponent. Until Zhang Heng defeated his opponent, the rookies had their first official victory. And Gubra was not just a random gladiator. He was a well-known gladiator in the Victor Arena. Zhang Heng's victory had given a huge morale boost to all gladiator candidates. At the same time, Gubra took his helmet off. Although he shook his head regretfully, he was not very angry. At his age, he had seen all kinds of weird things in the arena. It was not a good feeling for a veteran gladiator to lose to a gladiator candidate, but fortunately, this was not a formal gladiatorial performance. And until now, he did not think that there was any problem with the strategy he adopted earlier. In the end, he was unlucky that he lost the battle. He did not think his defeat was unacceptable because the probability of him encountering such a defeat was 1 in hundreds of battles. After the battle ended, he congratulated Zhang Heng. Congratulations, the next time we fight again, we will fight in an arena. I am looking forward to that day. Zhang Heng replied, and then looked at Gabby, who nodded at him. You passed the assessment. You can now go to the room at the west and wait. Although Zhang Heng's luck played a big part in his victory, Gabby was quite satisfied with Zhang Heng's performance. He then added, Well fought. Keep up the good work. Zhang Heng returned the 2 training swords to the trainer on the side, stepped off the stage, and saw Bach and his Germanic brothers starting at him with their eyes wide open, and their breathing intensified. They were the rare ones who had the privilege of witnessing 2 coincidences happening in front of them. No matter how ignorant they were, they now knew what happened in Zhang Heng and Bach's previous match. One might call it a coincidence if it happened for the first time. However, if it happened again and again after that, it could no longer be considered a coincidence. There was a high chance Zhang Heng was withholding his strength and skills during the battle. Although the process and outcome of the 2 battles were different, the way Zhang Heng turned the tide around was similar. If this was not intentional, then what was? Seeing Zhang Heng walking into the hut on the west side, Bach secretly clenched his fists. He knew that there was still a big gap between him and Zhang Heng. Although he was confident that he could defeat Gubra, he could never manipulate the battle in such a dramatic way. Bach had lost in the battles before. For example, he lost to Habitus when he first entered the gladiator school, but he later realized that Gabby deliberately asked Habitus to beat him up when he was weak. The reason was that he wanted to put some fear in him. And Bach had to admit that Habitus was very strong, but he did not think Bach was much stronger than him. If it was a life-and-death fight without being restricted by the arena's problematic rules and referees, Bach did not think that Habitus would live. As for Zhang Heng, he was the first person to make Bach aware of how large the gap between him and Zhang Heng was. No matter the rules and location, Bach did not think he could defeat Zhang Heng with what he had now. With the way Zhang Heng moved in the battle, Bach smelled something familiar from it. It was like a beast meeting another beast in the jungle. Although Bach knew nothing about Zhang Heng's background, he could sense that Zhang Heng was just like him, a warrior that fought hard to survive on the battlefield. And the war that Zhang Heng had experienced was more cruel and intense. Bach, who experienced a cruel childhood, believed that only blood and fire could make a real man. According to his standards, Zhang Heng was undoubtedly a real man. Of course, Bach was not discouraged. The Germanic now felt that they were full of energy. Before that, he had no rivals among the newcomers in the gladiator school. He was the focus of the school. The moment he was demoted from a warrior to a prisoner and later forced to become a gladiator, he had lost all of his goals in his life. And now Zhang Heng's appearance had just filled the gap for him. So Bach felt that his blood was boiling. After Zhang Heng won the battle, accidentally, he did not stay at the assessment venue for too long. He followed the order and walked into the hut on the west side. This was originally a place to store weapons. Griff, who had just passed the assessment, was the only one in the hut. He was still drowning in the excitement. He was walking up and down in the house, and when he saw Zhang Heng came in, he greeted him enthusiastically. "Did you also pass the assessment?" Zhang Heng nodded, and he looked for a place to sit down. He and Griff were not that close with each other, so the two did not talk much. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, a third person finally walked into the hut. He, too, had an ear-to-ear smile on his face. After that, the fourth and fifth gladiator candidates entered the room. As more and more people completed the assessment, fewer and fewer people were left on the training ground. Those who were asked to enter the West Room were extremely lucky. On the contrary, the fate of the people in the East Room was not that great. After a while, Bach also entered the hut. No one was surprised that he passed the assessment. However, when his tall and burly figure appeared outside the hut, everyone could not help but be impressed him. The main reason was that he passed the assessment too fast. The person before him had just entered the hit not too long ago. And now Bach was standing outside the hit. In other words, he did not take too long to defeat his opponent. And the most impressive part was that his opponent was an official gladiator. And Gabby was very pleased with Bach's outstanding performance. Judging from Mark Roos's smile on the second floor, it could be seen that he was very satisfied with the training that Gabby tailored for him. When Bach defeated his opponent, he was the first to stand up and applaud him. However, Bach did not look at him and walked to the West Room before the referee announced the result. This move was undoubtedly very rude. Surprisingly, Mark Roos was no bothered by it. He even stopped Gabby from scolding Bach. He squinted his eyes and smiled. "It's okay. It doesn't matter. After all, he is our trump card, and it is only right that his attitude is different from others. Who do you think is more appropriate to fight with him in the opening match?" Gabby then reminded him. "Master, the assessment is not over yet." Mark Roos knew that he was a little too anxious. So he nodded and sat down again. "Then we will talk about it when the assessment is over." Chapter 763. Oathbox fight was arranged when the assessment was coming to an end. After him, only 3 people hadn't yet participated in the assessment, including Vero. Vero was supposed to fight Habitus earlier. Something unexpected happened during the assessment, and the main reason why he was still waiting for his turn was that Habitus was not here yet. Hence, Vero could only wait on the side. It was a rather embarrassing situation. Fortunately, Habitus came to the training ground in the end. After all, Mark Roos was here today. Even if Habitus was dissatisfied with Gabby's arrangement, he still had to show up for the sake of Mark Roos. Although he was late, he still decided to come to the training ground. Seeing that his opponent was a random gladiator he had never heard of before, he had no intention to change his clothes. He then picked up a training sword and said to Vero, "Come on, hurry up. I need to go to Thermi later. I hope you can make me sweat a little before taking a bath." Vero did not say a word after hearing what Habitus had to say. He just lowered his head and grabbed his trident and fishing net. After that, he walked onto the stage and recalled the instructions that Zhang Heng gave him yesterday and the special training. Now, it was all up to him, if he could pass the assessment or not. The hut on the west side where Zhang Heng was located had no windows. Hence, he could not see what was happening at the training ground. In fact, Zhang Heng would not go and watch Vero's battle even if there was a window in front of him. He had taught Vero everything that he knew. Now, Vero had to rely on his skills and luck. Unlike Zhang Heng, who had deliberately put on a show, Vero needed the goddess of luck by his side this time. There was too large a gap between the Vero and Habitus, and as Zhang Heng had said, even if Habitus underestimated him, Vero's chances of defeating him were slim to none. All Vero could do was make the fight difficult for Habitus. After that, it was up to Gabi to grade him. And the strategy that Zhang Heng taught Vero was very simple. He asked Vero to try his best to reenact the scene where Bach and Habitus fought no matter the method he used. He taught Vero 4 moves, all of which were to overcome the tricks Habitus used against Bach and possible outcomes that he would face after that. The day before the assessment, Zhang Heng explained Habitus's character in detail to Vero after an analysis of him. Usually, all the attacks he performed were very fancy, which was how he became famous. During the battle, he would make sure that his attacks would embarrass his opponents. There were pros and cons to everything, however. Habitus's combat methods might look fancy, but they were quite easy to counter. About 10 minutes had passed since Bach entered the house on the west side, and no one came in after that. Most of them thought that the 11 people left in this room were the only ones who passed the assessment. Since they were from the same gladiator candidates, they developed friendships with each other compared to the school's veteran gladiators. At this time, whether they were familiar with each other or not, they were trying to introduce themselves. Bach, especially, was surrounded by those who passed the assessment. Because of his outstanding strength, the gladiator candidates were treating him like their leader. In the future, whether they would be teammates or opponents, it was better to be a friend than an enemy. It seemed that they were right about being the only ones that passed the assessment. After a while, Gabi appeared outside the hut. The latter still had that stern look on him. "Everyone, don't let your master wait for you. If you are done with talking to each other, come out and take an oath. Only after taking the oath will you be treated as a true gladiator." After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked back to the training ground. Zhang Heng frowned. He thought Vero must have failed the assessment. When he came up with this plan for Vero, he knew that the possibility of him failing was higher than success. Technically speaking, this outcome should not be a surprise for the rest of them. And this could be seen from the faces of other people in the room. But Zhang Heng still felt it was a shame that Vero couldn't pass the assessment. After all, it was not easy for Vero to survive until now. One more step, and he would have been an official gladiator. If Bach hadn't come to this school, Vero would never run into Habitus. He would have at least stood a chance to prove himself when he faced other opponents. When Zhang Heng followed those who passed the assessment and walked out of the house, he saw Vero on the training ground. A school doctor was examining Vero to make sure that he had broken not his ribs. And Vero grinned when he saw Zhang Heng. At that time, Zhang Heng knew that the battle plan he had discussed with Vero must have worked wonderfully. And Gabi decided to keep Vero. "Okay, don't linger," Gabi said. "Let's hurry up." While he spoke, he thought of something and put on a smile for the first time. But it was gone the next second. At this time, the people who had just passed the test, Vero included, stood in a row at the training ground. There were a total of 50 gladiator candidates who took the assessment in the beginning, and now, only 12 of them were left. Only less than a quarter of them were still standing on the training ground. The elimination rate was cruel. All those who failed the assessment were either forced to discontinue the contract with the school or sent to work non-stop in the mines. All those that passed the assessment are here, my dear master. Gabby bowed at Mark Roos on the second floor. And Mark Roos was still keeping his eyes on Bach. He did not even try to hide the joy on his face. He then nodded and said, "Yes, you did well. I didn't make a mistake when I entrusted the gladiator school to you. Let the oath-swearing session begin." All of them had recited the oath last night, but some were destined not to get to use it today. Soon everyone started to swear their oaths at a different pace. "I swear, whether we are burned by fire, slashed by the sword, or spill out blood on the battlefield, we will fight till the end, all for the glory of Victor Arena and the dignity of the gladiator. We will fight like real warriors and dedicate our soul and body to our master, Mark Roos." The moment they finished the last sentence, the trainers around them picked up a hot red soldering iron and branded a Latin letter V for Victor Arena on their arms. The female slaves who were holding the amphora then walked towards Mark Roos. And Marco Roos, who had been sitting down, finally stood up at this moment, took the wine glass from the slave girl beside him, and raised it. "Welcome, welcome everyone to my gladiator school. As everyone knows, I am an exceptionally generous man. As long as you can bring victory for me and the arena, I will not hesitate to reward you with money or women. In order to celebrate all of you here passing the test, I have prepared wine for you. When you return to your room, there will be another gift waiting for you. Just have all the fun you want today, my warriors. And if you want more of that, remember to bring more victories to me. Finally, may the goddess of revenge, Nemesis, always look after you." After saying this, Mark Roos left the balcony with the help of the two female slaves beside him. Chapter 764. The hot bath that went viral in Rome. Gabby explained some rules that they had to pay attention to after Mark Roos left. After that, he hurriedly left and caught up with Mark Roos to discuss the opening game with him. Bach did a good job in the final assessment, allowing Gabby to complete the task given by Mark Roos. And he even received his compliments. Gabby, however, wasn't too happy. In fact, he was frowning. He was responsible for Bach's training, and he knew Bach's true strength quite well. And he felt that it was not a good idea to push Bach to perform in the arena now. Based on Gabby's original plan, Bach would have to receive at least half a year of special training before he could truly become the trump card of the Victor Arena. It was not wise to make him fight with other gladiators now. However, Mark Roos was not as patient as Gabby. After watching Bach fight with the official gladiator today, all he could think of was how to make full use of him, earning as much money as soon as possible. Gabby did not know how to convince Mark Roos to do the right thing. The people in charge were all gone, and only a crowd of gladiators who had just passed the assessment were left at the training ground. The atmosphere around them became very lively all of a sudden. Although they had still not gotten rid of their slave status after becoming an official gladiator, the treatment they received from the arena was way better than before. First of all, the hellish training that they had gone through was now gone. Although they still had to train constantly to improve their fighting skills, its intensity would not be as scary as before. Considering the care they received and the recovery method they had in this era, all those gladiators would have been abandoned by the school if they continued with the hellish training. Other than that, everyone's accommodation was now upgraded. Before that, few of them had to sleep in a small room. Presently, only 4 were required to sleep in the same room. That would mean the snoring wouldn't get as loud at night. And the other perk of being chosen as an official gladiator was that they got to enjoy free baths and massages. Among them, the gladiators with Roman citizen status were allowed to leave the school at any time. They could even stop participating in the school's training. As long as they participated in the battles assigned on time, they could do whatever they wanted. For example, Griff was told that his wife had just given birth to a son. He barely drank any alcohol and left the school in a hurry to go and check on his wife and his child. Other than unmarried men like Habitus, most of the gladiators with Roman citizen status would go home to sleep at night. As for the slaves, they did not receive such good treatment from the arena. However, they were told that if they performed more than a year in the Victor Arena, they could ask Gabby if they could step out for some fresh air from time to time. Besides, Gabby had also promised them that as long as they could obtain a certain number of wins, they could regain their status as free men. Nonetheless, even if they did regain their freedom, their social rank would still be lower than an ordinary Roman citizen. On the good side, their status would be higher than the foreigners that lived in Rome. This was undoubtedly the most exciting perk for them. As compared to other slaves, gladiators held more honor. Many girls and noble ladies were attracted to these famous gladiators. However, no one wished to stay as a slave all the time, allowing their fate to be determined by others and being sold around like goods. Zhang Heng and Vero returned to their new residence without drinking too much wine. They opened the door and immediately saw what Marcrus was talking about. They saw 4 female slaves sitting quietly in the room. They were naked, but didn't seem abashed. Instead, they perked up their bosoms as if sending a silent invitation to them. However, Zhang Heng and Vero did not react much when they saw it. After completing so many games, it was hard to attract Zhang Heng with physical bodies anymore. He was not going to say no to them, but it was hard for him to get any happiness from sleeping with someone who had no feelings for him. Vero was a married man. He used to have many slaves working for him. Hence, he was not unfamiliar with this kind of culture. Unfortunately, his mind was currently not on this sort of thing. So he turned to Zhang Heng and said, "I plan to make a batch in the school bathroom. We haven't cleaned ourselves for so many days. I feel like I smell bad. How about you? I'm with you." Zhang Heng nodded. Other than Caesar and the gladiators, ancient Rome was famous for its obsession with taking baths. Ever since the wealthy businessman, Gaius, invented the first hot water equipment set in the early 1st century, hot baths quickly went viral in the entire Roman Empire at an unimaginable speed, becoming a part of the Romans' daily life. Regardless of men, women, children, nobles, or slaves, none could resist the hot bath. However, even for the wealthy men that lived in domus, most of them would choose not to build an individual bathroom. Ancient Romans were more accustomed to bathing in public bathhouses. There were hundreds of large and small bathhouses in the entire city of Rome. Among them, the largest and most famous Trajan bathhouse could accommodate 3,000 people at the same time. And the admission fees for these bathhouses were usually very low. Take Trajan bathhouse as an example. Its admission fee was only 1 quadrans. 16 quadrans equaled 1 sestertius. One could not even buy half a bowl of thick vegetable soup with 1 quadrans. According to Vero, Trajan bathhouse was like a small city. Those who entered it for the first time might even get lost. However, Zhang Heng was not allowed to go there for the time being. They could only use the bathhouse in the gladiator school, one specially built for the gladiators, and wasn't open to the public. From far, they could see the plume of steam coming from the top of the bathhouse. It could never be compared with a public bathhouse in terms of size, but everything a bathhouse should have could be found in the gladiator school's bathhouse. For example, upon entering, they could see a big pool in front of them. It was cold water in the pool, and they could swim in it. When they walked past the cold water pool, they arrived at a small courtyard. This place was like a gym. 2 pairs of gladiators sparred with each other, and the rest of the people were watching the fight. Other than that, there was another man punching a bag of flour. He looked like the boxer of the later generations practicing with a sandbag. Zhang Heng and Vero did not stay and watch them. They walked through the courtyard and came to the destination of their trip. The 3 rooms behind the small courtyard were the room with the hot bath, the warm bath, and the cold bath. Vero quickly took off his clothes, leaving only a belt around his waist. It made him look like Tarzan. He then put the clothes in the cabinet on the side, and then turned to Zhang Heng. "Come on, my Eastern friend, I bet you will fall in love with it." Chapter 765, Can you describe her look? It was probably only in a bathhouse where everyone was equal could Vero temporarily forget his status as a slave and reminisce about his past life. Especially when he walked into the pool and completely soaked his body in hot water, every single pore on him was loosened up. Vero could not help but let out a sigh of satisfaction. He then closed his eyes in the pool, but he saw that Zhang Heng had still not gotten in after waiting for a while. So he opened his eyes again. Come on. It can be quite hot at first, but you can feel that the hot water will take away your tiredness after getting used to it. When I was still operating the antique shop, I used to invite my regular customers to the bathhouse and strike a deal with them. Vero seemed to think of something as he spoke, and a look of nostalgia appeared on his face. But soon, the pain from the bruise on his chest pulled him back to reality. He got the bruise when he fought with Habitus earlier. Although the plan that Zhang Heng came up for him worked wonderfully, Vero had also managed to anger Habitus. Afterward, the latter did not reserve his strength anymore. He struck at his chest with his wooden sword and won the battle. Fortunately, the doctor confirmed that his ribs were not broken after the battle. Zhang Heng did not continue on Vero's topic. Instead, he pointed at a corridor on the south side and asked, "Where does that lead to?" Vero poked his head out and looked at it. It should be a sudatorium. The sudatorium was similar to a modern sauna. It was the hottest spot in the entire bathhouse. The temperature over there could reach a whopping 60 degrees. A continuous flow of heat came from the gap between the wall and the floor, and it was easy for someone to get burned if they weren't wearing a pair of sandals. "Did you see anything suspicious when you came in?" Zhang Heng asked afterward. "What do you mean by something suspicious?" Vero was puzzled. There were not many gladiators who had come to the bathhouse to take a bath at this moment. Except for Zhang Heng and Vero, only 2 other people took a hot bath, but Vero knew that Zhang Heng was not talking about them. Zhang Heng wasn't bothered to give much explanation either. Seeing the other 2 gladiators close their eyes and resting, Zhang Heng did not ask them the question either. All he did was walk towards the sudatorium. His observation ability had greatly improved ever since he lived with Sherlock Holmes. However, this was the first time he doubted what he just saw. Earlier, when Vero opened the door, Zhang Heng saw a woman disappearing in the passage leading to the sudatorium. According to Vero, the Roman bathhouse was designed in a way that men and women would not share the same space to bathe themselves. However, not many people followed the rules. The famous politician and orator Cicero even satirized this kind of phenomenon. He mentioned that it was moral corruption. That being said, it still did not stop the passionate men and women from bathing together. Usually, such a thing would not happen in the gladiator school. According to the regulations, this was the place where the gladiators and trainers take their baths. And the female slaves working in the gladiator school would have to bathe at the public bathhouse. Therefore, it was theoretically impossible for Zhang Heng to see any woman here. And the woman's attire was rather strange. She was wearing a black robe that covered her entire body. It was clear to Zhang Heng that she was not from this school. How did such a person pass the inspection of the janitor who guarded the gate of the bathhouse? And how did she pass through the swimming pool and the courtyard without being spotted by the gladiators who were sparring with each other? Zhang Heng could not figure out how she did it. If she were an ordinary person, Zhang Heng would not be bothered by her. However, Zhang Heng instinctively sensed that she was here for him. That was why he did not enter the pool after Vero. Instead, he walked towards where the woman in the black robe headed earlier. "Are you going to the sudatorium right away? Don't you need to get used to the heat in the pool first?" Vero shouted behind him. "Beware of fainting because of the heat. Thank you for the reminder. Enjoy your bath first, and leave me alone for now," Zhang Heng said as he walked towards the corridor on the south side. Once he moved forward, he could clearly feel that the temperature around him was rising. Compared with the steam coming out of the sudatorium, the steam from the hot pool was colder. It was no different from a sauna. The function of this room was similar to the previous fitness therapies in the courtyard. The ancient Romans seemed to believe that sweating could drain the body's toxins and diseases. Therefore, whether it was wrestling or sudatorium, they wanted to make sure that the people could sweat more when they were in the bathhouse. Zhang Heng walked through the long and narrow walkway and entered a round room. Since the floor was overheated, he would suffer from a mild burn if he laid down here. To let the people rest, the person who built the bathhouse constructed many niches in the wall's middle. But on the other hand, these niches would also block the person from looking at the people outside the sudatorium. Fortunately, Zhang Heng could judge whether there was anyone in the niches from the outstretched legs. He walked to the first niche and saw a gladiator sitting there. The latter probably thought he had enough of the steam treatment. Before Zhang Heng could get to him, he got up and left the niche. The gladiator then wanted to head to the hot pool. When he walked past Zhang Heng, he nodded slightly at him to greet him. Zhang Heng nodded back and walked to the next niche. However, the legs sticking out from the niche this time did not seem to be what Zhang Heng was looking for. They were a pair of skinny and shriveled legs, indicating that its owner was an old man. And Zhang Heng could not figure out why he was certain that it was a young woman, even though he had not seen the face under the black robe. Zhang Heng frowned. He felt that something must have gone wrong, and he seemed to have missed something. Suddenly, Zhang Heng heard the old man talking to him. "Did you leave anything here?" Zhang Heng walked a half-step forward and finally saw the person in the niche clearly. It was the old Persian trainer he met when he first entered the gladiator school. The latter was also dressed in the same way as him, only wore a corset and sat in the niche. It looked like he was integrated with the stone wall at the back. Since the old man talked to him, Zhang Heng asked politely, "Have you been sitting here for some time? Did you see a woman in a black robe?" It was not possible for others not to spot the black-robed woman if she entered the sudatorium. No one would turn a blind eye to her. And if others did not see her, it could only mean that the woman did not exist. However, the old trainer in the niche reacted very strangely. He did not say that he had seen the woman or doubted Zhang Heng. Instead, he said calmly, "Can you describe her look? I can't see her face. What about other noticeable places? For example, what is she holding in her hand? Is there anything else on her body besides the black robe?" Chapter 766, Goddess of Murder and Assassination. Although it was only a short glance, Zhang Heng's astute observation still granted him some information. After the old trainer asked him the crucial questions, Zhang Heng also recalled more details. She seems barefooted. She has a dagger in her hand. There is an eagle head carved on the handle of the dagger. Other than that, there is also a bunch of keys strung on rattan hanging around her waist. How many keys are there? The old trainer continued to ask. I didn't count. 3? No, it should be 4. Zhang Heng paused. Apart from the corridor that connects the hot pool and the sudatorium, are there other exits? I often come here to take a bath. As far as I know, there is no second way out, replied the old trainer. So, you are saying that she just disappeared out of thin air? The old trainer did not answer Zhang Heng's question this time. Instead, he uttered an unfamiliar name. Chryse. Who is this? The black-robed woman you met, the old trainer said. According to your description, she should be Chryse. She is known as the goddess of murder and assassination. And she is in charge of the delicate balance between everything. She spends most of her time balancing chaos and order. You seem to be in luck. Chryse seldom shows up in front of mortal beings. There are only a handful of people in this world seen her before. As for her face, it's better for you not to see it. Those that had seen her face are no longer in this world. Why haven't I heard of her name before? Zhang Heng frowned. To figure out the old man's identity in the Tang suit, he had spent some time studying ancient myths. Hence, he knew a thing or two about the beliefs of the ancient Romans. The kind of gods that they worshipped here was rather complicated. Many old Roman gods came from Greek mythology. With the continuous expansion of the territory, other beliefs spread into ancient Rome. For instance, Jewish Christianity and some ancient religions in Egypt even worshipped the barbarians' ancestors. Among them, however, Zhang Heng had never heard of the name Chryse. As I said, not many people can see her. After the old trainer finished speaking, he stared at Zhang Heng again. However, contrary to his expectation, Zhang Heng did not show awe or doubt when he heard what he said. Instead, it reminded him of something. I remember now. This is not the first time I saw her. Considering the historical background of the game, there was usually a god hidden behind each quest. For a brief moment, Zhang Heng wondered if he had really met the goddess in charge of his dungeon. He then recalled where he met her before. I saw her on a long-necked wine bottle during the celebration when we became official gladiators of this arena, Zhang Heng said. Interesting. So, the people have already started to play around with ideomotor phenomenon in the 2nd century AD. Zhang Heng had used this psychological trick once in the whistleblower quest. He used it to implant the idea of going to the ski resort in Lia's mind. He did not expect that someone would use this trick on him. And the other party's ideomotor phenomenon was undoubtedly more stealthy and advanced. Chryse is just a made-up goddess, right? The figure I saw outside the door was you. Judging from how much you sweat, I think you just entered this niche not long ago. I should have thought of it. Since this place has only one exit, after eliminating all the irrelevant people, the only person left would be my answer. But the simple ideomotor phenomenon is enough to make me hallucinate. There must be other means to make me hallucinate. Zhang Heng lowered his head and thought for a while. It's the wine. Someone must have put something in my wine, right? Zhang Heng recalled the female slave holding the amphora. She was the one that served him earlier. At that time, only Vero and he were standing there. Vero wanted to drink the wine from the amphora, but soon, another female slave fetched him a new bottle of wine. So, in the end, Zhang Heng was the only one that drank the wine from that particular amphora. At that time, he felt that the taste of the wine was a little strange. It seemed like it was mixed with some kind of herb. However, that was also his first time drinking wine from the 2nd century AD. Hence, he did not think much about it at the time. After what happened to him afterward, Zhang Heng quickly found the source of the problem. The old Persian trainer quietly listened to Zhang Heng's analysis. I didn't find the wrong person. You are the one we are looking for, he said after a while. We? Oh, so you do have an accomplice. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. I prefer to call them companions. The old Persian trainer said. Also, after watching the battle during your final assessment, I think you were concealing your true strength in the battle, right? You even managed to fool Gabi. He was the one that discovered Sethnets back then. And he turned Sethnets into the trump card of the Victor Arena. However, it seems he has failed to discover your true form. I have no idea what you're talking about. Since there were no witnesses or physical evidence, Zhang Heng would never admit to it. Don't worry. I won't tell Gabi about it, said the old Persian trainer. You don't need to be so wary of us. We are not hostile. You guys just drugged me, and now you are telling me that you are not hostile? Zhang Heng said. To make me believe in what I saw, you even went as far as making up the god of murder and assassination. I didn't deceive you. The old Persian trainer blinked. At least not Chryse. She is indeed the goddess we worship. But you say she is the god of murderers and assassins. Yes. We are killers and assassins, the old Persian trainer said. I come from an ancient and mysterious organization. Our history is longer than Rome. It wants all the back to thousands of years, but we have been laying low during this period. In this regard, I think we still have some common language. If you want to ask me why I am here, the answer is simple. I am a friend of Gabi's, and he invited me to train those gladiators for him. Most of the time, I'm only responsible for Habitus's training. You are the one that taught Habitus's footwork? Most of it, yes. But he also made some improvements to meet the needs of gladiator performance. Then I suggest you continue training him because I heard that he wants to be the trump card of the Victor Arena, Zhang Heng said politely. You should focus on him instead of disturbing me. Chapter 767. Nothing is free. Habitus can't be the trump card of Victor Arena. The old Persian trainer shook his head. I told Gabi that his potential had reached its limit. Is his potential fully developed, or are you unwilling to help him to develop further? Zhang Heng asked. The old Persian trainer smiled slyly and asked, Is there any difference between these two questions? Humph. I knew it. It's not our fault, the old trainer said sternly. But this time, I did miscalculate the whole thing. We had an agreement with him. He is supposed to help us get what we want, and we will help him get what he wants. However, he suddenly turned his back on us. You want me to believe that Habitus broke a contract between an ancient assassin organization? Why would he do that unless he doesn't want to live anymore? Although we are an assassin organization, we always stick to our principles, unlike some self-proclaimed nobles in this world. And we will not kill innocent people. Besides, we haven't signed an official contract with Habitus, the old trainer said helplessly. I understand now. You threw the bait to make him believe that you can help him improve his combat skills. Then he took the bait and learned that set of footwork from you. After he mastered it, he has no intention to work with you guys anymore. I have to say that he is brilliant. Here are my questions. You chose me as a substitute for Habitus. Why do you believe that I will take the bait? What kind of bait did your organization prepare for me? Since there was hot steam constantly coming out from the gap, Zhang Heng was now covered with sweat, and the old Persian trainer experienced the same thing as well. There is no bait this time, and I have no plans to use you as a substitute for Habitus because Habitus wasn't the most suitable candidate for us from the beginning. During that time, we couldn't find someone better than him. That was why we were left with no other options but to choose him. What do you mean? Are you planning to ask me to take the bait without giving me bait? No, I want to invite you to join us. I am not asking you to have a partnership with me like Habitus. I want to include you in our observations list and become our core member in the future. Or, to be more precise, we want you to become my successor. As I said before, we are an ancient organization, and we have our own principles and traditions. There are only a couple of core members in the organization. When the elderly retire, the organization will search for more young blood to replace them. However, the young blood must first pass the test. The old trainer paused. Don't say no to me first. Tell me, what do you want the most now? My freedom? If you can pass the test and become one of us, you will become a free man, promised the old trainer. How about helping my friend to become a free man as well? The slave named Vero? I sympathize with what happened to him. It's not difficult for us to make him free again. 30,000 sesterces? This time, the old trainer hesitated. Although we can give you this amount of money, we must adhere to the rules first. I can say yes to it first, and if you really pass the test, I can personally give you the money. You are actually quite rich. And I want to become a Roman senator once I become a free man, said Zhang Heng, revealing the last thing he wanted. The old trainer shook his head as soon as he heard Zhang Heng's request. This is impossible, he said. Although our organization does have strong political allies, it would be absurd to let a newly liberated slave become part of the Senate. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly and realized something. You don't really want to become a Senate. You are just saying that to size up our forces. If this is the case, you will be disappointed. As I said, there are only a handful of core members, and they are mainly civilians, which cannot affect the daily operation of the Roman Senate. That's a shame, said Zhang Heng, because I can obtain my freedom by my own strength. 30,000 sesterces sounds like a lot, but it's not impossible for me to earn it. Joining the Roman Senate was the only interesting request, but it seems your organization is not powerful enough to grant my wish. You can indeed obtain your freedom with your strength, but it will take at least 3 years, replied the old trainer. Novices with average strength have only a few opportunities to perform at the beginning. We can help you to solve this problem. At the right time, we can get you out of this place. Other than that, I can also teach you how to fight. I know how to fight. Yes, but what you know is the combat style of warriors. I can teach you the combat styles of an assassin. We have turned killing into an art. We don't engage ourselves in a fight, but once we get into a fight, we will surely claim someone's life. The old trainer then looked at Zhang Heng. Well, the set of footwork I taught Habitus is just a basic skill set. The really powerful skills are only accessible to the core members. Even Zhang Heng had to admit that the old trainer's last proposal was very attractive. Until now, the 9 rounds of quests had given Zhang Heng a good amount of gains. The game items were not as important when compared to the skill sets that he acquired, something that took him a lot of time to learn, and was the most valuable thing that he could gain from each game he played. However, if he could only learn the fighting style of a gladiator, there wasn't too much to be gained. After all, his swordsmanship had reached LV.4, and the combat experience he had spent 10 accumulating from the Black Sail quest was enough for him to dominate the arena. In contrast, an assassin's combat skills were more valuable to him. As for what the old trainer said about taking him 3 years to regain his freedom, Zhang Heng did not take it too seriously. He had to admit that he never expected it would take such a long time to acquire his freedom from the arena. According to the old trainer, that was the average time for a gladiator to work his way up to become a free man. However, if the gladiator defeated someone impossible for him to defeat, the audience in the entire arena would cheer for the gladiator, and they would unanimously demand the master to make the winner a free man. At that time, even the master of the gladiator school could not say no. That was because the ancient Romans cared a lot about public opinion, at least for those that operated an arena. Zhang Heng concealed his true strength because he did not become Mark Roos's money-earning machine. Other than that, staying out of the spotlight would also allow him to leave this place faster. Of course, if the old trainer had a way to get him out of the gladiator school, Zhang Heng would not say no. If there were an easier way out, after all, he would definitely not deliberately cause trouble for himself. However, Zhang Heng knew about one cold hard truth that would remain unchanged, and that was that nothing in this world was free. The old trainer was hiding something from him. For example, why was he working with Habitus? Why did they break off their partnership? And the reason why the old trainer came here was not as simple as Gabby inviting him here to help him to train Habitus. Other than that, Zhang Heng also wanted to know about the core members test. Zhang Heng did not ask those questions because he knew that the old trainer would not answer him. At least for now, both sides had something that each other wanted. And Zhang Heng had one of the biggest advantages too. He did not need to worry about his future. This was just a quest for him. Counting the extra time he had, he would leave this dungeon in a year and a half. This was also the reason why he was more than willing to swear the gladiator's oath. As long as it wasn't something that would bring him an immediate danger, he could always agree to it first. So Zhang Heng asked, "What do you need me to do?" Chapter 768, Massages and Herbs. The old trainer wanted to say something, but he suddenly decided to shut his mouth. Not long afterward, Zhang Heng also heard someone talking and the faint sound of footsteps coming from the corridor. A large group of gladiators walked in from outside. It seemed like they had just finished their training. They were talking and laughing while walking. The old trainer then said, "I will go to you, and we can discuss more then." After he was done talking, he got down from the alcove and went back to the hot pool. And Zhang Heng decided to enjoy the hot steam for a little longer before returning to the hot pool. As someone who's experiencing such hot steam for the first time, I must admit you lasted quite long, said Vero after seeing Zhang Heng coming out of the sudatorium. Vero seemed to have recuperated after soaking in the pool for a while. He then got out and said, "It's my turn now. I will wait for you here," replied Zhang Heng. When Vero came out of the sudatorium, the two went to the cold pool next door. The ancient Romans had a bizarre bathing habit. They seemed to like to alternate between hot and cold baths. Actually, this kind of bathing method was very likely to cause them heart problems. Other than that, staying in a cold and humid environment for a long time might even cause sailor syndrome and hearing loss. As compared to the men, the women in ancient Rome were healthier since they hardly took cold baths. Zhang Heng tried it once and decided not to do it again in the future. And he also advised Vero not to alternate hot and cold baths in the future. The latter listened to what Zhang Heng told him and immediately nodded obediently without asking why. After that, they ended their bathing session with a massage. According to Vero, although the public bathhouses had a very cheap admission fee, services such as storing clothes, buying snacks, and getting massages were all charged separately. However, the bathhouse in the gladiator school was served to protect the valuable assets of the school owners. Hence, all the services for gladiators were given free of charge. This was also one of the few perks of being a gladiator. When Zhang Heng and Vero returned to their residence, the battle over there was already over. The 4 female slaves had left the room, leaving the 2 drunk gladiators lying on the bed. Looking at the smiles on their faces, they seemed to be having good dreams. Today was the day when they passed the assessment. Gabby also knew that they had worked hard for a long time, so he did not ask them to train today. Everyone was allowed to savor this victorious moment to the fullest. Vero, on the other hand, was very disciplined. After his mind and body fully recovered from their exhaustion, he returned to the training ground and began to train. He knew that it was sheer luck that he could pass the assessment this time. Even if he did not face Habitus during the final assessment, his combat skills were still below average compared to other new gladiators. Hence, to regain his freedom in the future and carry out his revenge plan, his fighting skills needed to improve to survive the next few battles. As for Zhang Hong, he took a nap and then wandered in the gladiator school until it was dark. After they became official gladiators, the areas that they could go to had expanded a lot. As long as they did not leave the gladiator school's premises, they could wander anywhere they wanted. Zhang Hong first talked to a few gladiators to learn more about the gladiator schools and staff. Especially the information of some trainers. He wanted to know what they were good at. In the near future, he would love to learn all those skills from them. Zhang Hong paid close attention to the old Persian trainer's information, but from the information collected so far, it was almost the same as before. His name was Dadatis, and he joined the gladiator school half a year ago. The school assigned him to train a group of newcomers. After that, he was asked to focus on Habitus's training only. His origin was very mysterious. It was said that he Hugh Gabby many years ago. Other than that, no one knew much about him. Many gladiators consulted him about their training, and Dadatis was always willing to give them advice. However, his answer was not much different from other trainers. In the end, fewer and fewer people came to him. After that, Zhang Hong went to the medical bay. Almost every gladiator school would be equipped with a medical bay, where all wounded gladiators would receive medical treatment. This place could also help the owners reduce their losses. In all fairness, the doctors in this era were quite skillful. Take the gladiator school where Zhang Hong worked as an example. There were retired emperor doctors who worked here, especially good at dealing with external and bone injuries, and they were even equipped with stainless steel or copper surgical tools. They had a very similar shape to modern surgical instruments, except having no effective means of anesthesia other than alcohol and opium. And, of course, disinfection was something the people of that era had no knowledge of. Other than that, they had no good way to deal with internal injuries or organ damage. Hence, they could only wait for the reapers to harvest their patient's life. When Zhang Hong entered the medical bay, he saw a doctor with half-white stubble bandaging a gladiator with a leg injury. Zhang Hong stood by the door to wait for the doctor to finish treating the injured gladiator. After he told the injured gladiator about what he should be really paying attention to, he raised his head and looked at Zhang Hong. "Where did you hurt yourself?" "Let me see. I am not injured," said Zhang Hong. The doctor frowned. "Then why are you here?" "Oh, I simply wanted to seek your advice. I wonder if I can buy any herbs here?" Zhang Hong explained his intentions. He spent the remaining time in the alien's dungeon to learn more about herbal medicine. It could come in handy in an era where medical treatment was not as advanced. Zhang Hong picked a few commonly used herbs to treat inflammation, diarrhea, fever, and bruises. Most of them could be found in the Mediterranean. But even so, it took him a long time to describe what the herbs looked like to the doctor. The doctor seemed skeptical after listening to what he had to say. Fortunately, Zhang Hong met a doctor that was willing to open to new things. Some of the herbs were widely used in this era. Except for these surgeons, herbal medicine and prayer remained the most popular treatment for internal diseases. The doctor promised to help Zhang Hong look for the herbs that he wanted. If it worked, the doctor did not plan to charge him. The school would bear the cost of all the gladiators' treatment anyway, which was why he was willing to accept the invitation to be a doctor here. Besides the generous income, he could also get a lot of opportunities to verify his medical theory. After that, Zhang Hong returned to his residence in the evening. During this period, the old Persian trainer did not come and look for him again, as if he had forgotten about him. Chapter 769. Not fighting anymore. The two gladiators woke up when Zhang Hong and Vero went for a bath. They were no longer in the room when Zhang Hong returned. When the sky finally turned dark, they returned to the room with their hands on each other's shoulders and a strong smell of alcohol on them. It was understandable that they would go all out and enjoy themselves on this day. Although the gladiator school promised gladiator slaves like Sethnets and Gubra their freedom back, the vast majority of the slaves would die fighting in the arena before they could regain their freedom. Although the death rate of current gladiators had dropped significantly compared to gladiators from BC, the average survival age of 25 still posed many problems. If they chose not to enjoy themselves while they were able to do so, it was likely that they would not be able to do it in the future. Not to mention that they were only allowed to go all out to enjoy themselves on this day. After a while, Vero also came back from the training ground. Upon a brief chat with Zhang Heng, he went to bed. Late at night, the entire Roman city became really quiet except for the domus and temples that had their oil lamps lighted. Most of the places were plunged into darkness. Zhang Heng then closed his eyes and soon fell asleep until someone pushed his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw the old Persian trainer standing in front of his bed, signaling him to leave the room. The old man walked out of the room first. Zhang Heng immediately put on his sandals, followed the old trainer from behind, past the 3 people who were still sleeping soundly, and came to the courtyard. At least for now, Zhang Heng knew that the old trainer did not lie to him. Having endured quite a few quests so far, many of them were extremely dangerous. This forced him to develop the habit of staying alert when he slept. Usually, when someone or something moved, he would quickly wake up from his sleep. However, he was sleeping in a room where everyone was snoring. It meant that this habit would not be as effective as before. Still, Zhang Heng felt that it posed many problems when he failed to hear the old trainer's footsteps. If the other party had a murderous intent towards him, his head wouldn't have been attached to his body anymore. So, was this how an assassin fought? Zhang Heng saw the old trainer walking towards the small training ground in front of him, quickly following him. However, when he entered the training ground, the old trainer was gone. The place wasn't as lively as it was in the daytime. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin dropped on the ground. But soon, Zhang Heng was alerted, and he could feel that someone would attack him from his back. The person's movements were very light. The air currents created by the person when he moved almost non-existent. However, Zhang Heng's rich combat experience had come in handy this time. He twisted his body and dodged the blow at the last moment. Other than that, he also had a clear view that the person was attacking him with a small wooden dagger. The old trainer was a little surprised when he saw Zhang Heng dodging the attack. By coming to Zhang Heng's bed without him realizing it and disappearing without a trace, he intended to let Zhang Heng feel the power of the assassins. However, the ending was not what he expected. He knew that Zhang Heng concealed his strength during the final assessment, but he did not expect the latter to be that powerful. Besides, he had gotten older. His skill has indeed deteriorated as compared to his younger self. Time was the greatest enemy a human would face, impossible to defy. Whether it was an assassin or a gladiator, it was only logical that the person's physical fitness would deteriorate as the person aged. As someone who partnered up with death all year round, he could clearly feel that his body was failing him and could no longer do what he did last time. Zhang Heng, on the other side, had already moved away from the old trainer. He looked around and was trying to find a weapon. Unexpectedly, the old trainer gave up the attack the next moment, turned, and ran towards the training ground. Zhang Heng did not go after him immediately. Instead, he went to the room where the weapons were stored. He could also see that the old trainer had no malicious intent towards him, so he only took a wooden training sword. As soon as he stepped out of the room, a dagger was struck at his throat. Pay attention to the spots that can block your line of sight. These are the best places for assassins to attack, whispered the old trainer. But this time, Zhang Heng was prepared, and he was able to stop the dagger with the wooden sword in his hand. To be fair, the old trainer's attacks were still very effective. This one was faster than his previous attack. The angle was more unpredictable, and it was stealthy. But unfortunately, his opponent was Zhang Heng, whose swordsmanship had reached LV4. Once he had a sword in his hand, even the best assassin in the world could hardly break his defense. The old trainer was still using the hit-and-run strategy. He had no intention to stay and fight after he landed a strike on Zhang Heng. This time he jumped directly onto a wall that not far away from him, and Zhang Heng quickly followed closely behind him. They went over the wall to enter the courtyard. In that short time, the old trainer disappeared from his eyes again. Zhang Heng soon thought of something. He raised the wooden sword in his hand and blocked an attack that came from the sky. Your eyes can deceive you. Learn to observe your opponent's attack pattern. The old trainer looked like he just came out of Zhang Heng's shadow. It was terrifying and stealthy. He then stopped Zhang Heng from continuing to attack him and leaned on the dirt wall beside him. Wait, let me catch my breath first. Zhang Heng then put away the training sword. The old trainer rested for a while and managed to regain his strength, but he did not intend to continue the battle. He waved his hand with joy and said, "No more fights. Let's end it here." Okay. Zhang Heng wished that the battle would last a little longer. Although the old trainer showed only 3 moves, they were something that Zhang Heng had never seen before. It did broaden his view of this world, and he could gain something from it. Since the Dadaist had already surrendered, it would not be nice for Zhang Heng to continue to attack and bully him. Actually, an excellent assassin would not attack the same target more than 3 times. If he fails to kill the target in 3 strikes, it means that Christ does not want to take the target's life. As an assassin, no matter how good the reward is, he would allow his target to live. The old trainer paused and continued, "I have to admit that I have underestimated you. Even if I'm still my young self, I'm not completely sure that I'm good enough to kill you in the 3 sneak attacks just now. However, it is too early for you to feel happy about it. The top-class assassins will have more than one way to eliminate their targets." Zhang Heng did not say a word after he heard what the Dadaist told him. It seemed like he was disappointed by himself. According to the original plan, he should quietly use the wooden dagger to stab Zhang Heng's heart. After that, he would use his deep voice to tell Zhang Heng that he was dead. If his plan worked, it would be more convincing for him to say to Zhang Heng his glorious past. Chapter 770. Have you been to the market? The old trainer found a step in the yard and sat on it. The assassin is one of the oldest professions of humankind. When the person causing your troubles is gone from this world, all your problems would be automatically solved. That's something hard to refute, agreed Zhang Heng. The Dadaist continued, "No one knows who the first assassin was because people who do well in this line are those without names. Once they become famous, they are basically not far from death. We differ from martyrs. The only thing that we go after is the monetary reward. Before we can claim the reward, we have to learn how to stay alive first. Although we are not known in history, I can tell you confidently that we are everywhere. For thousands of years, we stay hidden and committed ourselves to help to solve problems of the commoners, serve the emperors, generals, and change the course of history with the dagger in our hand. Well, it sounds like you guys must be quite busy. Of course, in the early days, assassins would only fight for themselves, and they would not take the initiative to talk to other assassins. Everyone had a different customer scope, something that has certainly brought us unparalleled freedom. However, the lack of faith and belief has caused us to lose the sense of unity. This situation lasted until about 1,000 years ago when a retired senior received the crisis oracle and began to think of a way to unite the power that belongs to the assassins. So this is the origin of the Assassin's Creed, Brotherhood? Zhang Heng interrupted. The old trainer was startled. What is the Assassin's Creed, Brotherhood? He asked with a cocked eyebrow. Sorry. I just quoted something from Ubisoft. Please continue, Zhang Heng said. The old trainer frowned since he didn't understand what Ubisoft meant. However, considering that Zhang Heng was from the Far East, it was only natural that they communicated differently. As long as the information was not too important, the Dadaist had no intention to dwell on it. The senior found the 6 most powerful assassins at the time and conveyed Christ's will to them. However, it didn't go well at the beginning. That was because the assassins didn't like the feeling of being restrained by someone or something. The senior then told them that joining the organization would not have much impact on their daily lives. On the contrary, the organization could become a bridge for them to exchange information, share resources, and help each other. The old trainer paused. Although assassins prefer to act alone, it doesn't mean they can do everything by themselves. A middleman is required for getting different kinds of jobs. The middleman will usually have a rich network of contacts to find the right customers for the assassins. The assassins, on the other hand, could avoid direct contact with their employers. This was also implemented to protect the safety of assassins. After all, assassination is not a glorious feat. Some employers want to eliminate all the potential threats, including the assassin itself after they finish the job assigned to them. When the assassins want to find out more about their targets, they would need the help of others' help as well. These people could be the thugs or thieves on the street, or sometimes they could be sociable nobles and merchants. They can help the assassins approach different targets and find out more about them. Other than that, sometimes the assassins would need someone's help when they want to get away from a crime scene. In short, a perfect assassination requires detailed investigation, countless rehearsals, and a good cleanup after the job is done. After all, we are also humans, not gods. This sounds like a craftsman's spirit to me, said Zhang Hong. To sum up, I believe you can also see the benefits of the establishment of the organization. The resources in the hands of other members can be pooled to form an intelligence network, which will eventually serve the members of the organization. Besides, when the organization members encounter a threat that they fail to overcome, the other members can also assist. After all, dealing with an assassin and provoke a group of assassins are two completely different scenarios. It's reasonable, but the question is, how does this benefit the convener? You mentioned that he was a retired man. Why did he come back and spend so much effort to form an organization he will get nothing out of? As I said, for thousands of years, the assassin business has always been a mess. The root cause is their lack of belief. A common goal could unite them, though. This was what the founder of Balance Blade had in mind. We worship Christ. She is the goddess of murder and assassination, in charge of the balance of everything. And all we have to do is to maintain this balance for her through assassination. The old trainer looked into Zhang Heng's eyes and said thoughtfully, "The balance is essential because only through balance can everything maintain its perfect form. It aims to benefit everyone in the world, especially the lowest class civilians and slaves. Of course, the Balance Blade pays close attention to everyone's interests from a different social class. That is because we all are a part of this world, and together we form a delicate balance. But what we care about most is the lower class. The reason is simple. Because they have the largest number of people. You want to benefit the slaves. Why don't you just free them?" Zhang Heng asked. "We release the slaves, and then?" The old trainer asked rhetorically. "Have you been to the market?" "Yes. The market is like a microcosm of the world. There are all kinds of people in it, from blacksmiths to farmers, carpenters, tailors. Everyone tries to sell their things. We all have something to sell and buy. And all these come together to create a balance. Now, if you take the farmers out of the market, what will happen? The tailors will have no fabrics to sell, pubs will have no ingredients for winemaking, and women can't buy food. If that happens, it means the balance is broken and everyone will suffer. This applies to slaves as well. As I said, the Balance Blade has existed for thousands of years. We have seen too many things: the rise and fall of countries, the change of dynasties, the prosperity and destruction of cities, and we have also seen the slaves killed those who enslaved them. Will the slaves be liberated after they kill their master? No, they will become a new batch of slave owners. The people at the bottom of society often don't realize that no matter how society changes, there will always be people who live at society's bottom. Just like you can't remove farmers from the market. This is part of the balance. So you tend to maintain the rule of the current ruler? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. No, we only maintain the balance, said the old trainer. We believe that a stable ruling structure can maximize the benefits of all classes, but we also know that no one can rule forever in this world, just as chaos is the path we must cross before we establish any order. We do not reject chaos. Then what is your stand? Zhang Heng frowned. Let everything be in balance, replied the old trainer. If the nobles become too powerful, we will cut off the wings of the nobles. When the emperor becomes too powerful, we will try to limit his power. When riots break out between the commoners and the slaves, we will assist the army in suppressing the riots in the shortest possible time to avoid greater losses. When the chaos comes, we will also help the true king ascend to this throne and rebuild the balance. Chapter 771. I will listen to it. Don't you think you guys care too much? Asked Zhang Heng. No. Imagine us doing minor repairs on a building that is already there. We will not go against the trend of events, and neither do we seek fame or profit. We are people who live in the shadow of history. The vast majority don't know of our existence. This is also the reason why the balance blade can be passed on for thousands of years. In fact, most of the time, we are just bystanders, and within the organization, we prefer to call ourselves tinkers. The old trainer continued. Speaking of the balance blade, it comprises two parts. The first part is the organization's core members, the 6 most powerful assassins from the balance blade's first generation. There are a total of 7 of them. The second part is the people who have a partnership with the assassins or rely on the assassins to earn their living. This includes intelligence dealers, a small number of nobles, many civilians and slaves at society bottom rung, and weapon merchants and doctors. They are considered the peripheral members of Balance Blade. However, with the growth of the Balance Blade, the numbers of these two groups of people have changed. Although the organization has encountered several severe crises, it is still growing in terms of the Balance Blade's peripheral members. On the other hand, the number of core members has been relatively stable, and it has only experienced a few expansions. About 400 years ago, we began to open up our organization to other assassins, allowing for an exchange of intelligence and resources. To us, they were considered peripheral members too. The responsibilities that came with it were relatively limited. In their eyes, the Balance Blade is just an organization that provides services to the assassins in exchange for rewards. What about your core members? How many of them are there now? Dodotis did not answer the questions this time. This is a higher-level secret. You will know when you pass the test and take my place as a core member of the organization. After a pause, Dodotis continued. You asked what you need to do after joining us. That, I can answer now, just like how the original convener answered the 6 assassins. Becoming a Balance Blade member will not affect your daily life most of the time. Usually, only when the priest receives Christ's oracle would the Balance Blade summon its core members and intervene. So all your actions are basically based on this so-called oracle obtained by a priest? Congratulations, this sounds reliable. Then can I ask how often she gets an oracle? Mortals like us can never guess the will of the gods. Hence, no one can predict when the oracles will come. Dodotis pondered for a moment, then added. But if you are asking about the past, 6 oracles were received by the priest in a month, at most. And there was once. The oracle was received more than 40 years apart. Some members did not even get to receive an oracle until they retired. I kind of like the second scenario. Zhang Heng said, but I guess I don't have such good luck. Since you appeared in the gladiator school and are looking for a potential assassin, it means that a new oracle has appeared. That's right. Dodotis nodded. Your target is Mark Roos? No. If it is him, you can eliminate him by yourself. You don't need to work together with Habitus. The gladiators can get in touch with quite a lot of people. I think the only people that are hard for you to kill are individuals with high authority, Zhang Heng analyzed. Unfortunately, I can't tell you the name of the target at this stage, but what I can tell you is that the test for you is indeed related to this oracle. Do you want to be one of us? Asked Dodotis. Zhang Heng shrugged upon hearing the words. After I have heard so many secrets about you, do I have a second choice? I know that you still have a lot of questions, and you cannot fully understand our belief. But as long as you are willing to open your eyes and carefully observe the world around you, you will feel that balance is everywhere. And I, as your teacher, can teach you the quintessence of balance. I don't think you need to teach me about balance. What you said before is quite straightforward, Zhang Heng said. I clearly understand your philosophy and way of doing things. I'm talking about combat skills. Oh, I still need to learn from you. Dodotis was speechless. He could see that Zhang Heng disagreed with the Balance Blade's idealism, not to mention how he did not seem to have much respect for Christ. This might have something to do with him coming from the East, which made him different from most Romans. In Rome, everyone worshipped their gods wholeheartedly to the point of having high tolerance towards foreign gods. Zhang Heng was willing to join the Balance Blade because he wanted to learn their combat skills. But now, Dodotis could not find a better replacement after Habitus rejected him. To Dodotis, Zhang Heng was born to be an assassin. Unlike a defective product like Habitus, It was as if Zhang Heng was the perfect assassin template created by Christ. He was calm, low-key, had excellent observation skills and analytical abilities. Judging from his previous 3 moves, his physical fitness and reaction ability were also top-notch. And he did not even need to be refined. He just needed a little polish, and he would shine like a diamond. If such a talented young man could not be absorbed into the balance blade, it would only be at the balance blade's loss. Dadatis had a selfish thought as well. As he grew older, he could feel that he was not as good as before. That was when he started to look for his successor. The previous 3 strikes that he landed on Zhang Heng had failed. He was disappointed and frustrated at himself. Though he lost the battle, he could feel joy surging through him. Even though he had now confirmed that Zhang Heng was the person he was looking for, he was disappointed to see that the Asian man was not as excited as he expected. He was now like a man who fell into unrequited love. So, he told himself that he would need time to make Zhang Heng understand the balance blade's idealism. It did not matter how Zhang Heng thought about balance blade and Christ. For now, he just needed to make sure that Zhang Heng agreed to join the balance blade. So he coughed and said, "According to the plan, I should first teach you our combat skills. But since they are already powerful, let's not rush it first. I can teach you the assassin's combat skills later. You seem to be very interested in Habitus's footwork. So let me teach you stealth moves first. This is also one of the basic skills of an assassin." Chapter 772. Be prepared. Since this was Dadatis's first lesson with Zhang Heng, it lasted a long time. When it was almost dawn, some of the more hard-working slaves had already gotten up and began preparing breakfast. And Dadatis had to end the training here. The 2 of them wished that the training could last a little longer. Not only did Dadatis teach Zhang Heng stealth movements as promised, but he also introduced other assassins' combat skills to him. In this regard, the balance blade did an excellent job. All those that joined the balance blade were top-tier assassins. Everyone had a unique skill. When they were young, they would keep their unique skill a secret, but when a top-tier assassin like Dadatis started to age, he would wish that he could leave something to this world. The assassin was a person who stayed hidden in the shadow of history. The more successful the assassin was, the less likely his name would be passed down and known by others. That was why they wanted to leave something behind to prove that they were once lived in this world. Although this idea was not promoted since the beginning of the balance blade's establishment, it played a significant role in preserving and developing assassin skills. Dadatis knew what Zhang Heng was thinking about. So he took the initiative to tell the latter that there was a library in the balance blade's secret base. Only its core members were allowed to enter it. And in those books were many ancient assassin skills and related deeds. Not even Dadatis had seen or read most of them because everyone had limited energy. But if one person could learn all the skills in it, the old man knew it would have to be Zhang Heng. When it came to learning and grasping concepts, Dadatis had never seen someone as good as Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng had LV4 swordsmanship and the combat experience he accumulated from different quests, especially after challenging all of Kyoto during the Bakumatsu quest. He managed to learn all the signature moves from all those sects. And it improved his adaptability and learning speed when he learned a new combat skill. Rarely anyone could compare. To Zhang Heng, Dadatis was equivalent to the door leading to a new world, allowing him to strengthen his arsenal further. At the same time, he had his first glimpse at another combat style, and indeed, he benefited a lot from it. Understanding combat style was different from putting it into practice. Take the stealth skills that Dadatis taught him as an example. From understanding, putting it into practice, and mastering it, Zhang Heng would need a long time to do all that. Fortunately, he had all the time in the world. Dadatis did not leave in a hurry when he was done teaching today's lesson. With your skill in mind, I can't figure out how you were forced to enroll into this gladiator school, but judging from your previous performance, I can probably guess what you were thinking. You want to make use of the gladiator performance to regain your freedom quietly and leave this place. And you know that if you perform badly or too well, Mark Roos will not let you off his hook easily. You are smart enough to conceal your true strength. But what if I ask you to show all your strength? Huh? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. Don't worry about not being able to leave the gladiator school. We can help you and your friends to get out of here right away when the thing is over. Do you want me to become famous? Yes, because I want to send you to the gladiatorial show at the Flavian Amphitheater 2 months later. Flavian Amphitheater will be holding a performance in 2 months? How did you know about it? As I said before, the Balance Blade has its own intelligence network. Not to mention that this matter is no longer a secret now. The Roman Senate was discussing this matter some time ago. They have already received the intel that the Roman Empire will end the war with those Germanic. And the new emperor is returning to Rome with his army. The first batch of the troops should be back in Rome as early as a month and a half's time, and the crowning ceremony should come with it. By that time, the Flavian Amphitheater will host a grand gladiator show. Other than the royal gladiators, some of the chosen gladiators from the various gladiator schools will be sent to participate in the grand gladiator show. Dodotus paused and said, although the government will probably not pay the gladiator school enough money, it is related to the honor of each school. For the sake of the Roman Senate's new emperor, all the school would send out their best gladiators to fight in the Flavian Amphitheater. In other words, all the best gladiators from Rome will be getting together and compete in the same arena, showing their skills in front of 90,000 spectators. Not only will the winner bring good reputation to himself and his school, but he will also receive a reward from the emperor. I'm just a new gladiator. I'm pretty sure Victor Arena will not choose me. Even if Gabby doesn't want Bach to fight so early, veteran gladiators like Habitus and other famous gladiators are more qualified than me. Zhang Heng went to talk to other gladiators in the afternoon, and he now understood the industry a little better than before. He knew that the new gladiators might have to wait for several months before they were given a chance to perform on stage for the first time. Of course, a new rising star like Bach was an exception. To start making money from them, the gladiator school would push them out as early as possible, treating them as cash cows. And they had to participate in performances more frequently than ordinary gladiators. Don't worry about this. If you are fine with it, we will arrange for you, Dodotus said. I'm fine with it. You teach me how to fight, and I help you guys complete the task given to me. Sounds fair, Zhang Heng said. Dodotus sighed secretly when he heard what Zhang Heng said. He hoped that Zhang Heng would have a sense of belonging to the Balance Blade, instead of seeing it as a form of transaction. However, he knew that he could never rush this kind of thing. In the end, he said, be prepared. Your first battle will come soon. Zhang Heng then quickly went back to his residence before Vero and the other 2 gladiators woke up. Except for Dodotus and him, there was no third person who knew what happened last night. After that, Zhang Heng also devoted himself to training every day like the other newcomers. In addition to the basic training that every gladiator needed to complete, Zhang Heng had to complete the training session given to him by Dodotus. 1 week had passed in a blink of an eye. Zhang Heng had gotten better at moving stealthily. He could now reduce the sound of him moving by half any time he wanted. He tried to sneak into the kitchen with what he learned and stole some bread. And the cook that was busy cooking with his back facing Zhang Heng did not realize that someone had entered the kitchen to steal food. On the other hand, the first batch of battle arrangements was set in stone. In the end, Gabby failed to persuade the money-minded Mark Roos to put a hold on Bach's battle first. So, Bach was forced to participate in the next gladiatorial show. Fortunately, Gabby persuaded Mark Roos not to arrange the quasi-ace level players to fight against Bach. This would undoubtedly cause some audience to lose interest in Bach, but in exchange for a greater chance of winning. According to the usual practice, Gabby also needed to select some fodder from the newcomer group to perform in the arena. Chapter 773, First Fight Arrangement. Bach versus Rufus. As soon as Gabby finished speaking, a look of surprise flashed across the faces of each new gladiator. And they could not help but start whispering to each other. No one expected Gabby to have come here today. Although everyone here had passed the final assessment and became gladiators, it was illogical to send anyone to fight in the arena right now. They were supposed to go through months of training before they had their first battle in the Victor Arena. However, some unfortunate ones who did not do well in training would be sent to fight with other gladiators. and usually, they would die fighting in the arena. However, Bach was the strongest among the rookie gladiators this year. It would be impossible that Mark Roos gave up on him so early. And this time, he was asked to fight Rufus, also known as the Black Sickle. Rufus was a protector by profession. Falling under the category of retiarius, it was a relatively rare profession. His weapons of choice usually consisted of a trident and a fishing net. As for armor, he had a pair of metal sleeves and full-body armor. The metal sleeves would cover the entire arm, used as a shield to block damage with the full-body armor. It would make up for the weak defense of the retiarius. Simultaneously, the metal sleeves would also be equipped with a sickle-shaped blade, which could be used as a weapon when necessary. Unlike the retiarius, the protector was a profession that everyone did not want to encounter. Besides, Rufus was considered one of the best protectors. Although not as famous as Habitus, his popularity was close to that of Gubra. If one were to choose one of them as an opponent, any sane person with the right mind would pick Gubra. Gubra's age and the years he spent fighting for Victor Arena had earned him a lot of fame. On the other hand, Rufus, the Black Sickle, gained his fame mainly from winning battles. And he was 26 years old this year. It was the golden age of a gladiator. With a total of 3 years of gladiator experience, and coupled with his career in the military, his body and mind were at their pinnacle. As compared to Rufus, Bach was just a rookie that was going to fight in the arena for the first time. No matter how talented he was, no matter how high of hope Mark Roos had on him, it was still not right to make him face an opponent like Black Sickle in his first battle. If it were not because Gabby customized a lot of individual training for Bach earlier, all the newcomers would have thought that Bach had offended the gladiator school head. And that was why they made him face such a powerful opponent. However, Bach showed no fear when he heard the name of his opponent. Instead, he snorted and harumphed. "Who the hell is Black Sickle? He is unlucky that I'm about to fight him in the arena." Seeing how Gabby changed the final assessments format and made them fight formal gladiators, some friction had erupted between the newcomers and veteran gladiators. As a representative of the newcomers, Bach would not act all polite and pleasant towards his opponent. Besides, the Germanic were not the kind of people who practiced politeness. Black Sickle, on the other hand, was calmer. He showed no provocative actions, nor said any offensive words to Bach. However, when he heard the arrangement of the battle, a smile appeared on his face. And the gladiators around him also congratulated him one after another. To them, Black Sickle was lucky that he was not going to face a challenging and tricky opponent. Although they had also heard some rumors about Bach, including how Mark Roos valued him and wanted him to be the successor of Seth Netz, it didn't change the fact that Bach was a rookie in the arena. If Black Sickle failed to defeat a rookie like Bach, all the fame that he gained so far would be in vain. On the other side, Gabby had ignored the reactions of the people below him entirely and continued to think about the battle arrangement. After a bunch of unfamiliar names was called, 2 more familiar names entered the rookie's ears. Zhang Heng, Vero, Nazica, Sulpicius, 12 people, mixed fight. The newcomers were surprised that they heard Bach's name in the battle arrangement. Now, they were looking at Zhang Heng and Vero with sympathy. A 12-man mixed fight was a veteran show in the Victor Arena, and it was also one of the most popular performances. The reason was very simple. The 12-man mixed fight was often brutal and exciting. The rules were simple. 12 of them would form a team and fight with another group of people. The winning team would have to search for their next target. At the same time, 2 or more teams were not allowed to attack the same team. In the end, the last team left standing would be the winner. Other than testing their combat skills, the team members were required to have a tacit understanding of the other team members. Besides, for support, the tag team fighting also required sufficient stamina. The 2 teams that lasted the end of the battle would usually have bodies marred by wounds. And that was what made the fight even more exciting. There were myriad skills involved in the 12-man mixed fight. The gladiator school, for instance, would arrange a strong team to attract the attention of the audience. After that, they would toss in a couple of less famous but relatively good teams to fight with the strong team. Lastly, to ensure the audience enjoyed watching the duel and reducing the star gladiators' costs and casualties, Some newcomers and ordinary gladiator teams would be included in the mixed fight. Zhang Heng and Vero were obviously playing the last role. Among them, hearing Vero's name was not that surprising to others. During his fight with Habitus, everyone thought that he would lose the fight in a matter of seconds. Out of sheer luck, he managed to pass the assessment with the sudden burst of a dazzling performance. It was understandable why Gabby would include him in the 12-man mixed fight. It was going to be impossible for him to win in this battle. However, if he managed to put up a good show again, the audience would ask the arena to spare his life. On the other hand, Zhang Heng getting selected surprised all the rookies. That was because Zhang Heng performed extremely well in his final assessment, and he defeated the well-known Gubra. Besides, he was also one of the few rookies that passed the assessment by defeating his opponent. Coupled with his identity as an Oriental man, he should be valuable for the arena. Hence, no one could figure out why he was included. And among the opponents they had to face was Nausicaa. The latter was more famous than Rufus and possessed a combat style far more brutal. His nickname, Bone Shatterer, should tell his opponents that he was not one to be trifled with. Besides, he was also a frequent fighter in the 12-man mixed fight. His brutal attacks would always result in blood and flesh splattered on the arena's ground. Hence, that was why he was so popular among the audience. He was one of the few gladiators that earned a lot of money for the arena. Vero felt a little nervous when he heard his name, especially when Nausicaa glared at him and made a thumbs-down gesture, which meant that he would destroy him in the arena. On the other hand, when Vero heard Gabby calling out Zhang Heng's name, he quickly looked at Zhang Heng and saw no change in his expression. He still looked calm. He then remembered Zhang Heng was the one that taught him how to mess with Habitus, and it made Vero calm down a lot. Anyway, this was not the worst-case scenario for him. At least compared to the others, Zhang Heng and he were close, meaning they would have better teamwork when partnered up. However, when compared to the other groups, they were undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Vero even wanted to go to a temple and ask about his recent stroke of bad luck. Chapter 774, Promotion and Prey. Rome opened her eyes as the first ray of sunlight fell on the Boston ivy on the apartment's balcony. More and more people emerged from their residences, especially slaves and civilians with relatively low social status. They were the ones who woke up the earliest and started to work hard in the morning to make a living. One could hear the tinkering coming from the workshop. It was the coppersmith hammering the bottom of the pan. The deafening noise had also awakened the neighbors next door. However, everyone was used to a lifestyle like this. They would wake up and scold the coppersmith at the same time. The slave girl walked down from the apartment with a clay pot, came to the enormous pot beside the wall, and poured her master's urine into the larger pot. Not too long after that, someone would send the collected urine to the laundry and dump it into a large tank filled with dirty clothes. There, the laundromat slaves who had been waiting for a long time would jump into the tank and step on the dirty clothes that were soaked in urine. The laundromat's business was so good that even the emperor wanted to tax urine. After the slave girl finished pouring the urine, she rubbed her eyes and turned around to go upstairs. However, the next moment, she ran into a teenager who had been squatting by the wall earlier. And the slave girl did not notice him. So, she quickly apologized. However, the young man did not respond. At that time, he focused his attention on drawing two little people on the wall. Judging by the weapons and armor on them, they were Murmillo and Retatrius. And the boy wrote down their names under his drawing, Bach and Rufus. In just a few strokes, Bach and Rufus's image were drawn onto the wall. A short paragraph accompanied the drawing. From June 17th to 19th, Victor Arena will be presenting you with wonderful duel performances for 3 consecutive days. In addition to the gladiators you are familiar with, Habitus, Nausicaa the Bone Shatterer, and Rufus the Black Sickle would fight the newcomer Bach. There will also be exciting duels between beasts. Equipped with awnings, the lower stands are sprayed with perfume, and everyone present will be given a small gift. This is going to be your first choice for cooling off and relaxing. After finishing the last stroke, the boy took 2 steps back to admire his masterpiece. There was a smile on his face. And he finally noticed the slave girl that was standing beside him and looking at his drawing. When the sunlight fell on the latter's eyebrows, it became golden. The boy then stretched out his hand and caressed the slave girl's face. Seeing that the latter showing a shy look, he whistled, laughed, and ran down the apartment while holding the dye and paintbrush. He was not the only painter who was promoting the new performance of the Victor Arena. In fact, many similar advertisements were being painted on almost every wall in Rome. Other than gladiator performance advertisements, there were also women who promoted themselves and claimed that they could help lonely men solve their problems. Lovey-dovey words were exchanged between young couples, ruthless words from the creditors, and accusations dedicated to men who broke women's hearts. The walls of these houses, public buildings, and even the tombstones in the cemetery were the billboards of that era. The information on them was complex and complicated. Other than that, there were also some men who walked around the streets and alleys to distribute the program list. With the advertisements painted on the wall and the program list distribution, the gladiatorial show's promotion was considered done. The people interested in going to watch the show could get all the information about it in advance. All that left was whether they were willing to pay for the entrance fees. Since entertainment was lacking in Roman, a gladiatorial show was as attractive as S9. On the other hand, gladiators selected to join the battle were also making their final preparations. Vero and Zhang Heng were doing some coordinated training as well. The previous 50-day special training was aimed at preparing them for individual battles. As for the tag team battle, training a little would prove beneficial. This was why all the newcomers felt that they were getting unlucky. Except for the Nasica group, even the less powerful groups were trained for a battle like this as well. And Zhang Heng and Vero had to start from scratch. Vero saw Nasica on the training ground. The latter looked stronger than Bach. His arms were almost as thick as Vero's thighs, and his body was extremely muscular. His profession was a secutor. This was a profession similar to the Murmillo, falling under the heavy-duty gladiator category. Usually, they were equipped with a sword, a huge rectangular shield, and half-body armor. Vero saw that Nasica had used his rectangular shield to knock out his training partner at the training ground, causing the latter to break 2 of his ribs. Now I finally know how he gets his nickname. I don't want to face this guy in the arena, said Vero to Zhang Heng beside him. However, Nasica did not seem to think so. When training on the same grounds, he would always make 1 or 2 provocative moves against Vero and Zhang Heng from time to time. When Vero saw that someone was provoking Bach as well, his mood finally improved a little bit. This was actually a kind of tradition in the gladiator school. The veteran gladiator would always provoke the newcomers before their first battle, and the gladiators would usually pray the night before the battle. Although gladiator schools did not mandate that gladiators believe in a certain god, most gladiators would choose to believe in Nemesis, the goddess of vengeance. A small number of people also worshipped Victoria, the goddess of victory, or Mars, the god of war. As for the Germanic like Bach, they believed in their tribal gods. Vero noticed that Zhang Heng did not pray. So, he asked curiously, "In your county, is there no god for you to worship?" "Yes, there is. But I don't think I need to pray," Zhang Heng told the truth. In fact, he did not mind worshipping Nemesis, the goddess of revenge. However, he was not a potential core member of the Balance Blade. Even if he was a little unimpressed with the Balance Blade's idealism, he still had to pay his respects to their god Chryse, the goddess of murder and assassination. It would be inappropriate if he worshipped other gods. "I like your sense of humor. I don't feel nervous when I am with you," Vero said, putting the amulet engraved with Nemesis in his pocket respectfully. "During the battle tomorrow, I will do my best to protect your back. You just need to protect your front," Zhang Heng said. "We will live," replied Vero in a firm voice to cheer himself up. "Don't worry. We will win." Chapter 775, Beastmaster. The retirement of Sethnets significantly impacted Victor Arena, where nowadays, it was hard to see it being filled. However, one could not deny that the Victor Arena was built on a rock-solid foundation. Marc Roos was, after all, managing the second biggest arena in Rome. Other than Sethnets, there were several less popular gladiators, including Habitus, Nazica, and Rufus. Coupled with many mid-tier gladiators, Victor Arena was still able to attract the people to watch their gladiatorial performances. As of the day of the performance, 2/3 of the seats in the arena's stands were sold. Mark Roos, however, was still displeased. After he greeted the nobles and their family members, he returned to his seat and began to frown again. Other than the audience's loss, Mark Roos was frustrated by the gladiator show that would be held by the royal family in a month. Aside from the possible monetary loss, he knew that other troubles were waiting for him. The gladiator school he ran was currently the second largest in Rome, but it was now going downhill. Several competitors were waiting to devour him. Therefore, the performance in a month could have a more severe impact on Victor Arena. Not only was the new emperor going to announce the arrival of his reign, but all the gladiator schools might also undergo enormous changes. Although Mark Roos had many cards for him to play in his hand, he was still missing the most crucial card. It was the biggest trump card. According to the information he obtained, a lot of gladiator schools had recruited some very powerful newcomers. The retirement of Sethnets also meant that the gladiators had now entered a new era of heroes. Usually, everyone would be active in their gladiator school. It was rare for the gladiators from different gladiator schools to gather together. If any gladiator could stand out from the crowd and take the final crown, a new king would be born. And the school behind that gladiator would also become the biggest winner. That was why Mark Roos had been rushing Gabby to look for a successor for Sethnets. And because of that, Mark Roos did not mind risking Bach's life. He knew that Bach would be safer if he could train a little longer before letting him fight with other gladiators. Unfortunately, the imminent crisis was getting closer. As a courageous businessman, he knew that it was time for him to make a move. But in his heart, he did not know whether Bach was powerful enough to defeat the other gladiators from other schools. Maybe he should talk to Habitus again and take a few steps back. Just when Mark Roos was lost in thought, the gladiatorial performance had begun. A small orchestra was invited to play as a prelude to the battle. They stood on a slowly rising platform in the middle of the arena and started to play their instruments. After that, a group of antelopes suddenly ran out from the gate on the side of the arena. The cheers from the auditorium spooked them, and they started to run frantically around in the arena. One of them wanted to jump towards the audience stage, but the arena had prepared the corresponding measures to make sure that it would not happen. A wall with a height of 3 meters was built at the lowest level of the audience stand. Other than that, large nets were being fixed on each pillar. These nets could block the wild beasts from entering the stands, and at the same time, enable the audience to keep their eyes on their favorite gladiators. Hence, no one was afraid when they saw the jumping antelope. And there were even ladies who stood up to look at the antelopes curiously. From the time of Caesars, the wild animal performance had been part of gladiatorial shows. Usually, it would be conducted before the gladiator battles. Unlike what was shown in most films and television series, the gladiators would not be asked to fight with those wild animals. That was the Beastmaster's task. A while ago, Zhang Heng and Vero saw how the wild animals were used to execute the prisoners. Other than that, the arena would also offer beast hunting and taming performances and some battles between wild beasts to entertain the audience. What everyone saw now was a hunting performance between a hunter and an antelope. Later, they would make a lion fight with a bear. In the end, the winner among the wild animals would face the Beastmaster. The arrangement of the whole performance was getting more and more exciting. It elevated the audience's mood and made them extremely nervous, especially when the Beastmaster walked towards the stage. Both men and women shouted the name of the Beastmaster together as they watched him fight the ferocious beast. And the Beastmaster had to pay attention and dodge the beast's sharp claws. During the fight, he managed to leave a couple of slash wounds on the beast with the weapon in his hand. At the same time, the beast was only becoming more irritated. There was nothing more charming than looking into Death's eyes, constantly mocking Death and escaping his grasp. Some women screamed frantically for him, willing to dedicate themselves to him. One had to admit they were comparable to the most ardent fans of the later generations. The face hidden beneath the helmet was not that handsome. Some might even consider him ugly. That was because of the 3 long scars on the left of his face, and it almost disfigured him. Those scars were left by a cunning cheetah that he had fought with a while ago. However, in those women's eyes, there was no better love medicine in this world than those scars. At least, in the arena at this moment, he was the dream lover of all those women. As Juvena, the poet, said, what girls loved the most was not his face, but his sword. Finally, the experienced Beastmaster successfully killed the beast in front of him. He then stuck his sword into the ground in front of him, took off his armor, and enjoyed the cheers and triumphs of his victory. And after him, it was the gladiators' turn to fight. Zhang Heng and Vero were not among them. Their performance was slotted on the 3rd day. The two did not even go to the arena. However, a much-anticipated battle would be held in the afternoon. It was the battle between Bach and Rufus. Black Sickle was a victor arena celebrity. The audience, on the other hand, knew nothing about Bach. All they knew was that he was a rookie. However, this time, Victor Arena broke the rules and included him in the advertisement. Clearly, he was extremely valuable to them. The audience was obviously more willing to believe in Black Sickle, seeing how he would win battle after battle in front of the audience. And it could be seen on the odds of their bets. Gambling had always been inseparable from the arena since ancient times. In the arena, not only could the audience enjoy the gladiatorial performances, but they could also bet on their favorite gladiators. On the other side, Vero asked Zhang Heng, who was training with him, "Who do you think will win the battle? I have never seen Rufus the Black Sickle's combat skills." However, since Gabby made such an arrangement, it meant that he is optimistic about Bach. "So if I were to bet, I would bet on Bach," Zhang Heng said. "So Rufus will surely lose in the battle? If Bach successfully completes all the training, Rufus will be defeated by Bach. However, that is not the case. It means Rufus still stands a chance to defeat Bach," Zhang Heng said. Ever since Dadatis told him about the grand gladiatorial performance held at the Flavium Amphitheatrum, he now knew why Mark Roos wanted to make Bach his trump card as soon as possible. But this gladiatorial performance might be different from what he imagined. Chapter 776. Turning the tide around. The two people in the center of the arena were panting violently. The battle had been going on for quite some time, and judging from the audience's enthusiastic reaction in the stands, it was apparent they were delighted with the battle. After a few simple tests, Bach and Rufus immediately started to fight. Muscle to muscle, slashing to cleaving, the sound of weapons and shields colliding, splatters of blood and sweat on the ground. Male hormones filled the whole arena. Rufus had to admit that he had underestimated the newcomer in front of him. Bach's combat skills might need a little polishing, but this was a newcomer's common problem. On the other hand, Rufus could sense that Bach was born with an instinct to detect threats. Every time he set a trap, Bach would always detect it at the final moment. And the cunning Bach would make use of his trap to go against him. The wound on Rufus's waist was the best proof of that. Bach's sword hit so hard that it almost chopped off his bones. After the judge paused the battle and inspected the wound, he ruled that the battle could continue. Rufus was used to a situation like this. Such was the fate of a gladiator. Unless he was severely injured or the other party surrendered, the battle would continue no matter what. Hence, Rufus had gotten used to fighting with different kinds of injuries on him. However, the wound on his waist did affect his next move, especially his dodge action. Fortunately, Bach was no better than Rufus. The latter's calf was stabbed by Rufus. Now, the two were back on the starting line. In the next battle, both sides deliberately took advantage of each other's injuries. Rufus forced Bach to put more weight on his injured leg, while Bach forced Rufus to twist his waist more often. The blood flowed down from Rufus's and Bach's thighs to their ankle, where it would finally land on the arena's grounds. The whole thing was a brutal and bloody affair, hyping up the thousands of spectators at the stands. However, this intense atmosphere did not affect Rufus. He was still trying his best to focus on his opponent. The expression on Bach's face frustrated Rufus. Bach, as a newcomer, was not nervous about the battle. And the most important thing was that he showed no emotion as he stared. It was as if he was staring at a dead person. Rufus could not figure out why Bach would hate him so much. It was common that the gladiators would fight with each other in the school for various reasons. To attract more audience, the arena would deliberately cook up some drama among the gladiators. However, Bach had just entered the gladiator school not too long ago, and he had been focusing on his training. Rufus could not remember when he had offended Bach. No matter what, he had to win this battle. Rufus rushed to Bach. "Game's over, kid. I'm going to fight seriously now. If you don't want to die, remember to kneel and surrender to me." Bach grinned. "So these are your last words?" Immediately, Rufus struck at Bach with his trident, exerting all his strength to press Bach down. His astonishing willpower had helped him to overcome the pain from his waist injury. When both sides had reached their physical limits, he forcibly pushed himself back to his perfect state. It was then that the battle began to lean towards Rufus. It did not take long for Rufus to stab Bach in his left arm, forcing Bach to drop his buckler. Upon seeing that, Rufus's supporters immediately stood up and cheered for him. At the audience seat, Mark Roos's face was dark. He looked at Gabby angrily and asked, "What's the matter? Didn't you tell me that Rufus is the most suitable person for Bach to fight against in the opening match? All I see is Rufus beating him up. With this kind of combat skills and strength, how are we going to make him the successor of Sethnetz? I have spent so much money to buy him. Is it going to be a failed investment?" Gabby was surprised by Bach's performance as well. He had been in charge of Bach's training, and Rufus had also been trained by him back then. In other words, Gabby knew both of them quite well. He had gone through careful consideration before he made this arrangement. He was not saying that Bach would definitely win the battle. It was that Bach shouldn't have been beaten up by Rufus so badly. "I don't know what happened, but I can assure you that this is not all of Bach's strength. I don't know what's going on with him or what he is thinking. Losing this battle on purpose will not benefit him in any way." When the two were talking, the battle was about to come to an end. The situation had become more and more unfavorable for Bach. He lost his shield, and his performance was going downhill. On the other hand, Rufus had only become braver, at the same time, prepared to attack Bach with his fishing net. Finally, he waited for the moment when Bach's footsteps became utterly disorganized. Rufus caught Bach's weakness and threw the fishing net at him. The moment he did that, he had, for some reason, the sudden feeling that something terrible was going to happen to him. He saw Bach abandoning the nowhere-to-escape look, turned into a cheetah, dodged the fishing net, and pounced at Rufus, directly hitting his arms. Rufus wanted to raise his arm guards to protect himself, but it was too late. The moment Bach charged towards him, he fiercely inserted the dagger in Rufus's neck and pierced through the latter's throat. Those shouts of applause from the audience were silenced all of a sudden. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change of outcome. Blood gushed out of Rufus's mouth, and his eyes were filled with horror and surprise. He opened his mouth and tried to say something, but only unintelligible sounds came out of it. But Bach knew what Rufus wanted to ask, and he moved closer to the latter's ear. "Aren't you curious about why I want to kill you? It's simple. I checked your resume. 5 years ago, you participated in the war against us. Presumably, you must have slaughtered quite a few of my people. Consider your death as a debt payment. Even if I can't kill you on the battlefield, we can still meet in the arena. Am I right?" Chapter 777, 12-man mixed fight. The duel between Bach and Rufus became the most exciting part of the first day of the performance. Many spectators continued discussing the battle even after it was over. Blood splattering on the ground, muscle collisions, and an unexpected change of tide throughout the battle. In addition to a well-known gladiator's death, almost every other eye-catching element a grand performance should have was presented to the audience. Hence, Bach's name began to spread among the people of Rome. "A very powerful newcomer has appeared in the Victor Arena." That was the phrase spread throughout every street in Rome. The first phase of Mark Roos's and Gabby's plan had been achieved. However, they could only see the result during Bach's second battle. With Bach and the dead Rufus's help, the arena's attendance rate in the next 2 days also saw a slight increase. And soon, it was the third day. Zhang Heng and Vero returned to the Victor Arena's underground. In order to maximize dramatic effects, many arenas had similar designs. Its upper level was a wooden floor covered with sand, and the lower level looked like the backstage of a theater. Among others, there was a weapon storehouse, a cage, and a preparation room. At that time, a special elevator would be used to transport people or beasts to the surface, making them look like they had just emerged from the ground. The two worked here before they were trained to be gladiators. Now, they were back to where it all began. Unfortunately, there were no mirrors in the preparation room. All the gladiators who were asked to participate in the 12-man mixed fight were here, and the expressions on each of their faces were different. Some were silently cleaning their weapons and adjusting their armor. Some were doing some weird pre-war rituals, and of course, some were relaxed. And Nausicaa was one of them, talking and laughing with his partner next to him. This was the 9th time he participated in a 12-man mixed fight, and he had won 7 out of the 8 battles. The only reason he lost in that battle was that Sethnets was there to fight with him. Even though Sethnets was about to retire, he still managed to defeat Nausicaa after a tough battle. But now that Sethnets was retired, not many people in the gladiator school were powerful enough to defeat Nausicaa. Especially when the roster for this 12-man mixed fight came out, Nausicaa odds had significantly improved. If everything went well, he should be able to clinch his 8th win easily. In contrast, on the other side, Vero suffered his old problems again, vomiting into a clay pot. He thought that he was ready, underestimating the tremendous pressure he felt when he walked into the arena for the first time as a gladiator. This was especially the case when he heard the constant cheers from above his head. It reminded him of the 2 death row prisoners right before they got eaten by wild beasts. Seeing how he was crumbling under the pressure, the other gladiators looked at him in disdain. Nausicaa teased him. "Hey boy, how did they let you pass the assessment? Will your fear make you pee in your pants during the fight later?" Vero did not answer him. Not only was he a little afraid of Nausicaa, but he could also feel another round of vomit coming up his guts. Zhang Heng then handed Vero a bowl of water so he could rinse his mouth. "I'm sorry." Vero took the bowl of water and apologized to Zhang Heng. He knew that he had just embarrassed him. All the other gladiators were now looking down on Zhang Heng as well. "I will adjust my state of mind before the fight later. I promise." "Well, you can try to take a few deep breaths. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Treat it as a training session," said Zhang Heng. Vero nodded, but before he could even speak, Nausicaa spoke again. "This is different from training. Training will not kill you, but a real gladiatorial performance could cost you your life. And I guarantee you that you will learn this cold, hard truth from the battle later. This is a stage for heroes and warriors, while the bones of cowards and trash like you will be buried here. Can you mind your own business?" Zhang Heng finally voiced out. "If you have nothing to do now, think about what pose you should make to beg for mercy later." Interesting, it's been a long time since a newcomer dared to speak to me in this tone. Nausicaa turned and looked at Zhang Heng. "I am not like Gubra. I don't rely on my age to attract attention. Do you know why the gladiators didn't dare to refute me? It is because they are afraid that I will target them later. Trust me. You don't want to know how my nickname, Bone Shatterer, came about. I really want to see what you can do to me." Zhang Heng said lightly. "I'm afraid you won't get to live up to your title." Nausicaa wanted to say something, but suddenly they heard a long applause. Everyone knew that it indicated that the previous performance had ended. Now, it was their turn to perform in the arena. "Oriental man, you will regret what you said to me." Nausicaa glared at Zhang Heng, put on his helmet, and stood up from where he was sitting. Vero, on the other hand, had finally stopped vomiting. He rinsed his mouth with clean water, got up with everyone, hurriedly walked towards the elevator. On the way, he passed an emergency treatment room and saw a gladiator getting treated. His left arm was curved in an unnatural shape. It looked like his bone was broken. Upon seeing that, Vero quickly looked away and wiped the sweat off his face. The gladiator who performed earlier was bowing at the audience before he left the arena. Soon after that, the cheers died down. It meant that the gladiator had already left the arena. Hence, the slaves in charge of the elevator pulled the winch together, and the 12 gladiators standing on the platform ascended. The yelling and stomping of thousands of spectators soon drowned the entire arena. Perhaps only those literally surrounded by the deafening cheers could truly understand Vero's tension and fear. He felt like his eardrums were about to burst. As usual, the 12 gladiators walked around the arena so the audience could see their faces. After that, they conducted some one-to-one warm-up exercises to showcase their combat skills. Nausicaa was the most famous gladiator among the 12. When he appeared, at least half of the audience chanted his name. And Nausicaa also waved at the audience to thank them for their support. As for the two rookies, Zhang Heng and Vero, they did not receive much attention. This calmed Vero's nerves a lot, and he recalled the feeling when he trained under Zhang Heng. As the three referees walked into the arena, everyone knew that the time for the decisive battle had arrived. Vero noticed that Nausicaa seemed to be approaching them deliberately. He probably wanted to wait for the performance to start before getting rid of the newcomers first. However, the other gladiators seemed to have the same idea as him. To them, Zhang Heng and Vero were the easiest pair to get rid of. When the fight began, Nausicaa failed to attack Zhang Heng and Vero first. According to the rules, he had to find another opponent. Chapter 778. That's considered a win, right? Vero did not expect that he would become so popular. When the referees signaled them to start the battle, at least 4 groups of gladiators were charging at them. Vero was almost scared to death. Fortunately, only the nearest group was able to earn the right to fight with them in the end. Nausicaa was not too pleased by such an outcome. He predicted that Zhang Heng and Vero would not survive the first round of battles. In other words, he would not get a chance to teach the two of them a lesson in this 12-man mixed fight. However, the battle had already begun, and his partner reminded him to be prepared to fight the enemies that were charging at them. The opponents they were about to face had considerable strength, and if they were not careful, they might just lose. Hence, Nausicaa could only retract his gaze away from Zhang Heng and Vero. There was a strategy to win in the 12-man mixed fight. It was not necessarily better to defeat your opponent as fast as possible. That was because the strongest group would most likely go through more rounds of battle, and it would consume more of their stamina. On the contrary, if lucky, one could immediately compete in the final round after they completed the first. If there were no opponents available in the final round, the winner would have more time to recuperate. Other than that, the losers could also regain their qualification by defeating other losers to challenge the final winner. In short, this was not a fighting performance that focused solely on strength. Everyone had to formulate a corresponding method. It was crucial for the gladiators to look for their combat rhythm to make sure they could fight more effectively. If they wanted to win in the final battle, they might need some luck. Like the gladiators who were fighting against Zhang Heng and Vero, they did not rush the battle. Instead, they kept a certain amount of pressure on the two of them to avoid being ruled by the referee as passive fighting. They had made up their minds to drag the battle as long as possible. After all, Zhang Heng and Vero were regarded as the weakest group. The most important thing was that one of them was Dimacharius, and another one was Retiarius, considered lightweight gladiators. They did not even have a shield with them. Therefore, the team fighting against them felt that they could end the battle at any time. Ideal opponents like this were not easy to find. If they were to end the battle too quickly, they might have to engage in a tougher battle with other teams. Vero also felt that their opponents were taking their sweet time to fight with them, relieving him a little. Although Zhang Heng said that their goal was to win in this battle, Vero was not too convinced in the end. He felt that a more realistic goal would be to show as much of his combat skill as possible in the first round of the duel. And Vero would also try his best to claim the victory from the first round of battle. Though there was a high probability that they would lose the second battle, at least it would increase their odds of survival. What Vero did not expect was that Zhang Heng had no intention to drag the fight. So, he charged at them with both his swords. His movements weren't very swift at first. As if dashing, his steps got bigger and bigger, and his speed increased tremendously in a short time, just like drumbeats. The muscles of his body tightened as well. The two gladiators on the opposite side were stunned by Zhang Heng's sudden attack. Like Vero, they did not understand why Zhang Heng would break the balance between them. Logically speaking, it would not do him any good. But as Zhang Heng approached, the two unanimously sensed a huge threat was about to land on them. This was not supposed to happen. Vero was left stunned for a while before he finally reacted. Considered a relatively good and loyal partner, he immediately rushed towards the opponents with Zhang Heng. However, there was still a short distance between him and Zhang Heng, which meant Zhang Heng was now fighting two enemies simultaneously. And he was just a newcomer with no reputation. It stood to reason that he should not have such a strong presence. And the next thing that happened stunned Vero even more. The two gladiators on the opposite side had already sensed the danger and put on a defensive posture. However, it was quickly rendered useless. Zhang Heng knocked away one of their weapons with a sword. After that, he kicked his opponent so hard that he was forced to on the ground. When the second gladiator wanted to raise his weapon, Zhang Heng's sword was already on his neck. He was hoping that his partner would get up from the ground to help him, be equals, but the latter was in the same situation. When he wanted to get up, he could feel a chill running up his spine. Is that a win? Zhang Heng asked the referee, who was left in shock. In fact, focusing on Nausicaa's group, most of the spectators in the stands did not know what happened in the battle just now. After all, the Bone Shatterer was the most famous person in this battle. Hence, everyone hoped that he would win every fight. Since it was a boring battle, and Zhang Heng wasn't a famous gladiator, few would naturally pay attention. No one thought that Zhang Heng and Vero would win the first round of the fight, not to mention how they ended the battle at such an astonishing speed. It happened in just a blink of an eye. For the people who were paying attention to Zhang Heng, all they saw was Zhang Heng charging towards his opponents, and the battle was over. What happened during the battle left many confused. Mark Roos was one of them. He and Gabby were discussing how to set the roster for the crucial gladiatorial performance that was going to be held after a month. Among them, one of the gladiators was Bone Shatterer. Hence, they were focusing on Nausicaa's group. Mark Roos did not even look at Zhang Heng and Vero's performance. Shocked, he asked Gabby, "What happened?" The latter was responsible for the management of the entire gladiator school. Of course, he would not just focus on a single gladiator. He was used to observing all the gladiators who were engaged in the fight simultaneously and had been paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. That was why he was staring at Zhang Heng right now. And Zhang Heng happened to be looking at him as well. Gabby snorted. "I didn't expect that I would misjudge someone." "What do you mean?" Mark Roos frowned. "This Easterner has hidden his strength during the previous training and assessment," Gabby explained. He was the kind of person that hated anomalies. During the fight between Bach and Rufus, Bach did kill Rufus even though he still won in the end. And now, what he discovered from Zhang Heng was obviously more shocking. Oh, Mark Roos was interested to hear what he had to say about Zhang Heng. After all, Zhang Heng never left a deep impression on him before. That was why he did not pay much attention to this Oriental man in the first place. He even forgot how he passed the assessment. So, he went on and asked, "How much strength does he hide? Can he be included in the roster?" Gabby pondered for a moment. Although Julius and Askell are not well known, they are considered to be very powerful. Even Habitus could not defeat them instantly. Of course, they are also unfamiliar with Zhang Heng and Vero, and they have underestimated them. I don't know. I can't say anything about them now. Let's continue to observe them. Since he decided to unleash all of his combat skills, he should be ready to claim the victory of this 12-man mixed fight. But Mark Roos thought of another thing. He slapped his thigh and said in an annoyed manner, "I knew I should have promoted him. Who is better, Nausicaa or him?" He asked after a pause. "I think we will know the answer soon." Chapter 779. We should be the winning pair, right? Although the whole thing happened so abruptly and seemed incredibly unreal, the judge still had to rule that Zhang Heng and Vero won the battle. The main reason was that the outcome was too obvious for anyone to refute. Two swords were placed in front of Julius's and Assel's necks, and they looked extremely embarrassed by their current circumstance. They had lost their strength to fight back. Since Zhang Heng and Vero ended the fight too quickly, they had to wait for the others to finish their battle before they could get another pair of gladiators to fight with. Judging by how the two looked right now, it seemed like they did not need too much rest. All Vero did was run 2 meters, and the battle was over. He did not even break a sweat. They had won the battle so quickly and easily that Vero felt that it was unreal. Until Zhang Heng put away both of his swords, Vero realized that everything was real. We won. Yes, but it's only the first round. Zhang Heng replied, his expressions calm as if what had just happened was just something that did not matter to him. On the other side, Julius and Assel looked a little depressed. It was a terrible loss for them since they did not get to showcase any of their strength. This was definitely not a very pleasing scene for the audience, especially since the two had little to no reputation. After the battle was over, the audience would probably request for the two to be executed. Fortunately, the losers were allowed to fight one more fight to redeem themselves. Due to the sudden defeat, they did not suffer any injuries nor consume any of their stamina. In other words, they had a better advantage in their next battle. Indeed, they would come up with all their strength to fight against their next opponents. On the other side, Nasuka had also started to showcase his combat skills. This was not the first time he fought with his current opponents. Hence, both sides knew each other rather well. The opponent's group was not weaker than Nasuka's group, so he dared to take the initiative to strike at Nasuka. Nasuka knew what his opponent's plan was. Instead of picking the weakest team, they chose to tackle the most powerful team first. It was apparent that they did not plan to win the fight from the beginning. Their goal was to get into the loser category. Before they let Nasuka and his partner defeat them, they would make sure to exhaust and injure them as much as possible. It had to be admitted that this was indeed a good plan. If it went well, everyone's favorite, Nasuka, would pass the duel's first round. He would suffer from a certain degree of injuries, which meant it was very likely that he would be eliminated in the next battle. After that, it was possible that they would re-encounter each other in the loser's bracket. By that time, the chances of defeating them would be significantly increased. This strategy, however, was a rather risky one too. If they lost to Nasuka, the spectators would no longer favor them, meaning their chances of getting executed would increase significantly. Therefore, the Star Gladiators would try their best not to lose in any battle. Secondly, they might not be able to get out of the loser group again. The other most significant problem was that a plan did not constantly develop in the direction they expected. Nasuka, for instance, was now going to go all out in this battle. He was different from the other gladiators. Due to his enormous strength, not only the large shield in his left hand could be used to block attacks, but it could also be used as an offensive weapon. If he tackled his enemy with the shield, the person might fall or be sent flying. And if he exerted all of his strength in this attack, his shield would be able to break the bones of his enemies. During the duel, the two opponents were focusing on guarding against Nasuka's attacks. However, they had underestimated their opponents. They forgot that Nasuka still had a partner. The latter was not as well known as Nasuka and was overshadowed by him. But this did not mean that one could underestimate him. He had always been Nasuka's best partner. The two made up for each other's weaknesses. Nasuka focused on offensive attacks, and his partner would focus on attacks that harassed their opponents. With the two partnered up, the opponents would often find that they had no other options but to go against Nasuka. Now their opponents were facing what other opponents had faced in the past. When they wanted to retreat, one of them was stuck in the battle with Nasuka's partner. When that happened, Nasuka charged at them immediately. Seeing that his opponent would put up a defensive posture, Nasuka cunningly put away the big shield and slashed the opponent's side body with his sword. Although his opponents managed to dodge this lethal attack, it also forced them to reveal their weaknesses. Immediately, Nasuka's partner slashed one of the opponent's arms with his sword. The judge had no intention to stop the battle. That was because this scene was similar to what happened between Box and Rufus's battle. The cut on the opponent's arm was not as deep, and although blood gushed out from the wound, it was not fatal. Hence, there was no reason for the judge to stop the battle. It did not take long for another opponent to get hurt. However, it was only a minor injury. It was at that time the two opponents realized what Nasuka wanted to do. Nasuka knew his opponent's plan from the very beginning. Now, he was using their plan to go against them. Not only did he want to defeat them, but he also wanted to drain all of their strength and stamina. They would not be able to win the next round when they would fight among the loser bracket, and they were about to face the worst possible outcome. The two remembered that Nausicaa was well known for making his opponents pay for what they did to him. It was now too late for them to change the outcome. There was no way for them to get out of it unharmed now. They could not defeat them, and they could not surrender just like that after suffering such slight injuries. The audience would not let them off the hook easily. Therefore, the two had to bite the bullet and carry on with the fight. In any case, they had to survive for a little longer before they surrendered. However, at this moment, a cunning smile could be seen on Nausicaa's face. He dropped his current combat style and tackled one of his opponent's chests with his shield. This time, Nausicaa exerted all of his strength in this strike. The unfortunate opponent was sent flying away by the brutal attack. By now, some of the bones in his body must have been broken. When the other opponent saw that his partner could no longer fight, he put down his weapon and wanted to surrender. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to do so. Nausicaa charged at him in that split second, raised the sword in his hand, and cut off his target's arm. This cruel and bloody scene immediately made the audience cheered for him. The Bone Shatterer was famous for a reason. His brutal and violent combat style was considered art in that era. However, when Nausicaa, now bathed in blood, raised his hands, he found out that he received fewer cheers from the audience. When he looked back, he saw that Vero was looking at his heroic posture like the audience in the stand. Nausicaa frowned. He realized that he might have unintentionally helped Vero and Zhang Heng unintentionally by eliminating a pair of competitors in the loser group. But the next moment, he saw the judge signaling him to walk towards Zhang Heng. Nausicaa was a little puzzled by it. He then said, "We should be the winner group, right?" The judge nodded and agreed. "You two are the ones that left in the winner group." Nausicaa was shocked. He realized that he had spent quite some time making his opponents pay what they failed to do to him. However, it wouldn't be that long. At most, Zhang Heng and Vero could only fight one round of the battle. But according to the judge, Zhang Heng and Vero had completed 2 rounds of the battles, and they had won both rounds. How is that possible? Nausicaa looked at Vero in confusion, only to find out that the doubt on the latter's face was no less than his. Chapter 780. The battle everyone's been waiting for. Vero felt like a spectator in the arena's best seat. Both battles were single-handedly won by Zhang Heng single-handedly. And at the same time, he managed to end the battle relatively quickly. Compared with the first round of the battle that ended almost instantly, the second round's opponents were more cautious when they found out Zhang Heng and Vero was the first team that claimed the victory in the first round of the fight. However, the opponents still could not do anything about Zhang Heng even though they knew he was mighty. The gap of strength between the two parties was simply too broad. Staying cautious would not change the fact that they would lose. Zhang Heng even conserved some of his strength to let Vero participate in the battle. Otherwise, Vero was no different from another spectator. Even so, the fight did not last long. Shortly after that, Vero found out that they had claimed 2 consecutive victories. On the other side, the most popular pair of gladiators were still fighting with their opponents. After the unexpected victory in the first round, more and more audiences began to pay attention to Zhang Heng and Vero. However, technically, most paid their attention only to Zhang Heng. After discovering that they won the fight easily in the second round of the battle, the audience was left in shock, and they began to talk about Zhang Heng's origins. Such an outcome had caused a lot of frustrations to Mark Roos. The gladiator school did not anticipate that the audience would pay so much attention to Zhang Heng and were unprepared to handle the curiosity. In the end, the curious spectators found the answer that they were seeking from the previous battle schedule. And the battle on Nausicaa's side had finally come to an end. The judge ruled that his opponent could no longer fight. For the first time, the audience understood why they lost the battle. Hence, they did not ask the arena to execute them. Instead, they were sent for treatment. And the other reason was that everyone was eager to watch Nausicaa's team against Zhang Heng's team. The former was the star of the Victor Arena and had many supporters, while the latter was the rookie that stood and fought in this arena for the first time. No one had seen his gladiatorial performance before. To the audience, he was a man shrouded with mystery. Within 5 minutes, Zhang Heng managed to claim 2 consecutive victories, and he finally gained his first batch of fans. Among them, most of them were women, especially the noble ladies. They seemed to be very interested in this dark-haired, dark-eyed, exotic Oriental man. And now, these new fans of Zhang Heng had begun to cheer for him. And some of them were virtuous and gentle ladies that could be seen on the street and at home. But now, they had changed into completely different people. They rolled up their sleeves and started to greet Zhang Heng's opponent, Nausicaa, with vulgar words. Zhang Heng now knew the importance of a gladiatorial show to the Romans. It was said that when Cefnets's popularity reached its peak, the audience was 100 times crazier than it was now. It was no wonder Mark Roos was so desperate to seek out the next Cefnets. And now, the owner of the gladiator school was also looking at Zhang Heng enthusiastically. He was different from Gabby. Many people said that he was a cruel and unrelenting man, but this was not true. Mark Roos only treated the people that had no value to him cruelly. On the other hand, he was always good to the people that could earn him a lot of money. Gabby might have felt unhappy by the fact that Zhang Heng concealed his strength earlier. Mark Roos, however, did not share the same sentiments. Just like when he found out that his daughter had an affair with Cefnets, he pretended not to know instead of reprimanding the man. Those that did not know him well would think that Mark Roos was a forgiving person. But Gabby, who had worked for Mark Roos for decades, knew many things that other people did not know. After Cefnets announced his plan to retire, the gladiator school started to plan his final battle. At that time, Mark Roos asked Gabby privately whether to let Cefnets survive from the battle to preserve his legendary status or let him die on the battlefield where it could yield Victor Arena a higher profit and popularity. Gabby felt a chill climb to his spine. Cefnets had made a lot of contributions to the Victor Arena in recent years and made a lot of money for Mark Roos. But Mark Roos disregarded all of his contributions. All he could think of was profit as always. This was the true Mark Roos, a man that placed profit above everything else. That was why he was so pleased to see Zhang Heng fighting well. His mysterious origin could make him a lot of money later on. So, why hadn't Mark Roos noticed it? The answer was simple. It was because the gladiatorial performance was just a packaging process for the gladiators. In the end, the gladiator's strength was the one that determined everything. Without strength, there would be no packaging. With good packaging and strength, though, a star gladiator would be born. When Mark Roos was still thinking about how to package Zhang Heng, the battle on the other side had already begun. When Nausicaa saw Vero and Zhang Heng, he was surprised and delighted. When he found out that he did not fight them in the first round of the battle, he thought that he would never have the chance to teach the 2 new arrogant newcomers a good lesson. And now his chance was here. However, when he heard the judge saying that they were the only 2 winning teams left, he noticed something amiss. Nausicaa was not stupid. He quickly realized that these 2 rookies might have concealed their true strengths. The ability to win 2 consecutive battles in such a short period of time had proven quite a few things. Not even he could achieve such an unbelievable feat. However, Nausicaa was not too worried because he was pretty confident in his strength. The combat experience he accumulated over the years he fought in the Victor Arena was something they did not have. Just when he was thinking about how to win this fight, he was surprised to hear Zhang Heng taking the initiative to speak to him. The latter asked, "Are you ready?" "What do you mean by that?" Nausicaa asked subconsciously. However, Zhang Heng did not answer him this time. He just said, "Don't worry, it will be over soon." After speaking, Zhang Heng made the first move. On the other hand, Nausicaa did not mind checking Zhang Heng's strength and abilities first. So, he raised his big shield in his left hand to put on a defensive posture. And this move would also become a decision he would regret the most in this battle. He did not expect that this would also become the only decision he could make in this battle. In a matter of seconds, Zhang Heng dashed forward and was already in front of Nausicaa. This time Zhang Heng used the Batajutsu he learned in the Bakumatsu dungeon. He fused all his strength and aura into this strike. There was nothing fancy about it. When his sword came in contact with Nasuka's shield, Nasuka felt that he would not block this attack. Nasuka was horrified. One should know that his strength was excellent. Even Sethnetz would not be able to defeat him at this point. However, Bak might be able to compete with him in terms of strength. Logically speaking, Zhang Heng should not be stronger than him. However, he did not know why he could not play this match to his advantage even though he had the upper hand in strength. And all of this was just the beginning. Soon, Zhang Heng unleashed his second strike, followed by the third slash, the fourth slash. From the start to the end, Zhang Heng only did one thing in this battle. And that was constantly slashing at Nasuka's shield. Nasuka barely managed to protect himself from Zhang Heng's first strike. Having had to use all his strength to fight it off, he could not help but retreat. In the end, he was forced to toss away his short sword. He had to use both of his hands to hold the shield. But no matter what he did, he felt like he was sitting in a small boat in the stormy sea, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure that Zhang Heng exerted on him. All of his struggles were useless. Nasuka even started to doubt the strength that he was once proud of. After a while, his hands went numb, and his legs were weak. He could no longer hold the shield. So he dropped it. And he saw a white light flashed in front of him. Nasuka had already decided to close his eyes and wait for his death. Suddenly, the unstoppable sword ceased its movement and stopped less than a centimeter from his nose. Chapter 781. Total victory. When Zhang Heng charged at Nasuka, his partner did not help him fight off Zhang Heng. The reason why he made such a decision was that he was too frightened. After a while, he calmed himself down and started to assess the situation. In his opinion, if Zhang Heng had concealed his strength earlier, he should not be much stronger than Nasuka. In other words, even if Nasuka could not defeat him, he should at least be able to hang in there for a while. Thus, he chose this opportunity to kill Vero, the weakest gladiator in the arena. After that, he planned to work together with Nasuka to attack Zhang Heng. There shouldn't be any problem with this strategy. It was true that Vero was weak as he thought he was. As soon as he approached him, Vero started to lose his calm. Besides, Retiarius was a profession that focused more on offense instead of defense. Once Vero lost his calm and began to focus on defense, it was equivalent to revealing his opponent's weakness. In this way, he would become more and more passive in the fight. All he could do was to back off from his opponent, which was very risky for him. But at this moment, a familiar voice came to Vero's ear. Don't be afraid. He is just bluffing. Just go all out and fight with him. He may not be able to defeat you. Nasuka's partner was shocked when he heard Zhang Heng's advice to Vero. Since he had the time to give advice, it meant his battle with Nasuka had ended. Everything happened way too quickly. Nasuka's partner had considered the possibility that Nasuka would lose to Zhang Heng, but he would have never expected the battle to be a one-sided slaughter. To his horror, Nasuka couldn't even last a short while. And now he had to fight two opponents at the same time. He disagreed with Zhang Heng's statement about him not being able to defeat Vero. However, when he knew that Nasuka was defeated, his fighting spirit had been greatly affected. And with Zhang Heng watching from behind, he could not help but begin to act clumsily. On the contrary, Vero, on the opposite, found out that Zhang Heng had killed Nasuka and began to advise him. Suddenly, he could feel a surge of energy flowed within his body. Maybe he felt that someone was nearby him to help him if he failed to defeat Nasuka's partner. So Vero was able to fight his opponent confidently, showcasing everything that he learned from the training camp and his recent training results. As the battle raged on, Nasuka's partner was beginning to get overwhelmed. He was, after all, a veteran gladiator, and although his talent was not too outstanding, he did not expect to be suppressed by a newcomer who had just stepped into the arena. Until now, he still could not figure out how the experienced Nasuka lost the 12-man mixed battle so quickly. And how ridiculously powerful could Zhang Heng have been that he managed to defeat Nasuka in such a short time. This was the main reason why he still could focus on his battle right now. However, Even though he knew that there was no hope of winning even if he defeated Vero, he still did not immediately admit defeat. This was the most basic professional quality of a veteran gladiator. It was not until Vero's fishing net trapped him when he was distracted that he put down his weapon and surrendered. On the other side, only 2 teams were left in the loser group. The battle had also reached its climax. Trying their best to fight for the only chance to redeem themselves, the fighting scene remained brutal and bloody. In the end, only one group barely claimed the victory. After examining their wounds, however, the judge ruled that they could not continue fighting. Hence, the final winner of the 12-man mixed fight was born. When Vero heard the audience cheering for them, he felt surreal, feeling as though he were in a dream. He did contribute to the final victory and, for the first time, defeated a strong opponent one-on-one. This had significantly boosted his confidence. Of course, he also knew that most screams and cheers were actually dedicated to Zhang Heng, next to him. Simultaneously, the cheers were mixed with curses from those who bet on Nausicaa's group. In the end, though, those voices were suppressed by one, and that was Zhang Heng's name. There was no doubt that a new star was rising in the Victor Arena at this moment. There was an ear-to-ear smile on Mark Roos's face. He lost Rufus and Nausicaa, who could earn him a lot of money. Technically speaking, Nausicaa only lost his reputation and not his life. Only an experienced man like Gabby knew how ruthless Zhang Heng was. By destroying the thing that Nausicaa was most proud of, Zhang Heng had basically destroyed his mental state. During the battle, Zhang Heng had him overpowered entirely. It would not be easy for him to get out of this frustration. In a worst-case scenario, his strength would decline sharply, and he would live under the shadows of this lost battle for the rest of his life. But even if this tragedy happened to Nausicaa, Mark Roos wouldn't be too bothered. The reason was simple. He had found himself a new gold mine. Not only was it enough to make up for the loss of Nausicaa, but it also seemed that Zhang Heng would be making him heaps of money. Who do you think is more powerful? Mark Roos asked Gabby enthusiastically. The latter, of course, knew that Mark Roos was not talking about Zhang Heng and Nausicaa because the answer to that question was obvious. Nausicaa had lost the fight in the worst possible way. Zhang Heng used this battle to prove that the two were not on the same level, so it was easy to guess who Mark Roos was talking about now. Although Gabby was displeased by the fact that Zhang Heng concealed his strength, he had to put that thought away. He had almost the same strength as Seth Netz when he was at the peak of his career, he said. Mark Roos's eyes lit up when he heard what Gabby said. But then Gabby reminded him. But he is more difficult to control than Seth Netz. We may not be able to control him fully. It doesn't matter. Your job is to keep discovering talented gladiators for the school. Leave the rest for me to handle. Mark Roos did not take Gabby's concern seriously. He then rubbed the emerald ring on his index finger and proclaimed with pride, "Everyone has their weakness. It could be money, beauty, honor, freedom. The key to controlling the people like them is to know what they want. You're nowhere as good as me when it comes to these things. How can I compare with you, my master?" Gabby bowed respectfully. "Wait until the gladiatorial performance. No, bring him to see me after this match is over." After Mark Roos spoke, he stood up and had no intention to watch the performance anymore. He was now thinking about how to package Zhang Heng into a star gladiator. Since he had found the new successor for the throne, the rest of the performance was now incredibly boring to him. So he stood up and left. On the other hand, the celebration continued. Female slaves holding plates walked around the arena, where spectators would throw their gifts for the gladiators onto the plates. Most of the gifts were coins. Among them were some feminine items that represented their love for their favorite gladiator. Zhang Heng waved his hand to thank the audience. Suddenly, he felt that someone was watching him amid the crowd in a hostile manner. When he looked at the person, he only saw the person fully covered in clothes. Chapter 782. Ally Zhang Heng did not expect Gabby to bring him to Mark Roos's residence. The latter's domus was not in the gladiator school, but was instead located diagonally across the street, which was a good location. The domus referred to the mansions of the wealthy. Unlike the modern villas, a domus looked more like a small fortress with the shape of a shell. There were almost no windows in this building. Unlike the kind of apartment that the ordinary people inhabited, the domus had no balcony as well. Zhang Heng then followed Gabby into the gate, through the entrance, and came to the front hall. Although there were no windows, it was bright enough inside the building. This is because the front hall did not have a roof. Such a design allowed the sunlight to pour into the hall and rainwater collection. When it rained, the rainwater would flow out from the statues' mouths on the edge of the roof, and it would fall into a square rain-bearing pond. Not only could the rain-bearing pond be used as a decoration where water would be reflected on the surrounding walls to improve the atmosphere, but it was also connected to the underground water storage tank. It would ensure that the domus would have a water supply at any given time, unlike civilians that lived in the apartments, where they had to go out to fetch water from the wells and fountains in the city. Zhang Heng did not expect Mark Roos to stand in the front hall to wait for his arrival. Seeing him show up, he immediately walked over with enthusiasm and put his hands on Zhang Heng's shoulders. In the eyes of other Romans, this was a shocking move. It was unprecedented that the master would come out personally to greet the slave. And he just made a move that a friend would do to another friend. And the best part was there was not a hint of reluctance on Mark Roos's face. It meant that everything he did to Zhang Heng was natural, and it came from the bottom of his heart. Now he looked kind and friendly. As compared to the person who looked at the slaves under his feet condescendingly on the second floor's balcony, he was a completely different person now. But just when everyone has emerged in a harmonious atmosphere, a cold snort destroyed it. Zhang Heng noticed the girl standing on the second floor earlier. When he walked into the front hall, her face was darkened. And when Mark Roos placed his hands on Zhang Heng's shoulder, the girl stomped, turned her head, and returned to her room. "Oh, that's my second daughter, Domar," Mark Roos introduced. "Don't mind her. I have been very busy with the gladiator school and had no time to look after her. That is why she is so rude. Let's go to the reception room." Gabby seemed to be a little worried about Mark Roos's safety. "So," he said, "Master, do you want to find a few more people to go with you?" "It's okay." Mark Roos waved his hand. "Zhang Heng is with us. Besides, if he really wants to kill me, with his skill, I'm afraid there's no one here can stop him." Gabby bowed and said nothing after that. Mark Roos then smiled again. "Come. Let's go to the reception room." Compared to the front hall, the lighting in the reception room was dimmer. Once Zhang Heng's eyes adjusted to the dark surroundings, he could see the walls' murals and the mosaic floor tiles under his feet, which were quite colorful. Of course, the reception room's most attractive item was the sizable, magnificent table and the chairs studded with jewels. Mark Roos was sitting on it now. He then pointed at the other stool on the opposite side. Zhang Heng then sat on it without saying much. Interestingly, when I asked Gabby and slave traders, none of them remember who bought you, Mark Roos said as he looked towards Zhang Heng. "So," Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "So I guess this is a good thing because it means that no one knows your past. We can work to make you look more mysterious to the audience. This is a good thing. Most women would be attracted to a man like you. However, I think you are not mysterious enough. I can ask someone to spread some rumors about you. For example, I can tell them that you are a prince from a country in the east or a general or something. After that, someone conspired against you, and you were forced to flee to Rome. Unfortunately, you became a slave later and were sold to the arena. Every woman likes this kind of story, and they would sympathize with you." Mark Roos was utterly immersed in the story that he made for Zhang Heng. Halfway through, he realized that Zhang Heng wasn't reacting. He then slapped his head and said, "Oh, did I not tell you that I wanted you to become the new trump card of Victor Arena? Do you know about Cephnets? He was the most popular and admired person in Rome when he was still in gladiator school. I can give you everything he once had. No, I can give you more than what he had and make you more famous than him." "And what do you want me to do?" Zhang Heng asked. "Victories, many victories, non-stop victories." Mark Roos leaned back. "I have nothing to ask from you except for victory, my friend. Of course, sometimes, we will need you to cooperate with us to do some necessary promotion. I am your slave. You can just order me to do those things. If it doesn't work, you can threaten me with death," replied Zhang Heng. "No, No, no. I don't treat you as a slave. You are different from those guys, Mark Roos said, while taking out a bottle of wine and 2 glasses from under the table. Anyone who knows me knows that I am very different from other masters. I respect talented people. As long as you are capable of doing something really well, I will respect you from the bottom of my heart. Not to mention, I felt how you were a little special when I saw you for the first time. I am not talking about your appearance. It's more towards your soul. I do like you, and that is the truth. And I think we can definitely do something big together. Couple with your strength and my operation, the whole of Rome will be crazy for you. Mark Roos then poured the wine into 2 glasses and said enthusiastically, "Try it. This is wine from Persia." After Zhang Heng took the cup from him and drank the wine, he continued, "Now that we are friends, you can tell me what you want and need. Women, fine wines, or anything else. As long as it is within my reach, I can satisfy you." Zhang Heng put down the wine glass and said, "I want to go out and get some air." "No problem. You can leave the gladiator school whenever you want, as long as you inform Gabby about it." Mark Roos nodded without hesitation. He was not worried that Zhang Heng might run away from the gladiator school. The latter had no other relatives in Rome, and coupled with his unique looks and popularity, it was even more difficult for him to escape. For now, Zhang Heng had no intention to leave this place. He wanted to get back his game items that were stored in one of the shops in Rome. At least, something good happened to him after he became famous. It seemed that Mark Roos wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. In other words, the latter would not desire to take away what he had. Besides, Zhang Heng was getting bored in the gladiator school. After so many days, he wanted to walk around the ancient city of Rome. "Is there anything else?" Mark Roos asked thoughtfully. "Also, I don't want to date anyone," Zhang Heng said. Mark Roos gradually put away his smile when he heard what Zhang Heng said. A look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Chapter 783, Private Talk. The gladiators were the super idols of this era. Hence, in reference to later generations' celebrity idols, it would be difficult for Zhang Heng to run away from crony capitalism. No matter how famous a gladiator was, he still could not get rid of his slave status. That was the one unfavorable thing for him. As long as someone paid enough money, the school would ask the particular gladiator to secretly meet up with the generous lady. When a man and a woman spent some time alone, it was apparent that something intimate would happen between them. This was also an extra income for the gladiator school. Most of the gladiators would usually not resist this kind of thing. Besides, they were not allowed to disobey their masters as well. Such a matter would further enrich their legendary tales. And it would also become something that the other people talked about on the street. The love story between Sergio Lewis and Abio was well known in the entire Rome. The former was a famous gladiator at that time, while the latter was the senator's wife. Abio would always go on a date with him after his performance. This was something that everyone knew about in Rome. But no one would have thought that Abio would abandon her husband and family for Sergio Lewis. The couples who were tortured by love finally eloped and left Rome together one night. Their stories had since become the bard's favorite subjects when they wrote love poems. Mark Roos did not expect that Zhang Heng would reject something that seemed innocuous, not to mention how this would earn him way lesser money. If it were someone else, Roos's face would have darkened now. However, he did not do so because his relationship with Zhang Heng was still in its honeymoon stage. And he did not want to let the friendly atmosphere that he created with great effort vanish because of this matter. So he thought for a while and said, "I can help you reject some people you don't like, but I can't afford to offend those with high authority. Hence, I can't give you any promises, but I can promise you that from now on, no one will bother you until you complete your performance at the Amphitheatrum Flavium." Amphitheatrum Flavium. Zhang Heng pretended not to know about it. "Yes, that's right. I won't hide it from you anymore. The war between the Germanic and us is over. Our new emperor will return from the battlefield soon. At that time, there will be a grand gladiatorial show to mark the beginning of his reign. We are not the only gladiator school that will participate in this grand performance. Several other famous gladiator schools in Rome will also send their gladiators to join the battle. I heard that there are many powerful gladiators in other gladiator schools. Are you confident enough to defeat them? Mark Roos looked at Zhang Heng expectantly. He was patient and friendly towards him because the upcoming gladiatorial performance would reshuffle the rankings of the gladiator schools. Zhang Heng did not disappoint him. He nodded and said, "Of course, I will claim the victory for you." "Very good." Mark Roos seemed overjoyed when he heard that. And earlier, Dodotis, on the other side, had also quietly left the gladiator school. No one paid attention to him. He came to a small market, passed by the alleys with clothes poles, and went to a wooden loggia where a man was selling spices. His stall was filled with saffron, pepper, cloves, mint, and rosemary. Dodotis squatted down and started to pick the herbs that he wanted. Suddenly, he felt a sharp blade pointing at his back. "Is the rumor true? Have you really become that old that you've lost your basic judgment?" spoke someone behind Dodotis. Dodotis did not look back. Instead, he said lightly, "Maybe. But you don't seem to live up to your reputation as well. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken the flowers handed to you by the girl at the previous intersection." The mysterious person's expression changed when he heard what Dodotis said. "Did you do something to the flowers?" "No, you were just bluffing. What do you think I'm here for then?" "I'm trying to make an antidote for you," Dodotis replied leisurely. "You lie? How could some used spices be used to make an antidote?" "No. I just know that you don't like things that taste bad. So I bought spices to make the antidote taste better," Dodotis said, inserting the mint in his hand into a small bottle. The mysterious person behind him hesitated for a moment and finally took the vial, drank it, and at the same time, put away the dagger he held. "Why are you not in the arena? Isn't he your most beloved student?" "Because I don't watch a battle where I know who the winner is." "I know you watched his gladiatorial performance, right? What do you think? He is good, yeah?" Dodotis clapped his hands and stood up. "What an assassin needs are more stealthiness and patience. An excellent assassin would look for the perfect opportunity to kill the target with one blow, rather than fighting the opponent head-on," said the mysterious person said in an affronted tone. "He is more suitable to be a warrior and fight on the battlefield. Besides, he is already starting to be famous. Mark Roos will use him as a trump card in the arena as long as he is smart enough. When he is used to living a comfortable and luxurious life, can he endure the loneliness, and will he be willing to become a nameless person like us? You're making the same mistake I made when I first met him. And that is, you have underestimated him. Believe me, people like him can't be bought by Mark Roos," Dodotis said. "As for his combat style, don't worry about it. I'm teaching him proper assassin skills right now." "Oh, I see." The mysterious person chuckled. "You said that he couldn't be bought by Mark Roos. Is it because you couldn't convince him to believe in Christ and accept our beliefs? I'm working hard on it. These things usually take time." Dodotis shrugged. "Don't tell me that you forgot about the incident that happened 200 years ago. At that time, the organization received the oracle, and we should have killed Octavius, just like how our people assassinated Caesar. But Octavius managed to convince one of us to betray us. That traitor worked with Octavius and almost destroyed the balance blade. Many veteran assassins died because of this incident. And this was the result of recruiting people who did not believe in our belief." The mysterious person paused before continuing. "You know that the other members of the organization will not agree to let a person who does not believe in our beliefs. I wish that the tragic incident did not happen 200 years ago. But like I said, it's a process, and it takes time," Dodotis replied calmly. "A process? I don't think you can get other members' support except for your old friend, Faceless. And unlike the situation 200 years ago, we are now surrounded by enemies. Then, let's stop turning other people into our enemies. Why can't you follow the previous plan and let Habitus assist us?" The mysterious person was a little angry. "Because Habitus will not cooperate with us. I am his trainer. I know him far better than you. He is what you call the kind of person who most likely will betray us. We don't know other options if we want to carry on with the plan smoothly." Chapter 784, Red-Nosed Blacksmith Shop. Zhang Heng did not know that the balance blade had an internal conflict on whether to accept him into the organization. Of course, such things didn't concern him too much. Now that he was finally standing on the ancient Roman city streets, He could see what this ancient empire was like with his own eyes. Ancient Rome had many similarities to modern society, such as the amazing drainage system, some of which could still be used in modern times. And for the outstanding contributions to architecture, many people might not imagine that all these buildings were built in the 1st century. There was a surge in population in Rome, and it caused the shortage of lands to build more houses. To solve the housing problem, they had to build a lot of tall buildings. One of the most famous buildings was called the Happiness Building. Zhang Heng spotted it from where he stood because it is 10 stories high. Of course, a 10-story tall building was nothing spectacular in the later generations. However, it was hard to imagine the residents living on the top floor going up and down every day without an elevator. The Happiness Building was like the Oriental Pearl TV Tower in Rome, standing in the middle of the city. Of course, it was one of the few unique buildings in Rome. In contrast, the apartments where the commoners lived on the roadside were far less luxurious. Generally, these were only 4 or 5 stories high. Every floor added to the structure would yield the owners more income. They were usually enthusiastic about making their apartments taller. However, doing so could endanger the residents' life. Firstly, the building wasn't nearly as stable as the high-rise building with reinforced concrete structure in the later generations. Therefore, it was often heard that the building here would collapse from time to time. Those who got buried under the collapsed building could only blame it on their bad luck. Besides, there was no firefighting ladder in this era as well. Once a fire broke out, the people that lived on the upper floors would suffer the most. The gap between the rich and the poor in the apartment buildings was pronounced, where greedy apartment owners would build their apartments as high as possible. In the end, the empire had to come up with a corresponding law to limit the height of buildings. Aside from the structural problem, once the building became taller, the frequency of someone tossing their garbage from the higher floors would increase tremendously. When Zhang Heng walked on the streets, he did see someone dumping their rubbish from the apartment's top floor. Fortunately, he was agile enough to dodge all of that. He also encountered a group of kids who were having their classes on the roadside. This was how the students in Rome's elementary school studied. There were people coming and going on the streets, causing it to be constantly covered in dust. And the students were forced to listen to the vendors' shouts and the donkeys braying. Here, the teachers would teach their students basic spelling and arithmetic. After that, most commoners' children would start working to earn money. Only the children of the rich and nobles would continue to receive an education. In all fairness, ancient Rome had a reasonable literacy rate among the people. It was better than the previous era. However, those that could not read and write were still more than those that were educated. Zhang Heng asked for directions from the 2 locals, then continued to walk down the street. It did not take long for him to arrive at the Probus Bridge. After passing this bridge, Zhang Heng would come to the south of the river Tiber. This river passed through the city of Rome. And due to the relatively large amount of sediment, River Tiber's water would become golden when the afternoon sun shone on it. With the sycamore trees on both sides of the riverbank, it was indeed a unique scenery. Zhang Heng walked across the Probus Bridge and finally saw the end of his trip. The red-nosed blacksmith shop was located in the building on the southern riverbank. According to the information that he retrieved from his character panel, the game items he brought with him to this dungeon were stored in that shop. Zhang Heng then walked into the blacksmith shop and saw the blacksmith crafting a dagger. The latter was a burly black man who was currently focusing on the work at hand and did not look back when he heard the footsteps behind him. After a while, Zhang Heng said, "Vulcan." Vulcan was the god of fire in Roman mythology, husband of Venus, and the password for Zhang Heng to retrieve his game items. However, when Zhang Heng uttered the word Vulcan, the black blacksmith did not respond to him. Zhang Heng waited patiently for about 5 minutes. Only after the blacksmith finished sharpening the blade and stood up did Zhang Heng realize how tall the blacksmith is. With a height far exceeding 2 meters, he was technically a giant. "You are finally here," the blacksmith said. "Someone deposited something here 2 months ago and said that you might come and get it at any time, but I didn't expect to wait for so long." While talking, he turned and walked into the back room, and after a while, he carried the package out. With a quick glance, Zhang Heng knew the package was meant for him because there was a game organizing committee logo on it. Since he was in Rome, the logo was painted using some of the most commonly used dyes in Rome. Zhang Heng opened the package and took out a few game items that could be used in this dungeon. After that, he put the remaining game items back in the package and asked the blacksmith, "Do you still provide storage services here?" "Yes." The blacksmith nodded. "But it comes at a cost. 1 sestertius every 2 days. The fees were quite expensive, but Zhang Heng has just made a fortune from the recent battle. Even after the gladiator school took a massive cut from it, he was still left with some money. He was no poor. After that, he took a gold coin from his pocket and tossed it to the blacksmith. "This is the money for the 200-day deposit. Keep my items safe." The blacksmith was puzzled after he took the gold coin from Zhang Heng. "You don't know me, right? This is your first time coming to my shop. Why do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I will sell your things to others secretly?" "This is a good question," Zhang Heng said. "But fortunately, I can judge others quite well." Chapter 785. Are you guys interested? Zhang Heng did not stay at the same place for too long. After a while, he continued to move forward, pretending to not notice the person that was following him. He strolled along the banks of the Tiber River. At a pace neither fast nor slow, he blended into the people around him. After walking for a while, he turned right into Perfume Shop Street. As the name suggested, this street was full of perfume shops. Perfume's origins were discovered to be earlier than what most people had thought. It was used in ancient Egypt more than 3,000 years ago, before finding wide use in ancient Greek and Rome. The advertisements that were painted on the walls at Victor Arena, where Zhang Heng fought earlier, informed the audience that they would be spraying perfume at the lower stands. This served as a means for the arena to attract more audiences. Other than that, the ancient Romans had many creative ways of using perfume. For example, when building a house, some people would mix it into the mortar. By doing that, when the sun shone on the mortar, it would emit fragrance. And some people would spray perfume on their slaves and horses, making them feel refreshed and happy wherever they went. Due to the ancient Romans' passion for perfumes, the business of perfume shops flourished. Many people walked around Perfume Shop Street every day. Those tailing Zhang Heng felt as if they were facing a wave of enemies, worried that he might slip away if they failed to pay attention to him for even 1 second. After a while, they realized they did not need to worry about Zhang Heng getting away from them. That was because Zhang Heng did not speed up his pace or look for somewhere to hide. From the moment he turned into the Perfume Shop Street, he was always within their sights. Until he left the Perfume Shop Street and came to a group of apartments at the back of the street, it was quieter over there. Zhang Heng then walked into an alley with clothes poles. The bright-colored clothes hanging on top of it gently surfed in the wind. The group of people following Zhang Heng secretly glanced at each other, feeling that the right time to attack Zhang Heng was almost upon them. So, they quickly drew their weapons, most of which were daggers, and among them, one short sword. The group of 5 then dashed into the alley. Zhang Heng had just turned into the alley a few seconds ago, but they lost sight of him. What happened to their target? The 5 people rubbed their eyes and were shocked to find out that Zhang Heng had vanished into thin air. They had been following him around for the whole day without losing him, but just as they were about to attack, Zhang Heng was nowhere to be found. This was something that they could not accept. How did someone disappear into thin air? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have probably not believed it. Just when they were thinking about dealing with the person who hired them, a voice came from above their heads. "Are you looking for me?" Zhang Heng loosened the grip on his hand that was holding the wall and jumped off. And he landed right on the back of the last person, who lost balance and fell into the 4 people in front of him. Immediately, Zhang Heng took advantage of the split second he had to pick up the opponent's short sword that fell on the ground. The 4 people in front of him also turned around to help their ally up. The peace did not last very long. The next moment, the 5 people charged at Zhang Heng without saying a word. And Zhang Heng had no intention to talk to them as well. Judging by their appearance, they looked to be street thugs that had committed all kinds of crimes. To make them talk, Zhang Heng had to give them a good beating first. Fortunately, such a battle was a piece of cake for him. Zhang Heng chose to fight them at this location because it was a relatively remote spot. It would also force the 5 thugs to attack him here. And the second reason was that the alley was very narrow. It could fit only a maximum of 2 people when they stood next to each other. If they made too much movement, they would definitely alert passers-by. Although there were 5 people on the enemy's team, only 2 of them could attack Zhang Heng simultaneously, and they might interfere with each other's attack. So Zhang Heng went ahead and stabbed them. One wanted to move to the right, and the other tried to move left. In the end, none of them could dodge Zhang Heng's attack. Since they were just a group of thugs, none possessed any notable fighting skills. All they could rely on was their brute force. Even Vero, who had only been trained for 50 days, could deal with the 2 of them at the same time. And it took Zhang Heng less than 3 minutes to make them succumb to him. It meant none of them dared to get up from the ground after Zhang Heng beat them up. Then Zhang Heng squatted in front of one of the thugs who seemed to be the leader, lifted his head with a short sword, and asked, "Come on, tell me, who sent you? I can't say. Otherwise, I won't be able to live in Rome anymore," replied the young man with gritted teeth. Looking to be of only about 16 or 17 years old, he was one tough cookie. "You should know that I'm not happy with this answer, right?" Zhang Heng looked into his eyes. Although Zhang Heng spoke calmly, the young thug could not help but begin to tremble in fear. Before he could talk, the person next to him said, "Just tell him. Tell him everything. We are all in this together. We didn't make much money anyway. Each of us can only get 7 denarius. It is not worth risking your life for so little money." Upon that, a look of hesitation appeared on the young thug's face. "I think what your friend said is very reasonable. If I were you, I would take his advice," Zhang Heng said, driving his sword deeper into the thug's neck at the same time. "Hunapu, the people from Hunapu Arena hired us. They paid us to follow you whenever you leave the arena alone. We did not expect that we would get the opportunity to execute our plan on the first day," the young man replied in a low voice, his words filled with bitterness. "They asked you to kill me?" Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "No. We just had to make sure that you stayed in bed for 2 months. I see now." Zhang Heng knew that the Hunapu Arena must have hired them to attack him because of the gladiatorial show that was going to be held at the Amphitheatrum Flavium in a month's time. After coming to Rome for some time, Zhang Heng now knew a thing or two about gladiator schools. He knew that Hunapu Arena was the 4th largest gladiator school in Rome and was considered one of Mark Rus's competitors. Over the years, both gladiator schools were filled with conflict. However, Zhang Heng did not expect that they would act on him so quickly. He had only gained fame a few hours ago after the 12-man mixed fight ended. Even if the Hunapu Arena wanted to mess with Mark Rus, it was only logical that they would start with Habitus first. Zhang Heng tapped the hilt with his fingers as he pondered over the matter. The 5 gangsters looked at Zhang Heng nervously. Their faces were filled with anxiety because they did not know what would happen to them. A moment later, Zhang Heng stretched out his hand. "Hand over the money you received." The 5 thugs did not do what Zhang Heng asked right away. They were reluctant to hand over the money to Zhang Heng. Since they did not have a proper job, they would not have any source of income. It was not easy for them to come across an opportunity to make money. Although it was not much, handing over the money to Zhang Heng just like that was very much a painful affair. Moreover, they had to think about explaining to their employer after they failed the given task. Seeing that the group of thugs wouldn't hand over the money to him, Zhang Heng said again, "I am always fair. You can choose between not getting out of bed for 2 months or giving me the money." In the end, they had to hand over the money to Zhang Heng reluctantly. After Zhang Heng counted the coins, he did not put them into his pocket. Instead, he said, "Very well, I now have a profitable business to discuss with you guys. I'm not sure if you guys will be interested in it." Chapter 786. Wise choice. The thugs looked at each other when they heard what Zhang Heng said, not expecting that he would make such a proposal. He just robbed them of their money and used their money to hire them. Was he planning to take advantage of them without breaking his wallet? Since the 5 thugs required money now, the leader quickly responded. They would not be able to get the money back if they said no to Zhang Heng right now. The wisest thing they could do right now was to hear what Zhang Heng had to tell them first. He then asked, So, you want us to teach the people at Hunapu Arena a lesson? Oh no. Rest assured. I won't make the task difficult for you guys, replied Zhang Hong. It has nothing to do with the Hunapu Arena. I just want you to help me to investigate something. Zhang Hong briefly told them Vero's story, then went on. With Vero's talent, it was a waste that he was sold and thrown into the gladiator school. Clearly, someone had spoken to Mark Roos in advance. Vero's wife and his friend are just civilians. They shouldn't be powerful enough to do something like this. I need your help to find out who did such a thing to him. Let me give you a friendly tip. You can look for a slave trader called Chickpea and ask him about it. I will give you 10 denarii first. Once you are done with this task, I will give you the rest of the money. What do you think? If you are pleased with this arrangement, maybe I will give you more jobs next time. The leader looked at his allies. One of them hesitated, and the remaining 3 nodded at him. So the leader then nodded at Zhang Hong. Okay, a wise decision. Come to the gladiator school to find me when you have what I want. Zhang Hong counted 10 silver coins and returned the daggers to the 5 thugs. Zhang Hong would always help with Vero's affairs. For example, he taught Vero how to pass the final assessment, and during the 12-man mixed fight, he chose to give to support Vero mentally instead of helping him defeat his opponent. By doing that, he could help Vero to boost his confidence. If Zhang Hong were right, the two would not team up again. Zhang Hong had always guessed that someone powerful must have wanted Vero to suffer. It would not be easy for him to regain his freedom. When they were at the training camp, Zhang Hong did not say much to Vero. He asked the 5 thugs who attacked him earlier to investigate this matter since he stumbled upon a good opportunity. If it went well, Vero would at least know who his real enemy was. Besides, Zhang Hong was trying to recruit someone that could help him to complete specific tasks from time to time. After all, he was just an outsider in the city of Rome. When it came to the people he knew and how to deal with them, he was not as good as the 5 thugs in front of him. Besides, he was still a slave. According to Dodotus's statement, Balance Blade had a group of excellent peripheral members. However, Zhang Hong was still in the test period. In other words, he would not be able to make use of them for now. Besides, even if Zhang Hong finally passed the test and joined the Balance Blade, he figured he would not be able to trust the Balance Blade fully. In the end, he still needed to come up with his own trusted team. Those 5 thugs might not be his permanent team members, but it was good to start with them. In short, whether it was the gladiator school or the Balance Blade, Zhang Hong had to be cautious of them. He had to prepare a way out for himself when things went south. After that, Zhang Hong did not go and visit the temple after those thugs attacked him. Not because he was worried that the people from Hunapu Arena would attack him again, but because the sky had begun to turn dark. So Zhang Hong had to return to the gladiator school. Mark Roos seemed to have high hope on him. Earlier, he agreed to Zhang Heng's request to change to a different place to stay. When Zhang Hong walked into the new room, he found out that the room was more than doubled his previous room size. And Zhang Hong did not need to listen to others snore anymore. Other than that, Mark Roos also assigned a female slave to serve Zhang Hong. Not only would she take care of Zhang Heng's daily life, but she was also asked to meet Zhang Heng's sexual needs. However, Zhang Hong was more accustomed to living alone. When he thought about how Mark Roos might punish the girl if he drove her away, Zhang Hong decided not to say anything in the end. When the sky was completely dark, he did a simple wash-up and went to bed. This time his senses were sharper. When he opened his eyes, he saw Dodotus standing in front of his bed. Dodotus then beckoned to him. After that, the two walked past the asleep slave girl lying on the floor and left the house. For the past week, he had visited Zhang Hong several times in the middle of the night. It seemed like Dodotus wanted to keep this a secret. Such a problem, however, had never existed when he was dealing with Habitus. How's it going? Did you have a nice afternoon? Dodotus asked. You found the people who attacked me? Zhang Hong was a little surprised. He knew that those gangsters did not lie to him. You were only half right. Those people that attacked you are from the other arena. All I did was give your basic information in advance to them. Based on your performance in the 12-man mixed fight, anyone smart enough would attack you. Dodotus said leisurely. Very well, you have asked Mark Roos for the right to go out freely. Our next stage of training happens to be outside school. You've been practicing stealth for so long. Only actual combat can help you to digest the theories that you learned from me, Dodatis said. You need to lose the person that is following you. And this time, you can't attack them. It doesn't sound difficult, Zhang Heng said. Even if he did not learn how to be stealthy, he could get rid of people who were following him with his speed. No, you don't understand what I mean. I want you to stay around them without being discovered by them. This is what it means to be stealthy for an assassin, Dodatis said. Are you serious? I'm a foreigner. It's hard not to notice me in the crowd. That's why this is the exercise that best reflects the stealth ability of an assassin. Dodatis' assertive words made it difficult for Zhang Heng to refute. Dodatis paused and continued. You possess excellent combat skills. Whenever you have a problem, you will think about how to solve it with your skills. Usually, this is not a problem. However, it will hinder your progress on the road to becoming a great assassin. You need to overcome this if you want to be a great assassin. Even though Dodatis' tone was similar to his usual tone, Zhang Heng still heard something wrong with his voice. He then asked, Did you encounter any trouble recently? Some of the members in the organization disagree with you joining the Balance Blade. But I am not worried about this. Dodatis hesitated and decided to tell Zhang Heng the truth. About 200 years ago, there was a traitor in our organization. He took refuge in Octavius, the Roman emperor at the time. With the help of Octavius, he formed an assassin organization to assassinate the members of the Balance Blade. This is why I don't want others to know that we are meeting each other constantly. Over the years, I have to make myself available and show my face to get certain things done. Although I have done some disguise, I still can't hide it from the veteran assassin. Chapter 787, Mark Roos's Gift. So, there is an assassin organization going against your assassin organization? Zhang Heng asked. Yes. And because the Balance Blade's traitor founded it, it had a very similar organizational structure. Except for the presence of the priest, his organization is a replica of the Balance Blade. They even had the same number of core members, Dodatis said helplessly. I see. Although they have only 200 years of history, the ruler at that time supported them. Hence, they managed to grow their organization fairly quickly. From that time onwards, they have been coming up with different ways to go against us. Supposedly, I should have waited for you to pass the test and join the Balance Blade before I tell you all these things. But given your current situation, it is indeed possible for you to meet our rivals in the future. I think it's only right to let you know in advance, said Dodatis. For the sake of your safety, you'd better not openly discuss Balance Blade with others. Understood, Zhang Heng said. Very well. Then I will teach you how to conceal yourself in the crowd. Hopefully, you know how to deal with them in the future, Dodatis said. Zhang Heng's life was straightforward for the next month or so. Dodatis would come and look for him from time to time in the middle of the night and continue to teach him the combat skills of an assassin. He would then go out and play peekaboo with the people hired by other gladiator schools to attack him during the day. Since Dodatis told him that he was not allowed to attack the people tailing him, Zhang Heng took a lot of effort to deal with them. As he had said, his looks were very special in the city of Rome, and concealing himself in the crowd wouldn't be easy. Besides the stealth skills that Dodatis taught him, Zhang Heng still had one more hidden trump card, his LV2 makeup skills. What surprised Dodatis was how good Zhang Heng actually was even without anyone teaching him. Under the tremendous pressure he faced, he began to integrate his makeup and stealth skills to conceal himself better. He even participated in 4 more gladiatorial performances, and as expected, won all 4 of them. And they were flawless victories. Coupled with the way Mark Roos operated and packaged Zhang Heng, his popularity skyrocketed in a very short period. Now, almost the entire city of Rome knew of a very powerful Oriental man in the Victor Arena. And Zhang Heng also received the nickname Black Lightning. Over a couple of days, he received more than 100 love letters. Ever since Sethnets retired, fewer spectators visited the Victor Arena. With Zhang Heng now its main anchor, the seats in the Victor Arena had filled up again. Mark Roos could not be happier. But soon, another matter quickly captured everyone's attention. And that was the new emperor of Rome, His Royal Highness Emperor Commodus, finally returned from the front line. 5 good emperors ruled the Antonine dynasty, and Nerva was the first ruler. The interesting thing was that the first 4 of these 5 emperors had no heirs to inherit the throne. Hence, they all chose to adopt a son with an outstanding moral code to inherit the throne. When it was Aurelius's turn to rule, he had a son named Commodus. Strictly speaking, Commodus was not the first son of Aurelius. Aurelius had 4 sons before him, but unfortunately, the oldest child only lived to about 11 years old. Hence Faustina bore a pair of twins for Aurelius. The older twin brother died at the age of 4, and his younger twin brother was Commodus. Later, Aurelius welcomed his 7th son, Marcus. Marcus was chosen as his heir at the age of 4. Unfortunately, he died of illness at the age of 7. In the end, Commodus became the only surviving son of Aurelius. This might sound a bit depressing, but considering that none of Aurelius's 4 predecessors had a son to inherit their thrones, he was in a definitely better situation. Moreover, Aurelius foresaw that he would die not long after he contracted the incurable illness. So, he began to train his only heir. When he went to fight the Germanic, he brought Commodus with him and had personally taught him how to handle government affairs and lead the soldiers to fight the war. In seeking other military support, Aurelius arranged between Commodus and Christina. The latter was born in a well-known Roman family. Her father was assigned twice as a consul, and he had considerable influence on the Senate. In Aurelius's vision, Christina would become the link between Commodus and the Senate, and the marriage would be vital in assisting Commodus to further stabilize his rule. Aurelius's health, however, was worse than he thought. In the end, he failed to teach everything that Commodus was supposed to learn. When he passed away, Commodus was only 19 years old. And now, this young man who had just begun his sophomore year had to take the scepter from his father to become the new ruler of the entire Roman Empire. With his father's saint-like image and the 4 previous good emperors, the people of Rome were looking forward to what the new emperor would do, especially when he returned to take over the power. And Commodus did not disappoint his people. On the 2nd day of his return to Rome, he announced at the enthronement ceremony that a grand gladiatorial performance would be held in order to reward the army and gain the support of the people. The young man who had just turned 20 had not forgotten his father's teachings. The bread and gladiatorial performances were vital to a king's ruling. His generous act immediately won the cheers and support of the people. Simultaneously, the Senate, which was responsible for preparing the gladiatorial performance, had also begun. All the important notices and documents were distributed to various gladiator schools in Rome and other cities. There was no doubt that this would be a feast for those who joined the gladiator performance. Look, this is a new weapon that I had someone special look for you. Chapter 788, New Mission. How did it go? Mark Roos rubbed his hands as he looked at Zhang Heng with eagerness. The latter swung the 2 Persian swords in his hands and nodded. Not bad. I'm glad you like it. I'm counting on you this time, said Mark Roos. For the honor of Victor Arena, we must win the championship of this gladiatorial show. I will do my best. Zhang Heng said. Very well. I know I can always count on you. Mark Roos patted Zhang Heng's shoulder with satisfaction. Other than you, we also plan to send Bach, Habitus, Carnero, Mulcazen, Peril, and Milo. All 7 of you will compete with the gladiators from other schools. But of course, I place most of my faith in you. Other than that, I have also asked Gabby to find out about the gladiators from other arenas and mark out the ones you need paying attention to. However, the name list won't come out until tomorrow. Oh, yes, I need you to attend to a dinner tonight. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. I know, we had an agreement. But this time is different. The dinner will be held at the Dior Senate's house. He is one of the most powerful people in the entire Senate. The entire empire's most influential people will be attending the dinner tonight, and that includes our new emperor. They want to know what the gladiators look like before the show. All the gladiators are required to attend this dinner. Later, I will get someone to get you a new set of clothes. Mark Roos turned and walked out of the house, but stopped walking when he reached the door. He then paused and added, "You'd better use the remaining time to take a shower and spray some perfume on yourself. Believe me, it's never a bad thing to make yourself popular in front of these people. What you are about to face is the most powerful group of people in Rome." Zhang Heng's slave girl was very diligent. Just as Mark Roos left the house, she hurriedly headed to prepare items Zhang Heng needed for a good bath. But as soon as she opened the door with the wooden barrel in her arms, she could not help but yawn. And the next moment, the wooden barrel in her hand fell to the ground. Startled, she bent down to pick the barrel up, but she suddenly felt extremely sleepy. Unable to resist this drowsiness, she finally fell asleep on the ground while holding the wooden barrel. Zhang Heng then looked at Dodatus, who walked in from the door. Surprised to see him, he said, "Did you just come to see me in broad daylight? Don't worry. I'm very careful. No one sees me," said Dodatus. "You've kept to our previous agreement and earned the right to join the gladiatorial performance. I'm here to tell you your next goal. If everything goes according to plan, you should receive an invitation to the dinner tonight. This is a rare opportunity for you. We need you to approach someone there and impress him if possible." "Who is that person?" "Our new emperor, Commodus." "So your target is the new Roman emperor?" Zhang Heng wasn't too surprised when he heard the name. Perhaps he already knew that Commodus had been actually killed in an assassination. With Dodatus joining the gladiator school, many things had become self-explanatory. Commodus was probably the Roman emperor that liked gladiatorial battles the most. And he also had a weird habit. Watching the fight from the stands didn't seem enough for him. For him to fully enjoy the battle, he would descend into the battlefield and join the battle. Consequently, he died in a somewhat ironic way, death by strangulation in the bathtub by a gladiator. Maybe not. Dodatus's answer was ambiguous. "You had better be honest with me. If my target is Commodus, I am afraid I will quit the test," Zhang Heng said. "Why?" Dodatus asked in a serious tone. "I may be a foreigner, but I am not stupid. I know the consequences of assassinating a Roman emperor." Zhang Heng replied indifferently. "The conditions you offered aren't good enough for me to take this risk." Dodatus looked into Zhang Heng's eyes, and after a while, he gave in. "Well, I can assure you that your target this time is not Commodus." "Who is my target then?" Zhang Heng asked. "Are you still planning to hide it from me at this point?" This time, Dodatus hesitated for a long time before finally replying. "Altrus, Commodus's most trusted advisor. He has royal blood flows in his body too. Before he met Commodus, he was a lowlife in the city of Rome. And now, his fate is changed completely. He and another young man named Clint are Commodus's right-hand man, and they are inseparable from Commodus. He is most likely going to be the second most powerful person of the empire in the future. Why do you want to assassinate him? This is the oracle from Christ. Our responsibility is only to execute it, not to ask why," said Dodatus. "The plan is simple. Altrus's whereabouts have always been a secret. He knows that many people have become very jealous of him, and he's paranoid at almost all times to prevent an assassination. Since he has to always execute Commodus's order, Commodus becomes the only person who knows his whereabouts." "So you want me to get close to Commodus and get to know Altrus's whereabouts?" "Yes, that's right," Dodatus said. "Commodus isn't like the other emperors. He likes to interact with commoners, especially with the gladiators. You can use this fact to your advantage to get close to him, gradually get to know him better. Consider it as making a new friend." Zhang Heng thought for a while before asking, "If I complete this task, that would mean I passed the test, right? Can you promise me that you will not bother me again?" "Yes. If you get it done, you will be my successor and become the Balance Blade's core member. As I said before, our management is actually very loose and free. Until the next oracle comes, the members of the organization can do whatever they want." "Until the next oracle arrives?" Zhang Heng asked rhetorically. Dodatus rolled his eyes and said, "I know what you are thinking. You don't have to worry about it. You are not the only core member of the Balance Blade. They will not necessarily call upon you to carry out the order. Although it is not a written rule, the same member will usually not perform 2 consecutive tasks under normal circumstances. However, I can't guarantee that it will not happen in the future. Zhang Heng wasn't too worried about the future. Once he completed his main quest, he would get to leave this dungeon. Even if the balance blade were extremely powerful, they would not be able to cross over to the real world to hunt him down. Besides, Zhang Heng felt that Dadatis had given him his best to teach Zhang Heng everything he knew. It would not be ethical for him to ignore and abandon him. So, Zhang Heng considered it as a repayment for the combat knowledge that Dadatis taught him. He decided to help Balance Blade to find the whereabouts of Altrus. After a while, Zhang Heng said, "Leave this matter to me." Chapter 789. Sardanilo's Zhang Heng had been to Mark Roos's domus before, and the interior decorations were a clear statement of luxury. When he compared Mark Roos's domus with Dior's, however, he realized that it wasn't much different from roadside squatters. This was the gap between the nouveau riche and the noble families. Mark Roos, master of a gladiator school, had to put on a smile when he came here. Since he was not qualified to enter for dinner, he could only wait in the front hall with his slaves. Apart from him, several masters from other gladiator schools were here as well. Some gladiators had even come from far away from different parts of the empire. The entire front hall looked like a mini ethnographic expo. Needless to say, Zhang Heng's height was not prominent among all the other gladiators, and he would be buried among the crowd when he stood in the corner. Bach was considered the most muscular newcomer, but he did not look all that burly anymore standing among the veteran gladiators. Zhang Heng even saw a taller guy than the black blacksmith in the red-nosed smithy, standing there like the giant in the myth. All the gladiators here were extremely hot-blooded, which meant that they were not going just to stand there and not do anything about their opponents. After a while, the friction between them started to worsen. Other than that, the masters of these gladiator schools were also divided into different factions. First of all, gladiator schools outside of Rome would never communicate with Roman schools. Clearly, the one inside the city of Rome was stronger, which had caused the schools outside Rome to unite and work together. Some of these, however, were friendly to other gladiator schools within the city of Rome. Still, it was inevitable that a tense relationship with the other gladiator schools would crop up. For example, the master of the Hunapu arena who wanted to hurt Zhang Heng had a very poor relationship with Mark Roos. The moment they met, they started to ridicule each other. Sticholi bought a group of powerful barbarians 3 months ago. He wanted to win a good ranking for his gladiator school in upcoming grand gladiatorial performances. When he looked at Bach and others, his eyes were filled with disdain. However, when he paused when he saw Zhang Heng, and his expression became gloomy. "Let me remind you of something, Mark Roos. You'd better keep a few good gladiators. Otherwise, if all your people are killed by my people, I am worried that no one will buy your arena tickets next time. By that time, your Victor Arena will be over." When Mark Roos heard what he said, he put on a smile. "Sticholi, you are still as stupid as ever. What's the matter? Afraid of me before the fight even begins? Are you trying to trick me into reserving my strength? Do you think you can fool me like this? After this performance, you should really think about the future of the Hunapu arena." Mark Roos then turned to Zhang Heng and others. "You don't need to show any mercy to the gladiators from Hunapu arena. Kill all of them if it is possible." Sticholi let out a cold snort when he heard those words. He turned to his gladiator and said furiously, "Did you hear what our opponents just said? If you don't want to die, go all out to kill all of them." Other than old rivals like Mark Roos and Sticholi, both sides did have good relationships with some other gladiator schools. For example, after Mark Roos and Sticholi had argued with each other, both sides talked to the smaller schools to exchange the latest information. At the same time, a minor fight was happening on the other side. A gladiator from a school outside Rome walked up to a bearded gladiator sitting on the steps and asked, "Are you Sardanilos?" The bearded gladiator did not lift his head when he heard the question, saying instead, "Get lost." The gladiator, however, did not leave just because Sardanilos asked him to get lost. Instead, he walked half a step further and said, "I heard that after Sethnets, you care the most famous gladiator in Rome. Do you know what I think?" Sardanilos did not answer. He looked drunk and weak. That's because the people in this city have never seen what a real gladiator looks like. My school goes on a tour every year. We travel all over the country to fight with local gladiators, and we have seen all kinds of powerful gladiators. These men constantly hone their martial arts. We are different from you. We are not toys for the noble and young ladies. We are the real warriors, the gladiator proclaimed proudly. It was apparent that many gladiators around him agreed with what he said. This was actually quite common. Although everyone here was a gladiator, those who lived in Rome were generally worth a lot more. They generally had better living conditions and were not short of admirers as well. If they were talented, the school's owner would not mind spending a vast sum of money to nurture them. On the contrary, the gladiators from outside the city of Rome, especially the ones who traveled to various places, not only lived in worse conditions, but even received less reputation and gifts. It was understandable why they disliked any gladiator that came from the city of Rome. The gladiator from outside of Rome felt a little strange when he saw so many people supporting him. However, none of them said a word about it. And a few gladiators that stood close to him had started taking a few steps back. The gladiator named Sardanilos finally raised his head at this time. Then why the fuck did you enter the city? I'm here to teach you a good lesson and let you know who the greatest gladiator really is. Before he could finish speaking, Sardanilos, who seemed drunk earlier, suddenly rose up and leaped toward him. The gladiator was paying attention to his hands, not expecting Sardanilos to tackle his face with his head. And the people around him could hear the sound of his nose bone cracking. Soon after that, blood gushed out from his nostrils, and simultaneously, his body leaned back, and he fell to the ground. After that, Sardanilos jumped on him and raised his fist. The last picture that the gladiator saw was the smirk of Sardanilos. Don't worry about your nose because I can guarantee that you won't get to use it again. After Sardanilos finished speaking, he landed his fish on the gladiator's face. And the latter immediately passed out. But Sardanilos did not stop there. He continued to punch him until the gladiator's head turned into a pile of mush. Sardanilos then raised his head again and tidied its hair with his blood-covered hands. And at the same time, he used his hand to wipe off the sweat from his face. This action made his face look even more hideous. Afterward, Sardanilos patted the dust off his body and stood up from the ground. Now, it's finally quiet. His gaze swept across the foreign gladiators around him before he asked, "Anyone else wants to teach me a lesson in his place?" All the foreign gladiators were silent after they heard the words. Among them, the strong man who looked like a giant seemed to be a little eager to fight with him, but his master quickly forbade him. Chapter 790. Meeting Commodus for the first time before the departure, Zhang Heng received some information provided by Mark Roos. Among them, the opponent he needed to pay attention to was a man named Sardanilos. The latter was a gladiator of the same age as Cephnets. When he began gaining fame, Cephnets happened to be at the peak of his career. Hence, Sardanilos' name was entirely overshadowed by Cephnets. Displeased by such injustice, he decided to challenge Cephnets. However, the two belonged to different gladiator schools. In other words, they could not meet up to fight with each other. If Sardanilos wanted to challenge Cephnets, both gladiator schools needed to agree. But at that time, Cephnets was already going downhill. Hence, Mark Roos did not want him to lose his hard-earned reputation to other gladiators from different schools. Because of that, Sardanilos' school doubted if he was powerful enough to defeat their Cephnets. Besides, since they had already heard the rumor about Cephnets' impending retirement, they would let him do that first. By that time, Sardanilos would be able to claim the throne. It was the safest approach. On the contrary, if the two fought against each other, and Sardanilos defeated Cephnets, his reputation would skyrocket. However, if he lost to Cephnets, who was about to go on retirement, it would significantly affect Sardanilos' reputation since he was in his prime. Besides, his school still expected that he would earn them a lot of money in the coming years. Considering that the risks and returns were unproportional, the gladiator school did not agree to the battle in the end. But it was undeniable that Sardanilos was indeed the most powerful gladiator after Cephnets. After Cephnets' retirement, Some people thought that he was the greatest gladiator in Rome. Recently, however, some negative rumors revolve around Sardanellos. It seemed he had sprouted a new addiction to alcohol and had not participated in any gladiatorial performance for a month. When the rest saw him today, it turned out that the rumor was true. That said, his glorious battle record was something that would remain unchanged. Many gladiators in Rome were still very jealous of him. As for those hillbillies from the gladiator schools outside of Rome, they knew nothing about Sardanellos, which was why they dared to provoke him so recklessly. The unfortunate gladiator that Sardanellos killed served as a lesson for everyone that they should not mess with him. Not only was his face destroyed, but it also seemed like he could no longer participate in the subsequent gladiatorial performances. This was something that his gladiator school had to worry about. After Sardanellos turned around and sat back on the steps, a slave immediately carried the dead gladiator on the ground out of the door. When the other gladiators looked at Sardanellos again, they were awe-inspired. Because of this episode, the noisy front hall had become quieter, and the gladiators had become more cautious of him. After all, the grand gladiatorial performance was about to begin, and it was only logical that one should avoid all possible conflicts at this time. Nobody wanted to be disqualified by the organizer before the battle began. Not long after that, a servant walked out of the back room and walked directly to the place where all the gladiator school's owners were. After hearing what he said, Mark Roos and the others put on their best look and immediately summoned their respective gladiators to stand in the front hall. They had been waiting for quite some time tonight, and were growing impatient. After all, they were like emperors in their respective gladiator schools, and waiting for others was uncommon for them. However, when they saw a group of men and women coming out of the dining hall, they had to try their best to squeeze out a smile. As Mark Roos said, the people who came here tonight represented the most powerful individuals in the entire Rome. Every single one of them was powerful to cause an impact on the political situation in Rome. For gladiator school owners like Mark Roos, those were the people that they did not dare to offend. And at the center of all those influential people were a young man and a middle-aged man. Among them, the middle-aged man was the host of this dinner, Dior. The Senate was composed of more than 600 people, and he controlled 50 seats. The other 100 seats had to show him great respect as well. In other words, before carrying out any proposal in the Senate, one had to seek his approval first. For those proposals that he objected to, they would never get to see the light again. Such a well-respected and powerful figure was now treating a young man with respect. Without the introduction by others, Zhang Heng already knew who the young man was. Other than the emperor of the ancient Roman Empire, no one could make Dior lower himself. Although the others were quite powerful, they could only humble themselves in front of the two of them. "Your Majesty, this is the warrior I have found for tomorrow's gladiatorial show," Dior said. A group of nobles walked down the steps, looking curiously at the gladiators in the front hall, as if they were picking goods in a shop. From time to time, some of them would pat the gladiators' shoulders and pinch their chests. They all look very strong. There should be a good show tomorrow. A strange look flashed through the young emperor's eyes, especially when he saw the gladiator that looked like a giant. He reached out and wanted to touch his skin, but before he could complete his action, something seemed to cross his mind. So he retracted his hand. He then coughed twice and put on a serious expression. "You have done well. The people will thank you, Dior. Thank you for your compliment, Your Majesty. What I have done here is nothing compared to your great achievements. You have solved the troubles caused by the barbarians at the border. You brought back the long-lost peace to Rome again. This is something that your father could not complete when he was still ruling. It is an honor for the Senate and me to complete these trivial matters for you. Rest assured, everything will be executed perfectly. Nothing will go wrong in the performance later. The people of the entire city of Rome will be grateful that they are able to enjoy such a high-quality gladiatorial performance." "If that is the case, it's great then," said the young emperor. "I know that I still have a long way to go to become as good as my father. I'm just following his teachings and his example. My father always said that being with a wise man will also increase my wisdom. I think you and all the members in the Senate are the wise men that he talked about. You really flatter me." Dior bowed slightly, but seemed a little hesitant to speak. "What's wrong?" the young emperor asked. "I hope you don't get me wrong, Your Majesty. Your father is undoubtedly a great emperor. Losing him is the loss of the entire Rome. But, fortunately, we still have you here with us. Since you call me a wise man, then maybe I can also give you a small suggestion. I'm all ears." Chapter 791, Provocation. "What do you mean by letting loose sometimes?" The young emperor was a little puzzled. Dior smiled. "You like gladiatorial fights, don't you?" "No, I just watch it occasionally to relax," denied Commodus. "I am too busy and have a lot of things to do every day. In fact, I am thinking about issuing new coins before leaving. What I meant is that I want the people of Rome to get to know me through these gladiatorial performances. As for those living in more remote places, however, I'll need to let them know that the empire has a new emperor. Hence, I plan to ask someone to cast coins with my head on them. The emperors of late have done similar things too. Yes, I can understand that you need to rule such a big country. You must be exhausted now. All the more you should loosen up and enjoy yourself in this rare time of leisure, right?" Dior said. He beckoned the servant to bring 2 more glasses of wine before taking one and handing the other to the young emperor. "You need to relax. We won't talk about politics tonight." The young emperor hesitated and took the glass of wine and drank it. "Okay, let us take a good look at the warriors here." The owners of the gladiator schools had been waiting a long time. After getting permission, they stepped forward to pay their respects to Dior and Commodus. After that, they began to introduce their gladiators. "Your Majesty, this is the giant Terafellos. He is a Sarmatian. He was sold to the northeast of the empire when he was still a boy. I found him in a very remote copper mine and bought him over. At that time, he was so skinny because he did not have enough food every day. But I knew he was born to become a gladiator. Once fed and the iron pickaxe in his hand replaced by a weapon, he would become a great gladiator. And he did not disappoint me. I took him on tour, and no one could defeat him. His body contains infinite power, just like a beast," said an old man that looked like a dried corpse. He then nodded to Terafellos, and the latter walked out of the crowd. Admittedly, his gigantic figure must have exerted a great deal of pressure on the people around him. Seeing him making a move, Commodus's guards immediately tensed and drew out their weapons one after another. "It's okay," Commodus said. "Let's see what he is going to do." Terafellos did not speak. Instead, he walked towards the fountain in the center of the front hall. He rubbed his hands, bent down, and with only one hand, he picked up the marble statue in front of the fountain, the height of a person. Upon witnessing the scene, all the guests who had come for the banquet tonight exclaimed in amazement. His master was elated as well. On the contrary, the owners of the other gladiator schools had a solemn look on them. Since they had experience dealing with the gladiators, they knew that it was easy for their gladiators to defeat him. There were many gladiators with outstanding strength, but they could not do what Terafellos just did. With this overwhelming power, he was slated to become a strong contender for that gladiatorial show's championship. Terafellos then swung the marble statue twice and put it back to its original position, before returning to where he stood. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that such powerful people even exist, Commodus exclaimed in excitement. "Your nickname is Giant, isn't it?" Terafellos nodded. "It suits you well. I wish you good results in the gladiatorial performance later." Commodus seemed to have released his long-repressed interest. He then followed Dior to talk to the next gladiator. His name is Alaxois, from Diatilla. He achieved a proud record of 19 consecutive victories. And he is very good at using the trident. Danaus, a Thracian gladiator. Everyone is aware that Thracians give birth to many outstanding gladiators, and among them, Danaus is the best one. He is especially good at slicing his opponents' throats. Jalicia, a Celtic. His body is amazingly flexible, and no one can beat him in close combat. As Dior and Commodus continued to walk, they saw more and more gladiators. All of them had their own legendary tales, and they were the trump cards of their respective arenas. Since there were a lot of them here, there was not much time to introduce themselves. Except for the Sarmatian, who had a unique look. Commodus could not remember the names of most of the gladiators. He would only look at each one for a short while before moving on to the next. Zhang Heng knew that if this went on, he might just not complete the task assigned by the balance blade. Although he had made a name for himself during this period, coupled with the way Mark Roos promoted him, lots of people in Rome now knew his name. Zhang Heng was, however, still a rookie, and his battle record was nowhere nearly as glorious as veteran gladiators who had fought for many years. Strictly speaking, although he was the talk of the town, he wasn't even close to becoming a legendary gladiator. And his biggest disadvantage was that Commodus had just come back from the front line, and he happened to miss the time of his rise to fame. The emperor also needed to attend to many things, so it was only logical that he had never heard of his name. Zhang Heng knew that he had to find a way to attract Commodus's attention. At present, Commodus had suddenly stopped in front of a gladiator, pointed, and gasped in surprise. "Are you Sardanellos?" "Yes, your honorable majesty." "I didn't expect you to know my name," Sardanellos bowed. "Of course, I know your name. I went to see your gladiatorial show with my sister before leaving Rome. More than once, they said that Cephnets is old and that you are the strongest gladiator in Rome right now. What do you think? Are you confident enough to win the battle this time?" "I will dedicate all the victory and glory to you," Sardanellos said. Just when the two parties were talking happily, Commodus heard someone speaking in disdain. "I don't think His Majesty would take a liking to someone that lies." Sardanellos' face changed suddenly. He looked in the direction where the voice came from and found that the person who just talked was an Oriental man. Sardanellos did not remember that he had seen this Oriental man before. Earlier, when the gladiators were gathered at the front hall and were waiting, the latter made no moves that attracted attention. Sardanellos, too, had no idea why Zhang Heng would provoke him now. Sardanellos wasn't the kind that allowed someone to provoke him. He respectfully said to Commodus, "Your Majesty, can I deal with this matter?" Commodus figured what he was going to do. If it were placed in the past, he would probably reject Sardanellos' request because his father was with him. This time, though, he remembered what Dior told him. There was no need to be too serious since he was here to have fun this evening. So he smiled and said, "Of course." Chapter 792, Battle in the Front Hall. Nobody had expected that somebody would so brazenly provoke Sardanellos in such a blatant manner after witnessing what happened to the unfortunate gladiator. The gladiators in the city had heard of Zhang Heng's name before. They knew that Zhang Heng was the newcomer who claimed the 12-man mixed fight championship at Victor Arena. However, he had completed too few battles, hence, no one knew too much about him. Those gladiators from outside the city had never even seen Zhang Heng before, nor did they know where he came from. Sardanellos turned around immediately after getting Commodus's permission and walked towards Zhang Heng. The gladiators who were present could feel the raging anger in his eyes, and he had the Oriental man clearly in his sights. Immediately, Commodus quietly moved a little away from Zhang Heng. Although the two belonged to the same school, Commodus did not like Zhang Heng very much. This was also completely normal. Initially, Bach was the only ace gladiator that competed with Commodus to become Victor Arena's trump card. However, Bach was not fully mature yet. Hence, Commodus was confident that he could overtake Bach in the first half of the competition. If he managed to do that, he would have more chips in hand to negotiate with the gladiator school. But now his plan was ruined. The Oriental man who had been keeping quiet had suddenly unleashed his entire force, and he managed to achieve a flawless victory in his first battle. After he killed Nasica, Mark Roos began to pay attention to him. Since then, Commodus could clearly feel that the gladiator school no longer treated him as well as before. Besides, he came across another unfortunate matter after that. He decided to accept Dodotus's proposal to fortify his position, but the latter told him that the plan was cancelled. Although Commodus had no evidence, his intuition told him that Zhang Heng had something to do with it. And that was why he hated Zhang Heng. The other gladiators from the Victor Arena, save for Bach, were all old men. These men were closer to Commodus. Seeing that Commodus had made it clear that he did not want to get involved in this issue, they had all decided to do nothing. On the contrary, Bach was not afraid of him at all. He, too, had just arrived in Rome not too long ago, and he had never gotten the chance to witness Sardanilo's most glorious moment. He was all too ready to beat him up. But then he heard Zhang Heng's voice. "Stand still. It's none of your business." Bach was furious when he heard what Zhang Heng said, and he almost started a fight. When he remembered that he could not beat him, however, he could only stand down. That said, he had made a lot of progress recently. Even Gabby praised him. It made Bach want to re-challenge Zhang Heng. But when Bach witnessed Zhang Heng's previous gladiatorial performance, he finally realized that it would be impossible to catch up with Zhang Heng for now. After the two talked, Sardanilos walked up to Zhang Heng. The two were very close, and Zhang Heng could already smell the alcohol on Sardanilos. However, Zhang Heng knew very well that Sardanilos's alcohol addiction was not that serious. It was a disguise of his. The gladiator school that he was in placed great importance on this performance, and they started to use this strategy a month ago to lower his opponent's guard. He might be able to fool others with this disguise, but not Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng could see that Sardanilos was in his best condition after a month of intensive training. The second most powerful gladiator after Sethnets was actually quite strong. Now, Commodus and the entire Rome's ruling class were here. In such a case, Zhang Heng would not be able to use any weapons. In other words, Zhang Heng would not be able to make use of his LV4 swordsmanship. All he could do was rely on was his physical strength and some boxing skills that he learned from the deductive reasoning quest. After Zhang Heng analyzed the situation, he felt that he should be able to cope with it. Zhang Heng was left with no other option. It would be challenging to impress Commodus tonight with conventional means. Hence, he could only take advantage of Sardanilos. Although the method was old-fashioned, the stronger individual would eventually prevail. Such was the rule of the gladiator world. If a newcomer wanted to rise to the top, he had to first step on the veteran's head. If he could win in this battle, no one would say a word about him. "Kid, were you the one that talked to me just now?" Sardanilos asked coldly, bringing his face closer to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng did not rush to answer. Instead, he looked at Commodus that's standing not far away from him. Unsurprisingly, the young emperor seemed very interested in Zhang Heng, and he was asking Mark Roos about Zhang Heng's origins. Mark Roos was sweating profusely. Before he came here, he had prepared a speech to introduce his famous gladiators, especially Zhang Heng. Seeing Commodus walking toward him, he was ready to tell Commodus everything about Zhang Heng. However, he did not expect Zhang Heng to provoke Sardanilos. But at this point, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only bite the bullet, introduce Zhang Heng to Commodus, and pray that Zhang Heng had the situation under his control. But the thing that Zhang Heng said next completely shattered his dream. "Yes, I guess you are so old that you need me to repeat everything that I had just said to you." Sardanilos then smiled slyly. "Interesting. I haven't shown up for a month. And some rubbish is bold enough to provoke me. Have you ever considered that such a thing happened because you are a garbage dump?" Zhang Heng wasn't intimidated by Sardanilos's gaze. Instead, he looked back at him calmly. In the end, it was Sardanilos' fist that greeted him. His fist flew at breakneck speed. Seeing how close the two were, Sardanilos did not expect that his first strike would fail to land on Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng dodged his fist by just turning his head. Right after that, he began to strike back. And Zhang Heng's fist accurately landed on Sardanilos' right cheek and knocked him to the ground. It was a very embarrassing scene for Sardanilos. Zhang Heng, however, knew that Sardanilos' injuries were not that severe. He still had enough strength to strike back. Since they were not allowed to use any weapons, it was not easy to tell who would win this battle by swinging their fists. Sardanilos, who had fallen to the ground, quickly stood up again. This time, he seemed furious. Without saying a word, he rushed towards Zhang Heng again. And Zhang Heng also moved his fist to prepare for the next round of battle. The two were embroiled in a fierce fight in the front hall, and the other gladiators had to evade them whenever they got close. On the contrary to what most imagined, Sardanilos seemed like getting more beat by the second. On average, Zhang Heng got to punch him 3 times before he could return the punch. Moreover, Zhang Heng, on the opposite side, seemed to be able to neutralize half of Sardanillos' strength whenever he attacked him. Zhang Heng utilized a rather strange way of moving in this battle, as if he could integrate his steps and his breathing. And he was incredibly agile. After fighting for a while, the expression on Sardanillos' face had changed. He was calmer now. A veteran gladiator like him would rarely be affected by anger. Most of the time, his anger was just a disguise. When he calmed down, he immediately realized that he had encountered a formidable opponent. Chapter 793. This is it. Sardanillos slowed his attacks, delegated more energy to his defense before finally managing to keep the battle under his control. But soon, he was struck by another piece of bad news. Zhang Heng's stamina seemed to be better than him. After the two fought head-to-head for so long, Zhang Heng's breathing rate did not change much. In other words, if he dragged the battle any longer, the situation would become even more unfavorable for him. Immediately, Sardanillos frowned. He did not expect that Victor Arena had quickly managed to cultivate such an annoying newcomer after Sethnets retired. Since Zhang Heng attacked him first, Sardanillos would not hesitate to get back at Zhang Heng if he could choose again. After all, with so many big shots presented here tonight, backing down would be inappropriate. Just like how a lion would defend its territory when it saw another lion crossing the line, so would a gladiator. No matter how strong you were before, in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, you would be torn apart by the hyenas that swarmed toward you once you showed your vulnerable side. And the current battle situation was only slightly disadvantageous for Sardanillos. In his long career as a gladiator, he had fought many battles that were unfavorable to him. He had the most scars on his body among all the gladiators here, and since he was still standing, those scars had become his past glory, symbolizing the epic battles that he had won and completed. Hence, the battle tonight would be no exception for him. Just then, Sardanillos received another punch in his mouth. But this time, he retaliated with a kick. He then spat out a bloody tooth and sneered. "What now? Is that all you can do?" At that time, Zhang Heng had also gotten up from the ground. He could have avoided this kick, but after calculating the damage that he would receive, he concluded that he would end up worse if he did not dodge. Therefore, Zhang Heng chose to take the damage. And the reason was that he knew what the audience liked. By avoiding the kick, Zhang Heng would be able to showcase his strength and agility. However, it was still not as attractive as using the blood-to-blood and fist-to-fist fighting methods. For thousands of years, the spectator's preference had never changed in whatever competition. Everyone was always more inclined toward the so-called tough guy. Defeating Sardanillos was never Zhang Heng's goal. All he wanted to do was to attract Commodus's attention. The young emperor was now watching the battle between the two with excitement. The guests spontaneously formed a circle to surround Zhang Heng and Sardanillos. At first, Commodus seemed a little reserved. After a while, he took the lead to cheer for his favorite gladiator. And the gladiator that he supported was Sardanillos. After all, he knew the latter before he left Rome, and Zhang Heng was the first to provoke him. In terms of justice, Zhang Heng should not have the advantage here. However, as the fight continued, Commodus's perception of Zhang Heng had improved to a certain extent. He felt that although this Easterner was reckless, he was still a real man. Hence, when Zhang Heng performed well, he would cheer and applaud too. And when Sardanillos heard that the emperor was cheering for Zhang Heng, he was triggered. Sardanillos knew that he had to make a decision. As early as a month ago, the gladiator school, and he had begun preparations for the gladiatorial show in the Amphitheatrum Flavium. For this reason, the gladiator school did not hesitate to let him stop fighting for a month, not to mention the tons of money they spent to create the image of a women and alcohol addict. When the spies from other gladiator schools saw what he had become, they would surely let down their guard. And Sardanillos used this month to heal the hidden wounds on his body and adjusted his mind and body to tip-top condition. Only a few people knew that he was now better than he ever was. Initially, Sardanillos wanted to hide his strength until he encountered a potent enemy. Still, he did not expect that he would be forced into a corner by an Easterner that he had never seen before, even before the gladiatorial show started. Sardanillos was not being forced to make an important decision on whether or not to use his trump card. After all, it was not a formal gladiatorial performance now. If he lost in this fight, it would not affect his odds of winning the grand battle later. But at this moment, the emperor and other powerful individuals were watching the battle. Sardanillos could not imagine the negative impact that might befall him and the gladiator school he attended. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and decided to tear off his disguise. Anyway, even if he showed his true strength now, he could still win the gladiatorial championship. The next moment, he wiped the blood from his mouth. The spectators next to him had a vague feeling that Sardanillos' momentum seemed to have changed, and Zhang Heng, his opponent, could sense the change in him almost instantly. His expression switched, and he knew that Sardanillos was desperate. Since Zhang Heng was one of the few people who knew that Sardanillos was using a disguise, he had been expecting him to reveal his true strength. And he was prepared to deal with it. However, Zhang Heng realized that he had underestimated Sardanillos. Seeing that his chest was exposed again, Zhang Heng subconsciously punched it. However, Sardanillos blocked his fist with one of his hands. The spectators were shocked when they saw what happened in their battle. Zhang Heng tried to swing his hand, but he could not retrieve his fist. "You were jumping up and down like a monkey before. It's time for you to have a taste of my fist," Sardanillos said while swinging his other fist to smash at Zhang Heng's head. However, Zhang Heng managed to squat in time, dodging the attack. Right after that, Zhang Heng hurriedly clamped Sardanillos' arm with his legs before Sardanillos could throw the second punch. The two fell to the ground together into a cloud of dust. Unfortunately, Zhang Heng had not learned the locking technique from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Otherwise, he would be able to lock Sardanillos and restrict his movement while the chaos took place. Hence, the two could only step away from each other again. Sardanillos did not expect that Zhang Heng would almost get to control him. Not too long after they were separated, Sardanillos wanted to use the same trick to attack Zhang Heng again, but Zhang Heng did not go on a head-to-head battle with him this time. Instead, he used the newly learned assassin's steps and slipped behind him like a phantom. This change in the rhythm had obviously made Sardanillos a little uncomfortable. After that, he felt a chill under his left neck, but fortunately, he did not suffer any major injuries. Zhang Heng managed to use his nails to leave a blood mark on Sardanillos' neck. Immediately, Sardanillos turned around and wanted to fight Zhang Heng again. To his surprise, Zhang Heng took 2 steps back and said, "Let's stop here today." Sardanillos was startled when he heard the words. What did that mean? Did the Easterner just surrender? But the battle was not over yet. He had just begun to use his full force. For now, the two sides were tied. So Sardanillos said no without hesitation. "It's still early. Next time, you won't be lucky enough to escape me." But it was then that he heard another voice. "I think what he said makes sense. 2 of you gave us a wonderful performance tonight. Let's wait until the gladiatorial performance to compete against each other again." Chapter 794. I have a good nose. It was the emperor of the Roman Empire, Commodus, who spoke. Hence, Sardanillos could not disobey the order. He then glared at Zhang Heng with his murderous stare and returned to where he stood helplessly. Sardanillos felt that although Commodus stopped the battle, it seemed he was leaning a little more towards Zhang Heng. However, he was not an idiot. He quickly figured out why Commodus stopped the battle. At the last moment of the fight between the two, Zhang Heng transformed his hand into a hand knife, and he slit his neck with it. If he held a knife or a sword in his hand, Sardanillos would have been dead by now. Sardanillos suspected that Zhang Heng used a dirty trick on him just now. After all, the two were only fighting with their bare hands. Naturally, Sardanillos would not guard against any bladed weapons. Although Zhang Heng might inflict more severe injuries on him if he did not use that trick on him when he was not paying attention, it was still difficult to cause any lethal attacks. In other words, the two would have to fight for a long time before someone would claim the victory. And he could not say anything about it. On the contrary, Zhang Heng succeeded in changing Commodus's first impression of him. Earlier, he provoked Sardanillos recklessly, but he fought well during the battle. While he had the upper hand, Zhang Heng stopped the battle decisively. This was indeed a rare quality for a gladiator. After the battle, Commodus patted Zhang Heng's shoulder and said, "Your name is Zhang Heng, right? I heard that you are from the Far East, the ancient empire that produces good quality silk. You fought well. I'll be remembering your name. I look forward to your performance in the arena during the upcoming gladiatorial performance." "As you wish, Your Majesty," Zhang Heng said. Commodus seemed to want to say something, but he hesitated and decided not to say it in the end. After witnessing such an exciting battle, he felt satisfied. Afterward, he was a little absent-minded and lacking in interest when he heard the introduction of other than new gladiators. Dior noticed his reaction and waved his hand to signal all the gladiator school's owners to retreat. "I asked someone to prepare desserts and fruits, and a group of outstanding dancers is ready to perform for us." "Oh," Commodus raised his eyebrows. "I have been out for a while. Thank you for your generous hospitality, and Christina is not feeling too well tonight. I think we should make a move first." "Of course," Dior said. "It's important for the queen to get well soon." Upon that, he personally sent Commodus and Christina out of the door. After that, he stood at the door and chatted privately with the young emperor for a short while. Zhang Heng tried to eavesdrop, but he could not hear what they said because he was standing quite far away. In the next moment, he heard a slightly hoarse and lazy voice. "Heh. So, you are the Easterner who gained fame in the Victor Arena some time ago?" When Zhang Heng looked up, he saw a woman who looked like she was in her 30s. However, her skin was well maintained, like a teenage girl in this era. She had slightly cherub cheeks, which made her look like an innocent teenage girl. From time to time, she had this ruthless aura exuding out from her eyes, and her slightly curved lips showed that she was of extraordinary status. It could be seen from the way other female guests treated her. While watching the game earlier, the other female guests were standing beside her and Queen Christina. She wore a skinny metal mesh on top of her head. It helped to lift up her hair. Apart from the metal mesh cover and the wedding ring on her right hand, she had no other body accessories. Zhang Heng had figured out the identity of this lady. It was not the best idea to get involved with her. However, the thing did not go as Zhang Heng wished. The lady did not leave Zhang Heng alone even after seeing that Zhang Heng had no intention to talk to her. She then moved closer to Zhang Heng. Immediately, Zhang Heng could smell the scent of rose petals on her body, and the heat exhaled from her mouth landed on Zhang Heng's ears. "Do you really think that all of us here are idiots? I can see through your thoughts. Tell me, Easterner, what is your purpose of approaching my brother? Be careful, don't lie, or I will ask the guards to drag you out and behead you. You should know who I am, right? Then you should also know that I am not trying to scare you." Zhang Heng was helpless, and at this point, he could only answer, "Yes, dear Augusta." The woman that stood in front of Zhang Heng was the noblest in the entire Roman Empire. She was the eldest daughter of Aurelius and the sister of Commodus, Lucilla. She was also the only woman given the title Augusta after her mother's death. The title Augusta was related to Augustus. Its meaning was roughly similar to a queen, and it was also the highest title that a woman in the entire Roman Empire could get. Lucilla was the wife of Lucius when she got this title. During that time, Rome was ruled by Lucius and Aurelius. Lucius, however, died of illness not long after that, and Aurelius arranged for Lucilla to marry Pompeo. However, rumors were saying that Lucilla was not very satisfied with the second marriage. Although her current husband was an influential figure in the military, her status was still incomparable when she was married to Lucius. Lucilla's current status was downgraded from a queen to the governor's wife. Fortunately, she got to keep her Augusta title, and she seemed to value this title very much. When she heard Zhang Heng calling her Augustus, her face finally showed a smile, and her tone was eased. "You haven't answered my question yet, gladiator. What do you think a gladiator wants most?" Zhang Heng asked rhetorically. "Freedom?" Lucilla raised her eyebrows. "All gladiators want freedom, but no, I don't think this is your purpose in approaching my brother." Zhang Heng's eyelids twitched. He almost thought that something must have gone wrong with Dodotus, and it caused his identity to be exposed. But Lucilla quickly continued. People who come here tonight, rich or poor, only have one goal. She paused and slowly spat out the two words, power. Admit it. You want more than freedom. You must have heard about my brother's story. Humph. He always has some unrealistic expectations for the people at the bottom, and now the two most trusted advisors around him are not even nobles. You have a pair of sharp eyes, Zhang Heng admitted. No, I just have a good nose, and I can sniff out the scent of people who want more power. Lucilla exhaled. But there are a lot of people around my brother now. If you want power and freedom, you might need to change your plan. Chapter 795, Amphitheatrum Flavium. Seeing the intimate conversation between Zhang Heng and Lucilla, the other gladiators were envious of him. After all, she was the most respectable and powerful woman in the entire Roman Empire. Although she had hit her early 30s, Lucilla's face and figure were well maintained. Although some gladiators were somewhat hesitant to sell their bodies, no one would be able to resist it if the woman was Lucilla. However, Zhang Heng was careful while dealing with the beauty in front of him. And the reason was simple. According to history, Lucilla would be involved in the assassination of her brother, Commodus, in a little over a year's time. The later generations were puzzled by the assassination. Lucilla was the former emperor's daughter, the current emperor's sister, and the only blood relative of Commodus. She had everything that she could ever ask for. The assassination that she led did not bring many benefits to her. And in terms of planning, there were many flaws. For example, she did not include her husband in her plan. One should know that the latter was a powerful figure in the military, and if he were included in her plan, she would have a way out of whether the plan succeeded or failed. Her husband Pompeo Nus, however, was kept in the dark from beginning to end. Lucilla chose her cousin Omidius Cuvitratos to work with her. The latter was a senator, his position in the Senate second only to Dior. He also had influences on more than 100 seats. Technically speaking, he was indeed very influential in the political field. However, the assassination plan that came up by him and Lucilla was not that great. The two hired Quintianus, Pomponius' nephew, as the killer. This was also the biggest mistake of the whole plan. This man was an absolute idiot. Before executing the plan, he spoke to Commodus and shouted, "The Senate wants you dead." As a result, he alarmed the nearby guards, and they caught him red-handed. And he did not manage to survive the cruel interrogation. During the interrogation, he told Commodus that Omidius and Lucilla were the masterminds of this assassination. After that, one of them was executed, and the other, exiled to Capri Island and executed not long after that. This was also the real reason why Zhang Heng did not want to be close to Lucilla. Not only was this woman a lunatic, but she was also brainless. Getting too close to her would most likely result in him getting dragged into her problem. That being said, after Zhang Heng talked to her for a while, he figured that Lucilla might not be as stupid as how history described her. On the contrary, this woman was actually very smart and somewhat unpredictable. These characteristics suited her identity more. She was, after all, the daughter of the former emperor, married to the emperor, and a powerful figure in the military in 2 separate marriages. All this while, she had been staying at the top of power. How could such a woman be stupid? Zhang Heng could not figure out why she planned that stupid assassination more than a year later. That was why Zhang Heng did not want to have anything to do with this woman. The dinner lasted until late at night. In addition to the gladiator display, there was singing, dancing, and bard recitations. The thing that happened after that had nothing to do with the gladiators. Considering that the gladiatorial battle would begin tomorrow, all the gladiators returned to where they stayed after visiting the place. They needed to recharge and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Early the following day, before dawn, Zhang Heng, Bach, and others were awake, and they took a donkey cart to the Amphitheatrum Flavium, where the gladiatorial battle was performed. In the future, the people could only admire the remains of the Amphitheatrum Flavium. Half of the outer ring structure had been destroyed, and only some arch ribs made of bricks and weeds all over the ground inside remained. The tourists that visited this place would imagine the past glory that happened in this building. Right now, Zhang Heng was standing under it, looking up at the complete amphitheatrum Flavium. Spectacular. This was everyone's first impression when they saw this building. The early morning sun shone on the gold-plated bronze Nero statue. Reflecting the light, it looked like it was shining bright. The bronze statue was located in the center of the square, where it was filled with colorful flags. And behind it was the amphitheatrum Flavium that looked like a great mountain. The Flavium amphitheater consisted of 4 floors, with a height of 40 to 50 meters. The bottom 3 floors had huge arcades. Statues of different looks were in the arcades, and each statue was bigger than the statues in Dior's front hall. Besides, countless shields and ribbons were hung at the arches as if welcoming the heroes that had claimed victory from the war. Of course, the most attractive thing was the top of the amphitheatrum Flavium. A bunch of poles was inserted there, at least hundreds of them. These poles were tied with long cables and propped up the giant circle at least 100 meters above the ground. Tarps made of thin linen cloth were placed on top of this giant circle, creating a huge cover to shade the spectators from the sun. Considering its size, the roof alone weighed at least 20 to 30 tons. In order to control the height of the roof, the Empire had to mobilize 1,000 well-trained sailors to do it. The stones used to build the arena had been transported from the Albrail quarry in the outskirts of Rome. Each piece had an astonishing weight. During that time, the Romans adopted some really extreme methods to build the arches. Unlike the pyramids, the amphitheatrum Flavium was hollow, and its skeleton was like a bridge, supporting each other. More than 2,000 years had passed, and it still magically stood strong. Interestingly, the Bernabeu Stadium could only accommodate 80,000 people, and the amphitheatrum Flavium that was built 2,000 years ago could accommodate 90,000 people. No wonder they called it the Gladiators' Temple, Bach murmured. You have to admit that these Romans are quite good at construction. Chapter 796. Mark Rousse's worry. The person responsible for welcoming the gladiators from various gladiator schools was a disabled Slav. He led the crowd to gather in the arena to let them familiarize themselves with the venue. After everyone arrived, he reiterated the battle rules. In the morning, the Beastmaster's performance would be held first. The arena had collected all kinds of exotic beasts from all over the country. During the performance, the Beastmaster could showcase their beast-taming skills on those exotic wild beasts, or they could showcase their appetite to the audience. Come afternoon, it was the gladiators' turn to present themselves. Like the show Zhang Heng experienced in the Victor Arena earlier, the amphitheatrum Flavium was divided into different types of fights. No matter the kind of fight, only the victorious gladiators were qualified to advance to the next battle. For the final battle, the arena would select 72 best gladiators to participate in the final mixed fight. The situation was very similar to the 12-man mixed fight that Zhang Heng participated in at the Victor Arena earlier. This time, however, instead of fighting in pairs, the gladiators were asked to do a one-on-one fight. And the ultimate winner would be the champion of this gladiatorial show. On the surface, this looked like a fair way of fighting, but in fact, that was not the case. As we all knew, there were many types of gladiators. Even the most popular 12-man mixed fight in the Victor Arena did not include all kinds of gladiators. That was because certain gladiators were more powerful than the rest. For example, Andabeta and Iquez would generally overpower the other types of gladiators. The former was equipped with a horse, and the latter was given a chariot. Other than that, Sagittarius could use bow and arrow to kill their enemies. Under normal circumstances, these special gladiators would only fight against the gladiators with the same professions, such as Andabeta versus Andabeta and Iquez versus Iquez. However, in order to increase the enjoyment, the gladiatorial performance would, for the first time, bring in all types of gladiators to fight against each other. In other words, if the popular gladiators who were previously favored by the public were to fight against a profession that bettered his, the famous gladiator might lose the battle. However, if they somehow managed to beat the gladiators with a more powerful profession, the fame that they received would surely multiply. When Zhang Heng was familiarizing himself with the venue, he met several old acquaintances. One of the gladiators was given the nickname Giant. His real name was Philos, and he possessed immense strength. The second gladiator was Thracian Danaus from the Isaiah arena. And the third one was the gladiator that he just offended, Sardanellos. The latter had been glaring at Zhang Heng coldly. Zhang Heng believed that he would not hesitate to kill if he came across an opportunity in the performance later. Also worth noting were also some special gladiator professions. After Zhang Heng and others did some warm-up exercises, they were taken to the lounge on the side. There, they were asked to wait until it was their turn to fight. Fortunately, the arena had prepared breakfast and lunch for them, and they could also make use of the two small training rooms next to them. Afterward, Mark Roos arrived at the Amphitheatrum Flavium to boost the morale of his gladiators. Everyone, it's time to test the promises you made and uphold the honor of the Victor Arena. When you stand in the arena, you are not just representing yourself, but the arena behind you. So no matter who your opponent is, don't be afraid. Show your strength and courage. Nemesis, the goddess of revenge, will always look after you. After Mark Roos finished speaking, he took a special look at Zhang Heng, who also nodded at him. When Mark Roos saw that, he felt a little relieved, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although he was not the one about to fight these gladiators, he realized that the battle tomorrow might affect the gladiator schools for at least 10 years. In other words, his income would be significantly affected if his gladiators lost in the fight tomorrow. That was why he did not even sleep well last night. And now he finally understood what Gabby told him earlier. It wouldn't be easy to control Zhang Heng. Last night, the conflict between the latter and Sardanellos was definitely something he did not want to see. Fortunately, the outcome was a tie, with Zhang Heng having a slight upper hand. When Mark Roos weighed the risk-benefit of that battle, he thought that the unexpected battle was completely unnecessary. Winning would bring him little benefit. However, if Zhang Heng lost the battle, Sardanellos would definitely smash his head to a pile of mush. In this case, before the gladiatorial performance began, Victor Arena would be losing a lot of money since their trump card was gone. Besides, he could also see that Zhang Heng wanted Commodus to favor him, which was in line with his interests. Mark Roos hoped that the young emperor, Commodus, would notice his gladiator school and visit Victor Arena to watch performances more often. The fact that the emperor visited his arena would be more effective than any publicity attempts so far. However, Zhang Heng did not discuss this matter with him beforehand. He improvised the whole incident instead. At the same time, Mark Roos felt that Zhang Heng wanted to get close to Commodus and quit his gladiator school. And it made Mark Roos a little uncomfortable. But now, he needed Zhang Heng to win this battle for him. He had to suppress all the thoughts and doubts that he had in mind right now. As for other things, they could only be dealt with after the show was over. If Zhang Heng won the championship, he would be able to step further away from Mark Roos's control. Mark Roos thought that this was the kind of trouble that he was happy to deal with. Mark Roos did not stay in the gladiators' lounge for too long. After encouraging his gladiators, he made a move to the stand reserved for him, and he would watch the gladiatorial show from there. As soon as Mark Roos left, another man appeared in front of Zhang Heng. When Sardanellos got up and walked toward Zhang Heng, the guards in the lounge immediately drew out their weapons and warned Sardanellos. It was strictly forbidden for the gladiators to engage in a fight in the arena lounge. No matter the grudge between the two, they were only allowed to sort it out on the battlefield. However, Sardanellos ignored those warnings. He walked towards Zhang Heng and said, "I will pray for you, Easterner. I want you to win the battles and get promoted to the final brawl. As long as I get my hands on my weapon, whatever happened last night will never happen again." "This is true," Zhang Heng nodded. "If we all had weapons, what happened last night would have never happened." Chapter 797. Bet on him. The first person who showed his face in the arena was the Roman Emperor, Commodus, who also happened to be the gladiatorial show's main sponsor. He stood on a carriage, wearing a flower crown, and wore his glamorous emperor costume. He walked around the arena, and at the same time, the servants and guards around tossed bread and copper coins at the stands. His generous gesture quickly triggered tsunami-like fanfare from the tens of thousands of spectators. Commodus's face was filled with excitement because at this moment, he could intuitively feel that the people were with him, and they supported his rule. So he frequently waved his hands to greet the audience in the stands. And his wife, Christina, who was at the lower-level stands, had her eyes filled with excitement and admiration at the scene. Every woman wanted their man to become a hero that everyone admired, and here, her husband was the emperor of the entire Roman Empire. On the other hand, Lucilla's expression in the other box was worth pondering upon. Although she was smiling, too, the corners of her mouth showed a hint of sarcasm. She then said, "He is quite enjoying the moment, isn't it?" Huh. With all that noise around, her husband sitting beside her could hardly hear what she said. Instead of repeating herself, she yawned. "Is the show going to start anytime soon? I've been waiting for so long." "Oh, should be soon. We have to wait for our emperor to finish with the parade. After that, the gladiators would step into the arena," said Pompeo Nus with a smile. He knew his wife's temper well enough. Many people admired him for marrying the daughter of Aurelius to become the son-in-law of the previous emperor and the brother-in-law of the current emperor. Lucilla was a famous beauty. Although this was her second marriage, she was still young and beautiful enough to become every man's dream. However, Pompeo Nus knew very well that the bond between the two served the political means. When they were at home, they seemed estranged, rarely talking to each other. Their relationship was more like host and guest. Lucilla inherited her mother's seductive temperament and charm. Pompeo Nus, on the other hand, had relationships with other women. Pompeo Nus was completely fine with the way they lived right now. A man of his position knew very well what he needed the most. After marrying Lucilla, his position in the political field was further fortified. Hence, he had no complaints about his current circumstance. "How much did you bring?" Lucilla asked afterward. "Now, I only have some change, maybe 40 or 50 aureus." Pompeo Nus searched his pocket and said, "Aureus was a Roman gold coin. 1 aureus was roughly equal to 100 sestertius. In other words, Pompeo's change was equivalent to 4 or 5,000 sestertius. He paused and asked, "You need more money? If it's not enough, I can ask the servants to go home and get more." "No. It's fine. I'll go and look for a moneylender." Lucilla waved, and immediately a maid went to look for the moneylender. Gladiatorial performances were always paired with gambling. Hence, the moneylender was like a shark that scented blood in the arena. One could always count on them showing up. Soon a moneylender with a mouthful of yellow teeth came over and bowed respectfully. "Is there anything I can do for you, dear Augusta? I need to borrow money to bet on my favorite gladiators. I can return the money to you after the show is over." "How does the interest work?" Lucilla asked. "How much do you want to borrow?" "Let's start with 5,000 gold coins first," Lucilla said lightly. The moneylender's face changed slightly when he heard the amount. He had been to hundreds of gladiatorial performances and never encountered someone who asked to borrow such a tremendous amount of money. This alone would even exceed what he lent to the entire audience that attended the show. However, he was relieved when he was reminded of the woman's identity in front of him. The other party was Augusta, the emperor's sister. This would be a considerable amount of money to anyone, but for the royalty, it was no more but small change they used for gambling. "Since you will return it after the performance is over, the interest will be 100 gold coins." The lender said, "But I can't lend you so much money alone. I have to look for other money lenders to gather 5,000 gold coins for you." "Whatever." Lucilla waved her hand. "Hurry up and write up a contract for me. Don't delay me from watching the show." "Yes." The moneylender quickly put together all the gold coins before coming to Lucilla with the contract. At that time, the gladiators had already begun to enter the arena one after another while holding their heads high. And the tens of thousands of spectators were cheering for them. And from the cheers, one could also tell how famous a gladiator was. The spectators cheered the loudest, for instance, when Sardanellos appeared on the stage. Habitus, too, enjoyed the screams of many female audiences. As for Zhang Heng and Bach, the cheers were not as much as those famous gladiators. It was totally normal. Take Zhang Heng as an example. He had only completed a couple of performances. No matter how outstanding he was, he could not compare with those veteran gladiators who have accumulated popularity for several years. Bach did even worse than him. Lucilla's eyes lit up when she saw Zhang Hong. She then pointed at him and said to the maid beside her, "Bet on him." "How much?" "Everything." This time, Pompeo Nuss could not help but look at Lucilla. Even for people like them, 5,000 gold coins were not a small amount of money. He did not expect Lucilla to bet all of them on one gladiator. He then asked curiously, "Are you confident that he can win? Have you not seen his performance last night?" "What performance?" Pompeo Nuss was a little lost when he heard what she said. Last night, he was busy talking to a few veterans about the placement of the armies. After all, now that the war between the Roman Empire and the Germanic tribes was over, the Roman Empire's border was relatively peaceful. After moving the armies away from the border, they needed to think of a place to place them. The final solution was the result of a decision made by multiple parties. Pompeo Nuss had been busy with this matter recently. The banquet last night was a perfect opportunity for him to look for some partners to work with him and exchanged information. Hence, he did not watch the fight between Zhang Hong and Sardanilos. "A boring man. All you can think of is politics all day," said Lucilla while holding her chin. Pompeo Nuss was not bothered by what she said. He just shrugged slightly. "This is who I am. I can't change it. But I believe in your decision since you think he can win the final championship. Then I'll bet on him too. But not that kind of money. I'm only willing to bet 46 aureus. Don't blame me if you lose the bet." Lucilla stared at him. "You don't even care about your 5,000 gold coins. My 46 aureus is just the amount of money to bet for fun. If you win, I will pay for your interest." Pompeo Nuss grinned. Chapter 798. Thanks, but I don't need that kind of thing. The morning performance had nothing to do with Zhang Hong and the others. After showing up, the group of gladiators returned to the lounge, waiting for their turn to fight. Blood and death were stirring the nerves of the spectators in the stands all the time. The spectators' shouts and cheers made the wooden planks above their heads creak, where dust escaped the gaps and fell on everyone's hair and shoulders, not unlike ashes from a raging fire. The lounge, however, was extremely quiet, as if it were another world. However, if one thought that the beast was asleep, the person would be making a grave mistake. There they lay in the dark, grinding their teeth and sharpening their claws, waiting for their turn to kill. But until the last moment, no one knew who the prey or hunter was. With continuous bursts of cheers and screams, the Beastmaster's show finally came to an end. The excellent Beastmasters slaughtered 100 grumpy bison. Some, however, were gored by the bison's horns, and some were trampled to death by them. The blood of humans and beasts stained the arena's yellow sand. Before the audience could admire the heroic posture of those Beastmasters, the next event had begun. The moment that belonged to the gladiators had finally arrived. The vendors shuttled through the stands, peddling snacks such as pine nuts, walnuts, figs, olives, and small bread. In addition, they sold comfortable cushions and rose water with a charming fragrance. After shouting for a long time, the vendors' voices became hoarse. During this short break, the spectators would visit the nearest fountain to relieve their thirst so that they could continue to cheer for their favorite gladiators. Out of the 7 players from the Victor Arena, the first gladiator that fought the first battle was Habitus. He did not look too happy. Being the first one to fight was actually quite important. If he won the first game, he would be able to inspire and boost the gladiators' morale after him. However, since he was one of the strongest gladiators from the Victor Arena, it was not his role to do such a thing. He should be in Zhang Heng's position, which was to fight last. If he was not allowed to do that, he should at least take Bach's position. Instead, Mark Roos had arranged for him to fight first by Mark Roos. In other words, he was only the third most crucial gladiator to Mark Roos. Naturally, this insulted Habitus. The most important thing for him to do right now was to claim the first victory. Even if he did not care about Victor Arena, he had to take care of his reputation at least. Earlier, Habitus had gone to look for his trainer for a warm-up and a mental state adjustment. Until his name was called, he followed the person in charge of the elevator under the arena. The whole battle lasted for about 15 minutes. From time to time, The crowd would cheer until the end of the battle. After that, Habitus walked back to the lounge alone. His left arm and chest had a stab wound, but it was not that severe. After he dealt with his injuries, he returned to his seat. His return caused many to look at him enviously. One had to know that the gladiators who qualified to participate in this battle were not weak. Since Habitus managed to end the battle in such a short time and only suffered some minor injuries, it reflected his extraordinary strength. After Habitus sat down, several gladiators from the victor arena also congratulated him. Right now, the gladiators that he cared about the most were Bach and Zhang Hong. And he found that Bach had gone to the training room long ago. As for Zhang Hong, he was holding the 2 Persian swords that Mark Roos gave him and was taking a nap in the corner. Is he underestimating his opponents? Habitus sneered. The one thing that a gladiator should avoid was carelessness. No matter how strong a gladiator was, he would eventually lose the battle if he let his guard down. Sardanilos shared the same thought too. As of now, he had also ended his first battle. The trump card of a small gladiator school, the opponent that he fought against was quite powerful. After some twists and turns at the end, Sardanilos still managed to defeat him without much hassle. His opponent was lucky enough to surrender in time, and the spectators decided to spare his life because he fought well. Immediately, he left the arena. The battle after that had nothing to do with him. But unlike Habitus, Sardanilos did not want Zhang Hong to be eliminated before he fought him. He wanted to face him again and redeem himself from the shame he experienced from the battle last night. As time went by, fewer and fewer people were left in the lounge. Except for Zhang Hong, the other 6 fighters from Victor Arena had already completed their first battle. 4 of them won their first fight, and the others suffered great losses. One of them managed to keep his life, and the other was killed on the battlefield. Apart from that, one of the winners was seriously injured. At the moment, he was receiving treatment in the medical room. No one knew if he could participate in the next battle. Mark Roos was somewhat satisfied with this result. After all, the participants in this competition were the elites of the gladiator school. It was quite a huge achievement for Victor Arena to achieve more than 60% of the winning rate. He was pleased to see that Bach and Habitus defeated their opponents easily. However, the gladiator that he paid the most attention to was still Zhang Hong and his performance. To wait for Zhang Hong to appear on the fighting ground, Mark Roos even forgot to drink water, and the corners of his lips were blistered. Zhang Hong, Cincinnati, it's your turn. When Zhang Hong heard someone calling his name, he woke up, yawned, and walked towards the elevator with his 2 Persian swords. A kind gladiator behind him reminded, "You forgot your helmet." "Thank you, but I don't need it." Zhang Hong waved his hand. His figure then disappeared outside the door. Such brazen arrogance caused the quiet lounge to come alive again. However, it did not take long for their noise to be overwhelmed by the burst of cheers from the stands. Sardanilos frowned, and he was a little puzzled. Looking at the time, the 2 should have just stood in the fighting ground not too long ago. With Zhang Heng's current popularity, it would be impossible that he could get so much support during his introduction. Even if the audience was cheering for him, it was not possible for the cheers to last for so long. However, the shock in his heart at this moment was not as great as Zhang Heng's opponent, Cincinnati. The latter was now kneeling on one knee, looking at the broken trident in his hand, with a look of fear and disbelief. Just when the judge was to introduce the 2 of them to the audience, Zhang Hong interrupted him. Cincinnati then heard Zhang Hong spoke. "You can do it when the fight is over." After he finished speaking, he rushed towards Cincinnati, and what happened next was something Cincinnati would never forget. Zhang Heng's feet stepped on the ground, bent his calves slightly, and he leaped into the air. He then bent his body like a crescent moon, his strength and balance well calibrated. Cincinnati, however, did not have the time and the mood to admire him. Zhang Heng's swords were about to land on top of his head. Cincinnati slid half a step back in accordance to his previous fighting habits, and then blocked the attack with his trident. A few seconds later, he saw Zhang Heng's swords cut his trident into half and stop in front of his forehead. After that, Zhang Heng put away his sword, ignored the dumbfounded referee, turned around, and walked towards the lounge. The audience went silent for a while before letting out a deafening roar, the craziest applause since the show's beginning. No matter which gladiator they had been supporting, all of them were awe-inspired by the Easterner and his arrogant way of ending the battle. Chapter 799. He's good. Everyone in the lounge could only hear cheers and screams outside, but they did not know what happened out there. Fortunately, they weren't left hanging for too long because Zhang Heng had reappeared at the lounge's door. Are you back here to take your helm? The gladiator who kindly reminded Zhang Heng to take the helmet asked innocently. No, the battle is over, Zhang Heng said as he sat back in his seat. Ended? All the gladiators were in an uproar upon hearing this. They had imagined all kinds of possibilities, but they had never expected that the battle would end so soon. Habitus had been considered to have completed his battle quickly when he took a quarter of an hour. However, when compared to Zhang Heng's performance, it was as if Habitus had taken a century to complete his battle. Zhang Heng's time spent fighting was just enough for a gladiator to enter and exit the arena. This meant that his battle with Cincinnatus had ended in an instant. Cincinnatus was no stranger to gladiatorial battles. Hailing from the Hunapu arena, he might not be as strong as quasi-ace gladiators such as Habitus, but he was considered a first-class gladiator in Rome. However, not even a strong gladiator like him could survive Zhang Heng's first strike. Everyone was wondering how powerful Zhang Heng really was. All the other gladiators' hearts, Sardanilos included, sank. The cheers and screams from the audience stands did not go away as Zhang Heng left. On the contrary, the shouts and cheers only got louder and louder, causing the gladiatorial performance to be put on hold temporarily. When it came to how they fought, the fight between Zhang Heng and Cincinnatus was not as exciting. There was no muscle-to-muscle collision, no blood spill, and no dramatic way to end the battle. With a single sword and Zhang Heng's non-delay fighting style, he managed to conquer 90,000 spectators by walking off the arena after the battle was over. All the gladiators who stepped into the arena today were masters from various gladiator schools. They all had unique characteristics and signature skills, and they were here to present a visual feast for the audience. However, most of the audience had gotten used to watching different kinds of dramatic fighting scenes. Any ordinary fighting could no longer stimulate their nerves. Even Habitus and Sardanilos received only slightly more fanfare than an ordinary duel. Right now, the arena was completely overwhelmed by the continuous cheers. Today, ancient Rome and its people had seen the minimalist fighting style for the first time in this arena. The audience could not wait to hear the judge's verdict. They had been asking the people around them about the origins of this mysterious Oriental man. As for those who had witnessed Zhang Heng's previous battle, they started to describe Zhang Heng's heroic posture in those battles to their companions. And they were still trying to figure out his mysterious origin. It seemed that Commodus was also infected by this fanatical atmosphere. Although he was still working hard to maintain the emperor's majestic aura, the flash of appreciation in his eyes could not be concealed, especially after Zhang Heng broke his opponent's trident into half. He was the first one that stood up and applauded. On the other hand, Lucilla was calmer. It seemed that this outcome was something that she expected. Even if all the people around her stood up when Commodus stood up, she still sat on her seat, held her chin, and muttered, "If this were to go on, how am I to make money? This man is amazing." Pompeo Nus was also applauding at this time, with a look of surprise on his face. "If I had known it, I would have taken out all the money I saved and bet it on him. With that, I don't have to work hard to make more money for 3 years. No, you won't. He hasn't won the championship yet. As long as he hasn't won the championship, there is a risk, and you won't bet all your chips on something as risky as this. Am I this kind of person?" Pompeo Nus was surprised. After he thought about it for a while, he nodded. "It seems like this is the case. My wife knows me best. So what about you? If it was you, how are you going to make the decision? I am different from you. I trust my instinct. My instinct tells me that he will be the ultimate champion of this gladiatorial show. So no matter how much money I have, I will bet it all on him." Women are born emotional. Pompeo Nus tutate. "But you have never lost, have you?" "Yes, probably because my luck has been good," Lucilla snorted. Seeing that the audience was still unwilling to calm down, the subsequent gladiatorial performance could not be carried out, and there was a possibility of riots in the stands. Commodus had to wave his hand to signal everyone to calm down. But this was only a temporary solution. Commodus knew that if he could not come up with a solution to satisfy everyone, it might cause an even greater commotion. Commodus discussed with several consultants around him. Someone proposed to distribute gifts or coins again. However, Commodus felt that this method was not going to be effective. It would make it seem like the only thing he knew was to use money and bribe his people. Commodus wanted to come up with a solution that could showcase his charm and wittiness. Clint bowed and said, "Your Majesty, to solve this, you must look for the person who caused this commotion. If you can persuade Zhang Heng to fight again, he might just meet the needs of the people." Fight again? Commodus raised his eyebrows. But according to the regulations, the winner of a gladiatorial fight shall not be asked to fight again until the second round of competition. Isn't it unfair to him? This rule is to let the gladiator have enough time to rest and recover. However, he did not use much strength in the previous battle. Hence, there will be no problem for him to continue to fight, Clint said. That sounds logical. But let's send someone to ask him for his opinion. If he doesn't want to fight, we can't force him because it will destroy fairness. I want people to know that under my rule, fairness and justice will be maintained. Of course, Your Majesty. Clint hurried back to the lounge to look for Zhang Heng after that. On the other hand, Commodus asked the band to perform to calm the audience stage down. Fortunately, Zhang Heng decided to come to the center of the arena with the elevator. He had agreed to fight again. And Clint had not gotten back to his stand. Seeing Zhang Heng reappeared, the cheers from the audience became even louder. Zhang Heng then bowed at Commodus. Next, the audience started to cheer for the emperor. Commodus felt good when he heard the cheer that was meant for him. At the same time, Zhang Heng became more and more pleasing to his eyes. He began to think that it would be perfect if Zhang Heng belonged to him, since he was highly skillful at fighting and knew how to put himself into others' shoes. Chapter 800. Opponent. The previous battles had all been arranged by the arena long ago. To ensure that the final battle's excitement and popularity could be kept up, the most powerful gladiators would not meet during the early phase of the battle. But now, Zhang Heng had appeared in front of the audience while they were cheering for him. It also brought out a new problem. His opponent hadn't yet been decided. The organizer did not know what to do at a time like this. Zhang Heng, however, walked to the judge and talked to him, to which the latter looked very surprised. He repeatedly asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course, I won't play around with my life," Zhang Heng said. The judge then hurriedly told Zhang Heng's proposal to Commodus in the front row. And the young emperor also had a strange look on his face when he heard what Zhang Heng said. He said that? "Yes, Your Majesty, I asked him twice." The judge affirmed. Commodus thought for a while. Then we should trust him. He is a man who can always perform miracles, and I think this time is no exception. Commodus gave the order, and soon, more and more people in the stands knew which opponent Zhang Heng would face in the next battle. The results shocked the audience, especially when they saw Zhang Heng handing over his 2 Persian swords. They started a fervent whispering to each other. Although Zhang Heng had presented overwhelming strength in the previous battle, not many people were optimistic about his next. Considering the opponent that he was going to face, his fighting skills, strength, and speed would not give him an advantage in this battle. And the worst part was that he actually planned to fight his enemy with his bare hands. Of course, this was just what the audience thought about him. Not planning to use any weapons, Zhang Heng, who proposed this fight, did not feel that his decision would cost him his life. The only item that he requested was only a rope. He first tested the strength of the rope before tying it into a knot to make a noose. He felt like he was back in the 19th century Wild West of the United States with the lasso across his shoulder. Next, his opponent was released from the cage. He was met with a full-grown adult bison. With a length of more than 2 meters and a weight of around 1 ton, it was no wonder the audience thought Zhang Heng couldn't win this battle. With its weight, it was impossible for a regular human to stop its attack. If it did run into someone, the poor soul's bones would probably be crushed and shattered. Moreover, the bison's skin was thick and tough, and its pair of horns was almost indestructible. If it felt that a group of lions threatened its life, the bison would risk its life to fight against the lions. A lot of times, when a pride of lions went on a hunt, the bison would plant its tusks into the lion's stomach and kill it on the spot. Reality was different from the movies. In reality, gladiators and beastmasters were two completely different professions. Under normal circumstances, the two professions would not exchange opponents. The fighting skills that a gladiator learned and trained for were used to deal with another gladiator, which also meant they had never learned how to deal with beasts. On the other hand, the same applied to the beastmasters as well. These two professions would never cross paths with each other. That was why the judge was taken aback when he heard that Zhang Heng was about to challenge the bison. After that, the judge got even more shocked when he heard that Zhang Heng did not need any weapons other than a strong rope. The audience in the stands could not imagine how he was going to defeat the bison. With his fists and teeth? But just when everyone was puzzled, the battle had already begun. The beastmaster poked a sharpened rod into the bison to provoke it. Immediately, the bison locked on Zhang Heng with its pair of big copper bell-like eyes. After that, the bison lowered his head and revealed the deadliest weapon on its head before rushing toward Zhang Heng. On the other hand, Zhang Heng did not rush to throw the lasso at the bison. When he was a cowboy, he tended to many bulls and had dealt with many disobedient ones. However, this was his first time dealing with such a large bovine, and there was no horse for him to ride either, so he had to be more cautious. Fortunately, the method that one used to capture a bison was the same method used to tame a bull. All the experience that he had accumulated earlier could be put to use right now. Zhang Heng did not rush to lasso it because the beast was so powerful that even if the lasso landed on its neck accurately, Zhang Heng would probably be the one that dragged around. So he chose to dodge the bison's attack for the time being. He rolled on the ground to avoid the bison's tackle. However, the bison had locked onto him, and it was determined to kill Zhang Heng. Once it realized that it missed, it quickly turned around and ran towards Zhang Heng's back, seeming as if it was ready to deal a lethal blow. Seeing that the bison was less than half a meter away from Zhang Heng, the audience began to worry about him. And Queen Christina could not bear to watch the performance anymore. She quickly plunged her head into her husband's arms. Commodus's heart sank. Although he said he wanted to believe in Zhang Heng, he was also skeptical about dealing with the bison empty-handed. Seeing that Zhang Heng's life was at stake, he could not help but suspect that the gladiator would meet his end here. It would be a pity if this Oriental man really lost his life here. Commodus had started to like Zhang Heng, and he wanted to look for an opportunity to chat with the latter. After the previous battle, Zhang Heng's odds soared in the betting business. It meant that everyone was very optimistic that he would win the championship. If his arrogance caused him to lose his life here and failed to join the final battle, his flawless victory in the first round of his battle would become a joke. Pompeianus, on the other side, also shook his head while watching and said to his wife, "It seems like your 5,000 gold coins are about to disappear soon. How are you holding up? Is your private money enough to pay for the loan? Do you need me to help you to pay some of it first?" What a caring man. Lucilla smiled upon hearing this. But the battle is not over yet, isn't it? As if he had a pair of ears growing behind his head, Zhang Heng knew what was going on behind his back. Instead of looking back, he moved a little to the left and dodged the brutal sneak attack. The two sharp horns touched his arms, and the bison would plant them into Zhang Heng's body if he made the wrong move. After that, Zhang Heng did something so crazy that no one had expected. Soon after he had escaped death's claws, he took the initiative to reach out to grab a horn and lightly tapped his toes on the ground. The next moment he leaped onto the back of the bison, and there was a burst of applause from the stands. The audience was shocked, bewildered by what they saw. However, Zhang Heng's plan also fell through. The bison's back was so bumpy that he could not string the lasso around its neck. After that, the bison charged at the rope net at the edge of the arena, trying to throw Zhang Heng off his back. Fortunately, Zhang Heng managed to figure out its intention in time. Leaving with no other option, He had to jump down from the bison's back, roll on around, and escaped another round of trampling.